Bye. Red Bull gives you wings.
Wow, this is amazing.
I mean, I had a break, so... do you want to try? I'll be right back.
I want to try. Me? Maybe. What am I gonna do? Oh.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Wow, Veli, incroyable, magnifique. What? No, 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 no. What are you doing? What are you doing? No, keep it. It was so good.
Yours was better.
Hey, shouldn't you be on stage right now?
Hey, you got a pick. Tom Kent? What? I was not expecting this.
And a crazy off-meta pick that secured you the win. How did you come up with it?
Oh. I just listened to my gut.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it with the pain? Wash it away and stand again. Will you turn and run from what's to come? Will you face it all? Or will you fall away again? What's calling out to be found when the time is right? When the time is right. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it with the pain? Wash it away and stand again. Feel the rush, feel the taste. Wash away what used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light.
And welcome back to the LEC live from the Riot Games Arena in Berlin, Germany. It was a day of comebacks yesterday, and we're closing out the first week of summer with GB and Odo and Fnatic, of course, gearing up in the studio as we can see. Vitality, oh, nice ears, buzzing around the studio. Not a great start for them, but hopefully can score the first win today. I'm Laure, and I will be with GB and Odo, as I said. How are you guys doing? The Dragons are vibing, but they've been vibing all weekend.
They're bringing the atmosphere, yeah. It feels great to be back in the studio. We're having another set of potential bangers today. Yeah. I'm excited to see because there's been some really sad teams, but I hope they're going to be a lot happier today.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that sentiment, and I certainly hope that the level of play would elevate a little bit. And if it's not, as long as it's not slow, I'm kind of fine with it as a viewer watching it, because if it's exciting, at least I'm getting some dopamine out of it.
I mean, I thought we established already that we're the League of Entertainment, and that's all for now.
That's what the E stands for, yeah.
It's been a slow start for our teams, as we see in the standings. A lot of surprises here.
Yeah, I mean, personally for me, I'm looking towards the bottom of the table, right? I certainly did not expect Team Vitality to be in this position. And I guess to some degree, MDK did not expect that either. I think both teams also have been in winning positions, but they've just not been able to manage to close out their games.
Yeah, as you said, both teams have had, I think they've been part of the infamous 10K goal leading to throw the game yesterday. So yeah, that was sad, but I'm really excited to see how they level up. But on the other note, SK has been quite surprising, you know, given what happened with their roster, you know, going through a revamp or like a mini revamp when you change the whole bot lane, identity shift and everything. But they came out of the gates swinging.
Yeah, and today I think it's going to be a good opportunity to see if they can get the 3-0 on the weekend. Some teams have to come back. Of course, we're going to see that a bit later. Today we had 2 days in the summer so far, and I want to have the snap reactions to the split. That's right, we're going to be Reddit for a few minutes. I want to hear the bad, the good, and the ugly. I want to hear your thoughts too. Actually, in chat, we're keeping an eye on what you guys are going to spam on Twitch. Boys, what do we think here at first? Let's start with the bad, shall we?
Yeah, the bad, we touched on it a bit.
Yeah.
The 10K goal lead teams fumbling a little bit. Also, ADC mids, or like not ADC, AD mid picks are not really doing so great. So what do you think about that, GB?
Yeah, I mean, let's start with what you said first, the goal leads. You're seeing them on your screen right now. I think a lot of it comes down to some of the objective setup and not really having the discipline to know exactly what we're going for. I think a lot of our teams in the first weekend are getting very over-eager, and in different scenarios as well, but for these games specifically, winnable games that should have never been thrown, that's definitely the, what was it, the ugly or the bad? It's either way for me at least.
Yeah, and I think for me that's the main issue with this, Odo, is the fact that it's not so much teams losing because they don't have the right power spikes or they don't have the right execution on their games. It's careless mistakes that brought them there.
Yeah, exactly. They're at the finish line. You know, who was it? MDK yesterday was, you know, one Nexus tower left. Pretty much the world is their oyster. Soul is up. Nashor about to come up. Boting him up. But instead they looked for a team fight at the Nexus tower, and then they just get aced, you know, multiple times in a row, and then the game just falls apart.
Yeah, I mean, for Vitality, just back that to that objective setup with, oh, one member getting caught right before Dragon spawns. Okay, that's another Drake going over to Rogue. And that simple scenario kept happening to the point, even though where Rogue was behind gold, they still managed to pick up a soul, hold the defend, and then come back in the late game.
Let's move to the ugly, because if you didn't think that was bad, we have worse. Coming here with the supports, engaging without follow-up, without anything, not at the right moment. What is going on in the handling of these team fights, GB?
I mean, as a player, sometimes you just see a moment where you know you can get 5 members in a CC chain. It looks like the perfect engage. But there's also the realistic aspect of your team just not being in a position to actually follow up on that, and suddenly you're just inting.
Yeah, I've been in this position multiple times where I'm playing a setup champion. I'm like, guys, come on, I find the perfect engage, and then I look and everyone's like 5 seconds away, you know. So my CC is already layered off, and then all of a sudden I'm the one inting, you know. It's not me making a superhero play.
But I do feel like it's communication mostly in moments like this.
Yeah, absolutely, and also just being able to hold yourself back. I think right now a lot of it is a Rel syndrome, where you just jump in with that flash W ultimate. It feels really good when you land it, but as we said, there needs to be someone in a position where you can actually hit. Yeah. So I think supports, they maybe need to temper their engages just a little bit to be on the same page as the rest of their teams.
Yeah, and especially on the highest levels of play, you know, the teams are looking at your position, at the main engage position, at the follow-up, and then when they see this sort of desync, all of a sudden they're baiting it. They don't really care so much. They don't really feel this threat whether they're about to get aced. They're like, oh, this guy's inting.
Let's take a look at the bright side. On the lower part of the map, ADCs might stop crying. It feels like they're doing well right now. But actually, no, the role is kind of strong, but the players have been showing up as well.
Absolutely. I think Upset yesterday had a really good game on the Jinx. I think that the first death he had, there wasn't really much he can do about it, and he was able to hold on to a late game position where beautiful team fighting for K-Cup was able to set him up. But he wasn't the only Jinx player yesterday having a good day.
Yeah, definitely. Ice in this team fight, you know, BDS has a great team comp to set him up for success, but at the same time is, you know, a result of everything that's been happening to ADC's dispatch, higher XP, better itemization, and, you know, teams catering to their strengths is just, you know, results in a Jinx pentakill.
And the comeback of other champions here in the likes of Corki, Noah played phenomenal yesterday as well.
Absolutely. I think he had a great performance on the Corki. Obviously, the champion is very overtuned right now, but that doesn't take away from what he was able to achieve in that game. So great to see Noah come back on a comfort, well, not necessarily a comfort pick, a new pick to really show that that MSI hangover isn't as strong as some people might have thought.
Absolutely, and when you look at the bot lane overall, it has been serving some teams. I think about SK Gaming, for instance. We talked about this at the top of the standings right now, and I do feel like it's due to the bot lane as well. Can we get excited about SK? Because it's been 2 years of them having a slump in summer, just collapsing completely, but I love what they've been showing
I mean,
so far.
it's only 2 games so far, but one of them was against G2, so that's obviously a great showing from SK.
Wait, did I hear an SK? Did I hear an SK? Think you can stop what they do? I doubt it. Let me tell you about SK. We have entered a new era with this team. They have now created the foundation in which they can grow into one of the best teams Europe has to offer. They took an SK and they made it an S plus K.
Yeah, that's fine, but didn't that make D plus Kia worse?
It's all about their early game synergy. Isma getting aggressive on the bottom side of the map, level 2, level 3, getting bot lane ahead, and then Luon's like, hang on a second, I'm gonna roam with you, let's mess him up, and he starts going for invades with Isma, getting kills mid, and then Niski's like, wait a second, I want to get involved in this, and he starts roaming bot, and they get killed. It's this beautiful cycle of never-ending destruction of the enemy team, and this gets so many kills that even their support is coming out of lane 4-0.
Yeah, but Rahel would have liked more than 2, obviously, so I mean, that's probably something, you know, that...
Now, there are going to be some doubters in our midst. And look, they are working on their mid game. I think that is a little bit shaky, but this new bot lane has brought the consistency that SK really needs. Strong early game, solid team fighting, a new language. I mean, this team just beat G2, and only our top teams can do that.
Rogue 2.
Shut up, JB!
My bad.
And the beauty of it all is that we never ever overreact to SK after week 1, ever, and they never crumble after that. So buy your SK stocks now, they're at an all-time high.
I think I'm convinced here. I don't want him to yell at me as well. GB, are you gonna be fine? Are you convinced
It's
on SK?
okay, Dacta and I, we
need
have our up and down periods in our relationship, but as long as we clear the air in the end, we're perfectly fine. I think it's okay to be hyped on SK, but I obviously understand if there are doubters because they have started out strong in the past and crumbled later on.
Do you think they have what it takes to just keep on going like this, Odo? Because, yeah, as he said, it's usually a 2-3 game case and then it just crumbles.
Yeah, we see this not only with SK. I mean, SK has been the main protagonist of this in the past, but we've seen it with other teams where they come out swinging, you know, very, very good first week into crumbling later on. I'm a little bit more skeptical just because it's SK, but you know, I'm on the hopium here. I really hope that we get to see another challenger in the league.
Swiffer said it himself yesterday. Let's wait and see, and we'll see SK play later today against Giant X in Game 2. Turning the attention to the first games, though, we have minutes away from Fnatic versus Vitality. The year-long project from Vitality finds a setback at the start of summer, with Vitality going 2-0 in the first 2 games. And Jiniro is backstage with the coach Mac. Let's hear what he had to say in the Marriott Bonvoy pre-game lobby.
Thank you so much, Laura. We appreciate it. Thank you so much as well for joining. We're looking at Fnatic going up against Vitality. And I want to start off by asking if you had a chance to have a holiday between spring and the summer.
No, not so much. I mean, okay, I had like a restful time with my family, but you know, I have a 7-month-old daughter, so
Yeah,
you know,
not
you don't really
happening.
get like days off anymore.
No.
But it's worth it, you know, and it's really fulfilling, and you know, it's an opportunity to grow, so I relish it, you know.
And growing is something that you guys do at Vitality. That's your quote. I'm stealing that one. I want to talk about Vitality particularly and the growth that we're looking to see here in summer, especially starting off with a 0-2 so far. How are you feeling? What do you think maybe could be improved going forward?
I think the 2 days had very different stories. I think the first day we were kind of very proactive, and I was really happy that we were proactive, you know. So I asked them to go into the game and play, you know, high tempo, to play discipline, to play together and do the same thing, and they did it, and it messed up, and I'm happy with that. I think day 2, there was some jitters, like we weren't fully in the zone. I think there were a lot of things that we did that, you know, well, there were a lot of things that didn't transition from practice into stage, put it that way, right? So I think we were a lot more disappointed with yesterday's game. So, yeah, that kind of is what it is. I think that's kind of par for the course when you change a player. You know, you change one player and it's a totally new team. So we're trying our best to stay level-headed, to stay patient, to be kind to ourselves, and to just focus on, you know, the long term and the process, because that's what it's all about, realistically.
You're talking about the process as well and bringing in a new player. When it comes to having a new player add this to the team and it comes to having personal goals for that player, what exactly are you looking forward to from them this time around?
From Lince specifically? Yeah. For me, I suppose that's a tough question. I think, you know, as a player coming in, it would be wrong of him not to be incredibly ambitious, you know? I think it's... People tend to have an idea that as a rookie player, you're supposed to kind of wait your turn before you're allowed to win, you know? Yeah. And I don't believe in that. I think Lince has what it takes to win, you know, whenever he wants, right? And I think that's the attitude that he should take towards it. As a project and as someone who's in charge of the project, it's my job to have a long-term focus, right? So it's my job to be forgiving if we don't win straight away. So I suppose I kind of have to wear multiple hats there. But I think in terms of the goals internally that we set for him, we're very ambitious. And I think that's totally fair because he has a lot of potential.
That's actually such a wholesome thing to hear. It feels like you're also wearing the father hat when it comes to your players, particularly within the team. So thank you so much for joining us for the interview. Good luck today against Fnatic. And Laure, back to you.
Thank you, Ginny. It is going to be complicated, as we said, for Vitality 0-2, and they have to face off against the likes of Fnatic today, who had a phenomenal start to the split. 2-0 so far, can get the 3-0 against Vitality. What did we think of Fnatic and what we've seen from them?
They looked really, really good, you know.
Yeah.
We've seen they kind of had the unique approach to drafting into these 2 games. I felt like they've been getting pretty much what they wanted, you know. I didn't really feel like they were forced to play some other stuff. So yeah, pretty impressive so far.
Yeah.
I'm just curious how Vitality will react to them today.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm curious to see how the tempo of the entire game is going to go, because with the draft that we've seen from them, which is, you know, the Ivor and the Way and an engaged support that we usually see from Fnatic, they've been a bit more tempered around their objective setup, which was a bit unlike Fnatic, because usually they're just like, go in, high tempo all the time. Both teams are like this usually. But with Razork being on an Enchanter, they've slowed the game pace down a bit. And I'm curious to see how that's going to work against a team like Vitality, because Vitality often wanted to have these high skirmishes where you got into a mud fight. But Fnatic might be their kryptonite today if they can keep up the same compositions.
Talking to them on stage, they were reflecting on the fact that they know what to fix and they know when to fix it. And obviously they have the answers to do so, but also they want to rely on easy for them compositions. Do you feel like that's what fits Fnatic the best? Because again, do they have to play like this, or are they allowed to play like this because enemies don't ban what makes them strong right now?
I don't think they're forced to play like this. It just feels like they found some sort of comfort, and then they're just playing it over and over again. And it's like, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, because this team comp is pretty much giving you everything you need, you know, a solid front line, good damage sources everywhere, pretty decent range and good objective setup. So for me, it's like there's no reason to change it if you keep winning games, you know, especially in a short split 9 best of ones, you need those wins.
Absolutely, and I think Fnatic can be one of the most versatile teams we have in this split, just because if you think back to last year's season finals, Razork already brought out the AP junglers before anything there. Now you actually have an AP jungle meta too. So I think, yeah, they got the Ivor, and they can play this in Sao or the Poppy as well in the jungle if they want to, but they also have all their AP champions available for Razork. So I think Fnatic can be very scary in our current meta, and Vitality with their rough start really have their work cut out for them today.
A lot of things to prove for both teams here in Game 1 win. Will Team Vitality turn the tide, or is it Fnatic the first team securing a 3-0 in opening week? Let's find it over to the casters.
Yo, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the start of your final day of your first week. I'm Mysterix. I'm joined by Aragon, but
hello.
We were hoping to get Casual, but this is the budget version.
I mean, Casual next Derix.
Oh, yeah.
It's hand in hand.
Yeah, so close enough. Also, they say you're the more buff version as well, so that kind of works
so drop
out.
a flex.
Yeah, that's right. Well, we're going to get you promptly into this first game. Vitality and Fnatic, I have to say, this should be a good one. It should be a bit of a banger. And the reason I'm wearing my bucket hat like I'm going fishing, because I'm fishing for Vitality's first win. Let's be real.
Yeah.
2 games in a row now, both very winnable. Both should have been a 2-0 start to make this the undefeated matchup to open up. But we just didn't get it.
It's a bit weird, isn't it? I feel like we've had a lot of throws. I don't think it helps that teams have to figure out the new patches. There's like growing pains.
Yeah.
I feel like when it comes to figuring out what we want to play for, when it comes to grub priority, dragon priority, kind of compositions, you have one region in the LPL doing a bunch of stuff the same way. It feels almost flowcharting in the LPL, but very different in the LEC.
It never translates over, doesn't it? I think that's the most interesting thing. Those picks change region by region, and the first one that changes up is a priority. And Ivan that comes through, where this time away it's taken from Fnatic when Razork has only played this pick.
So immediately, on the top of my head, I think Ashe, Corki, Rumble are the OPs right now that are willing to be traded. Depends on what's going to be banned here. I think Corki V1's kind of golden. Whether or not you want to pick Corki when the potential for Ashe, Kalista, Ashe, Varus is available, I think the big concept here that we have to reiterate is these 2 teams are probably our most LPL-esque teams in the league. I think the rest of the teams are happy playing front to back. There goes the Corki. Is it Rumble?
Okay, that's the only thing left open available. Oscarinen, what a prime example. So B1 Rumble, but on the other side, we've started to see in these past couple of days, AD carries like the Varus just started coming up as well. And you were even telling me the primary engage tools in that support role have also been looked at heavily.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you have a trifecta of really broken supports right now. Leona rising up because of the nerfs to tenacity across the board. You have Nautilus and Rel, probably with the best engage in the game. Senna could be an early B1 here. They were hovering LeBlanc as well, but it looks like it's going to be Senna. It's probably going to secure Nort here. Might be a Senna Ornn, Senna Nort. You'd see Ornn over in the LPL.
Yeah.
I'll just take that away.
Senna Ornn, the adaptation from MSI, I feel like, as well, that they've taken from the top teams, and that's why the priority's risen. So again, they had those options. We already talked about the other engage tools to go with it as well. LeBlanc being hovered before, that's something I feel like as well. Maybe you don't want to give away to Humanoid, as that has also been a first rotation ban-worthy so far.
Yeah, LeBlanc really likes to change the first strike and new Ludens. She does a bunch more bursts and is risen up as a kind of blind pick when the top tier mids are taken away. You can see Talia really only one up left, but LeBlanc really destroys Talia in lane. It's only really Talia favored if LeBlanc literally jumps over the rocks. So taking away the premier mid there. Hui is also available, but LeBlanc does well there too.
Yeah, I mean, again, Humanoid has only played the Hui, so it could be that adaptation to what's going to be crossing in the mid lane. Now, taken away is this Nautilus as Galio comes in. Few and far between, even in the last split, and even at MSI, I should say, when Galio started seeing high presence, or rather prevalence in solo queue, the presence wasn't there at MSI.
So immediately what I'm looking at now is, you know, we need AD somewhere. What kind of AD carry jungler are we going to see?
True.
Kindred, Graves, these sorts of things. I like Galio paired off with some dive like Camille, but they already have Rumble, so unless that's going somewhere else, it's not going to be a Rumble, it's jungle. I do think
old comps were like Kai'Sa based, but against Senna Ornn, how dangerous is it for the range advantage that's going to come?
You can get through lane relatively easy, I think. It's not exactly the most bully lane. Usually leave them on an island. Maybe lane swaps as well could come out if they really want to get through that lane phase. But again, we're not seeing that too often. But yeah, really weird curveballs already.
And it's crazy again. By the way, last Galio mid was actually in LEC 2022 spring by Perks. Was a loss for context, but it's been that long since we've seen it. And for me, the biggest flashbacks to Galio metas are like those 2018 Worlds, 2019 Worlds as well. I'm flashing back to FPX actually, where Doomby highly prevalent on it with Predator. But Predator's removed out of the game, so we can't see this level 1 roams as we look towards the second ban phase to keep you on track. The Kalista taken away, Jace for added range, taken from Vitality as well.
But as I said, I think you need AD from somewhere. Whether or not we see AD carry jungle bans, that's a question. Already Photon being targeted with that Jace ban. I wonder if we'll see another blind pick that takes away from Photon. Ornn is not a flex pick, it is a pairing with Senna, and you're just going to get that down bot side. So, and maybe another AD carry pinch. Varus is still open.
I mean, again, Varus mentioned Zeri taken away as well.
Classic.
So let's just go for a Kazi takeaway then. Remember as well, this guy's also played the Ziggs that's come through, but you said 80 damage has to be there.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a rough one. This is a difficult draft to analyze because we don't really see Galio paired off very often in drafts in general.
True.
It's clearly that answer into the blind LeBlanc, which maybe they've been scrimming with as the Cassante ban comes through. Now, Renekton rises in priority. Both teams need AD from somewhere, but Renekton doesn't do so well into Rumble. So what answer do you have into the Rumble? Old answers used to be stuff like Udyr, but I don't think Photon really likes that.
I mean, again, the fact that jungle's just been left so late here as well is another interesting part. A lot of junglers left open available outside of the Vi and the Ivan. I got to say, Aragon, you know, Linces has been creative so far. This is another one to add into the pool as he brings that AD from his role.
This is Linces's best champion.
Oh, yeah?
This is him throwing down the gauntlet and saying, I'm going to pick off a great pairing champion, LeBlanc with a bunch of upfront bursts to secure that reset on Viego, and they're locking it in. Now, what do you get? Jinx could work well with the dive composition, securing the rocket over the head, but I'm really curious about this flex jungle. Is it going to be AD, or is the Galio? What do you think?
Well, I think it's going to be Xin Zhao. I mean, I feel like I cheated
now I'm
because
not
they just gave me
excited.
the answer, yeah.
All that for that.
I mean, on top of that for Fnatic as well, you know, again, what we used to see is things like the Kai'Sa, the dive-in buddies as well.
Yeah.
But when you wanted to see more AD damage, when you used to see more consistent DPS, who can sit and play at range against Aphelios and Jinx are their current answers.
Yeah, it looks like it's just going to be a standard front-to-back team composition. You have Xin Zhao in the front line with a bunch of front line for the Aphelios to hit. This is a lot of eyes on Noah. Rumble just going to be, you know, isolated scaling and topside with that big teamfight ultimate as well. But front-to-back is the name of the game for Fnatic. On the flip side, for Vitality, you have some 1-3-1 potential, some 4-1 potential with that LeBlanc. Grub value is going to be really high, but front-to-back there and
finally,
Kennen.
Do we get to see it? Yes, we do. We've been waiting for this, and I know you, amongst other top laners, are telling me that this pick right now is pretty damn busted.
Yeah, I think Kennen's really strong right now. Good matchup into Rumble. You outrange a bunch. It can be a little bit dicey if you get hit by Ease, but in general, first strike, he loves those changes.
Yeah.
So, really good laning. I know Photon plays a bunch of it as well.
Well, excited, especially since Photon's laning phase has been a big highlight here against the Rumble. We'll see how Oscarinen fares. I think you and I, reviewing this morning, going through Fnatic's last game, we were watching some of the mistakes of Fnatic, and I think it's relevant because even though this is a 2-0 team, their game yesterday, what was it, against Giant X? Where we got into mid-game, we got into some of the objective setups. That was Fnatic struggling a bit. And I feel like this comp tells us a lot about what they want to do. And again, it is some of those objective setups for this game.
Yeah, I'm curious about the mid-game for both teams, actually. I think it's going to be absolutely messy. Whichever team gets a lead is definitely not going to be secure. So I'm looking forward to see how the objective setup goes for Fnatic, like you said, because I felt like yesterday it wasn't too great.
Well, for Vitality on the other side, let's not forget, they still don't have their first win. Just a quick side note, there will be a 2-minute delay in-game due to an issue with on-stage champion select. So we are just waiting to load into Summoner's Rift, but it is crazy to me that Vitality don't have a win. Again, if you haven't watched the start of this weekend, it was against BDS. Very winnable. First 15 minutes, hello to his parents. First 15 minutes was so rough. But man, Vitality, after the first 15 minutes, got distracted by the sign. It was so good for Vitality, but then it fell off a cliff, and BDS really took them away.
It does feel like they struggle in the mid game when it comes to, you know, being picked. I feel like Photon was getting picked a bunch on the Renekton, same with Hilly on the Leona, and maybe to bring it all together, working with Linces.
Same against Rogue, right? The biggest thing against Rogue is it got more into the late game, and then how they were playing sides, you know, Photon getting caught out on the Camille. It wasn't perfect gameplay, but what we can say is if Vitality played like their first 15 minutes of their game, I think this team would be top 3.
And I feel like everyone gets baited when it comes to Vitality because they love watching them play the early game so much, but it's just such a letdown every time the time goes on because someone's getting picked and you know the int train's coming. So, yeah.
The int train.
It just feels like that, doesn't it?
Yeah, unfortunately. As you said, the most LPL team here, I think. You said it's the most LPL matchup, and I agree, especially with Fnatic on the other side of the rift, but Vitality take that to a new meaning, don't they? Especially when Linces has shown he can be really aggressive as well. The Talia early game against Rogue, I was really impressed with as well. His shadowing of enemy jungle. Like, he was on Marcoon every gank there was. And as we load into Summoner's Rift, now we have to see if they can take it a step further. If we can get to the point where Vitality lock in a major win at the end of week 1 in this 4-week split, you have to think Vitality need to start getting some wins on the board, considering that we still only go for a single round robin. And after that, your time's out.
Yeah, really important to pick up some wins here. 0-2 at the moment. Come on, bring that back a little bit. 2-1 hopefully over Fnatic, who look like one of the best teams in the league.
Props to Danny, by the way. Here every day so far. Absolutely belting it. Fnatic cheer crowd out in force. Honestly, when you have someone as good looking as Marek Brazda on your team, I don't doubt why. Oh, sorry, Razork. Oh, the camera will keep swapping along, won't it?
I would say his hair is fire.
It is. Do you reckon he saw Owner and like, hang on, that look good on me?
His hair is fire. I wish I had that hair.
It is, absolutely. Or has he been watching Jujutsu Kaisen?
Maybe.
Yeah, he's got the coach.
It's so he can say, nah, I'd win.
Oh, true.
Nah, I'd win.
And with Razork, normally that is the case. He does win. So there is something we need to quickly talk about while we wait for this delay to get through. Again, there wasn't a champ select issue on stage. That's why we're waiting. You mentioned to me, Aragon, that Razork's pathing in the last game was really ingenious. Like, big brain read due to some early vision, where on this Ivan, he got a bit of a tempo advantage.
Yeah, so I think it's just time and time again, Razork's proving himself to be one of the best, if not the best jungler in the league. Playing Ivan, he had all lanes of priority, and there was such creative pathing mind games where they were the enemy team were covering for invades, and he read that and then took advantage of that by stealing away a buff. I think Razork, he doesn't have Ivan this time, and that was kind of specific to having Ivan, but just showcasing his prowess. It's going to be a tall task for Linces, I think, today.
Yeah, I mean, again, going up against one of the league's veterans, I think one of the league's best as well. Razork consistently in the conversation for top 2 junglers, and the top jungler at that, I should say. Now, there is another issue. A player's settings has not been caught in ready checks, so that's why we're also waiting and vibing. The audience love it. No, they just love Noah. Noah gets all the love. I don't know if he does.
He does. And I think Kazi on the other side. Is it just 80 carries?
Maybe. Maybe just because Noah looks like such a happy person, you know?
True. I think 80 carries are spoiled, though.
You reckon? Because it's always about them.
I feel like I shouldn't flame 1/5 of the player base.
True. Don't worry, 80 carries don't matter. Doesn't matter. We'll get in the game. Finally, here we are. Fnatic versus Vitality. It is a barnyard banger to open us up. We expect blood, fighting. We do not want lolling about for 15 minutes. Who can push each other for this win? I mean, for Fnatic to start off 3-0, especially after G2 took an upsetting loss yesterday, this would be a line in the sand to end their week 1.
Yeah. So I'm already looking at the Galio pick because I feel like that's the exciting one.
True.
We don't get many Galios, and I've seen a lot of kind of tanky Galio in solo queue at the very least. I've seen a lot of players playing it. I wonder if that's going to be the build. Could just be AP as an answer, typically an anti-mage, you know. But other than that, in the early game, my eyes are on mid lane, where you have the mid-jungle duo of Linces and Vetio on this champion. These champions complement each other really well, because what LeBlanc's identity is in the early game is she has a bunch of setup in terms of pre-6 ganks. So maybe there's an option there, and maybe Humanoid can do the old Galio and run down to another lane.
And you always told me, yeah, I expect that. You always told me that with this duo as well, at least with the Viego relies on a lot of burst, right, for the reset. I remember you told me months ago that like that's what makes a Viego comp really tick. A lot of burst here in the solo lanes, and I think we look at Video, we look at Photon, and there's options there for setup too, and Linces might be able to succeed in Snowball this game.
A lot of upfront burst with the Kennen ult over the top, Ornult. They've got a lot with the Senna ult over the top as well. Lots of layering of damage, and in this lane, honestly, you know, maybe I take it all back. I think it could just be first strike farming with the LeBlanc onto the Galio, because we're seeing a lot of first strike recently.
I don't blame you. Again, against the tank, it feels like the same when you just run Grasp and farm that as well. So even though push comes early from Humanoid and he drops a ward to see the Raptor camp, that information that we can track a little bit later, we'll have to see. Pause a second, Bellows Breath. Buffers the hook here for Hylissang. He takes a bit of damage, but it's not going to be too much considering Noah is only level 1 and Aphelios at level 1 has absolutely nothing.
Senna really likes these sorts of trades. She had some absolutely insane sustain with the Q spam, so these short kind of trades where there's no real all-in favors Senna quite a bit as she gets the push. In topside, it's kind of a farm lane where Kennen does outrange, but if a Harpoon does land, then Oscarinen on this Rumble can chain that into a really good trade, so it's on Photon to dodge these. But naturally, Kennen should get the shove because of the outrange.
I've been waiting for this pick, you know, not against Renekton's, as I'm sure it's a pain. Good matchup against Renekton, right?
A little bit, yeah,
I should be asking you. Yeah. But the Kennen, again, I've been waiting because it's been talked about a lot behind the scenes. I know Broken Blade is currently spamming it. But seeing Photon on it as well, our best or second best top laner in the league. Sorry, Broken Blade is second best. Photon on this pick in lane has got a lot of high expectations, especially how we've seen his lanes in the first couple of days as well.
Yeah, there's so much potential when it comes to Kennen with spacing and what have you. There's so much potential to just absolutely ruin and force recalls as
nice trade.
Nice little first strike farming.
5 gold, that's 20 gold. Remember, still 15 on this patch as well. So 20 gold early for a trade is really good, especially since Humanoid's low. Opens up for Linces to think about it, but there's a heroic charge away, and Humanoid smells something fishy and walks out.
Yeah, bot to top clear into potential gank because of all the condition trades in the mid lane. That setup a bit too scary for Humanoid. Might have to recall and TP back in. So good trading coming up from Video.
Especially with the dredge line coming in the bottom side. Meanwhile for Fnatic, there's a trade back again, but Kazi going down to half HP. As you said, won't be too detrimental considering he has that sustain, while Razork moves up towards top for this Scuttle Crab to see what he can do.
Yeah, Razork here, Photon's quite high HP, so I think both junglers should just recall. Now, they don't go for the full clear into the ward onto the Raptors, which is pretty typical, so just going back to full clearing. And top lane, the condition of the lanes is just a little too bit difficult to gank.
All right, Least Vision put down for the meantime, and again, some of the tracking was able to occur from Fnatic thanks to Humanoid dropping that ward on the Raptor camp and spotting out Linces pathing up towards that top side as well. Both junglers are now backed off and reset and seem to be heading towards this bottom side scuttle like-minded, and depending on what Razork does next.
Yeah, both junglers already entering. Linces is already there into the river. Could be a skirmish. Fatio is being pushed in. This Galio can sacrifice his HP bar to get push. Does have the null magic mantle, so might be Galio favored.
Yeah, it's a pain, at least in the early game. Again, another dredge line comes through in the bottom side in the meanwhile, as junglers are now pinging each other out. I mean, the vision control from Fnatic has been pretty good so far, or at least the understanding of where Linces is going to be. And I think that's the biggest adaptation, that's the biggest homework piece that Fnatic have worked on from yesterday, where, not for themselves, but for what they viewed from this team, is that Linces was always able to match Marcoon. Their tracking was brilliant against Rogue. It looks like Fnatic know that Linces is a big piece to this early game puzzle, so they're going to keep an eye on him whenever they can.
My eyes are on Linces for when grubs spawn, definitely. I think this is a huge grub team in a minute's time.
Yep.
LeBlanc can use them so well, right, in the side lane. It's going to be incredibly important for trading towers on the side.
Bro, you love grubs at the moment.
I am on team grubs.
You're a grub, okay.
Ever since those buffs about three patches ago, I have been really on team grubs over team dragon, but I feel like the LEC is, you know, they've moved away from it.
It's not on it, hey, and especially when Tristana is like first pick worthy, what, in LPL? Are they still first picking it over there?
It's first pick LPL, and it's usually like Tristana Corki handshakes with crazy tower taking compositions involving Ziggs and Camille. We just don't get that here. We get front-to-back team comps and playing for dragons.
Especially when you have Razork playing Ivan as well. Like Ivan Tristana is such a good mid-jungle duo. I want to see if we adapt. Again, it's early days of the patch, and I think that's what matters most here in LEC. Like, everyone's kind of feeling out what is most relevant in comp play.
Yeah, but already, it looks like Vitality, with the LeBlanc pick, want those grubs. They're already sending up the center, leaving Hylissang to farm on the island as Ornn. So he's going to be happy down there, pretty much undivable, whilst resources are already being committed from Vitality and Fnatic over at these grubs.
Humanoid does have level 6 though, and that's big. I mean, you're going to get Mirage from Video, so he can double up on an ability, but I think more importantly, the hero's entrance from Humanoid is that big Wombo team composition, team fighting ability. Nice English from me. Oscar in as well, he's got his own ability to hit at level 6 as Video just gets away from the Justice Punch. And now that Jun and Razork are here, they're looking to contest, but they're going to be late to the show. Dredgeline at least comes through. Hilly is going to bellows breath, but he's going to get double knocked up and sent backwards. Close to dying, his Humanoid Justice Punch and overcooks his Video. He's going to distort in. There's not enough damage to kill Razork yet as Kazi backs up, but for this trade for Fnatic hovering mid, they lose grubs.
Yeah, so Hylissang was trying to force a play out, maybe have Fnatic overextend, but it's fine because he can TP down bot side and catch the wave. So there's no real cross map. They might get a plating for Noah here.
Right.
He did have chakrams. That's what I had my eyes on. Whilst you're taking grubs, he did have chakrams to potentially secure some platings, but that TP means Hylissang goes unpunished.
But if you're talking about grubs, which, by the way, Fnatic were able to get one of out of the pairing as well, still for Vitality, a big win is they're able to pick up the other two and start that timer again. When we know that 4 grubs now spawn the family, that's all you need to get things started. Lince is now level 6 as well, by the way. Is the equalizer going to be used?
Yeah.
But, it doesn't really hit much, and now it's baited in. Lince is here for the reset, which should come so damn easy. Oscar in with no hope as the stun doesn't connect, though. Oscar holding on to Flash. He burns it, but there it's matched. Linces gets first blood, nevertheless.
I think he was holding Flash for that ultimate from Linces, but instead he just Flash auto attack, so the Flash wouldn't save him in that position. But you could see the gank setup there was the equalizer missed. The cannon minion is
response play is going to come through. Hilly is getting sharded up. There's the ulti from Razork as well. The Ornn taking a while to die. No one gets the hit, but he's out of range. The dive not a success. The wave is at least crashing in. If there's going to be a round 2.
Hylissang's healing so much from the cookies. This might be really hard to dive now. He's almost at 1,000 health.
There's no wave left. It's gone. Hylissang and Kazi must be cheering as topside is a raging success.
Yeah, the sustain there. Wow, they dropped so close. Noah preemptively barriers as well to potentially tank under tower, but Hylissang 1 or 2 autos away. Managed to survive the dive.
I mean, man, that is a big deal. Kazi able to pick up souls in the meantime as well, by the way. 30 at 8 minutes. Ain't half bad, if you're asking me. Kazi feeling pretty good, and I think over these past couple of days, if you haven't been watching the LEC, Kazi's been popping off once again. was my vote for AD carry the split, last split. Who'd you vote for?
Kazi, both splits, Winter and Spring.
Oh, is that right? You came on the desk, you're like, I voted for Kazi.
I did call everyone out.
You did, actually. You threw so much shade. No one was expecting it. But, I mean, to be fair, it just shows the quality of this player. I mean, for Vitality, again, some of the star players are coming up huge. Photon in particular. Lince as well, already showing his head as Dragon goes down. And I think Video has had some burners as well. But remember, for Vitality, it's past those 15 minutes that have been an issue. The early game so far, once again, is showing to be quite successful. It's only a 400 gold lead, Aragon, but there are CS leads in lane, like mid, that need to be looked at.
And I think realistically, the game will only ever boom in this sort of context with these compositions through side lane with Vetio on this LeBlanc, or through the front-to-back team fighting as Gage comes down.
Humanoid thinking about it, Winter War does good damage here. Remember, he's going tank, so there's not going to be too much AP to speak of as Fnatic just try and push out Vitality from their own jungle.
Yeah, but they are going to be really reliant, Fnatic rather, are going to be really reliant on Noah to DPS because this is all about him. They've got so much peel. Humanoid doesn't have a champion that can solo carry. It's all about peeling and front to back. With the Zinzao front line, the ulti can be so oppressive as Linces.
Sneaky, sneaky. Blast cone, Pinky. Heartbreaker there. He's still going to root it up. Death charge means the play continues. Meanwhile, top laners are fighting it out, but look at Linces. He's just dead. Humanoid picks up the kill as now Photon, is he diveable with Kazi trying to help him out?
Kazi does have ultimate, so over the top could save him potentially. No ulti for Photon though. This looks kind of dangerous. TP from Vita.
Okay, TP is going to save the play, it looks like. So Fnatic back off. Remember, they still got the kill though, and it went onto their mid laner. As being up in this top side of the map, I mean, look at the timer here, Aragon. When grubs are so important, does this translate into a grub trade?
I don't think so. I think they could still secure these grubs if you're the side of Vitality. He is up in time and they could make it in the next 15 seconds. So recall's going to come in from Fnatic, and I think the condition for Vitality to secure these grubs isn't too bad. They can walk mid as a unit and secure mid prior if they wanted.
It's important to note again, already picked up 2 for Vitality. They can get 5 here. It's just going to be feeding season for the cannon as we start getting a couple of items on board as well. But for now, everyone leaves it as Linces instead going for the invade down bot side. He's looking for Razork. Fresh meat. Where is it?
Yeah, looking for a cross map down onto bot side. Can they catch Jun here? Maybe a little bit of poke damage could set up the dive.
A bit of a peeky. No, not going to find it at all.
But what's the response here? Now, Fnatic, Razork is already beelining to the grubs. Now, it could be Fnatic securing the grubs. I don't really like this from Vitality because I really want them to secure grubs. They have the composition that can use split pushing better with that LeBlanc. So I want them to reset and head back topside, but it might just be all Fnatic.
Because are they bleeding out gold? I mean, again, not seeing some kind of cross-play means that turret plating goes up towards his topside and Oscarinin gets a push in. Down bottom is called, the 4-shot comes through. Shoot time. It's hit onto Noah, but now TP play. Hilly doesn't have his jungler nearby. Why are they looking for a 2v2, you might ask? Me too. Justice Punch comes through, and even with the shield of Durand, Hilly is not going to be in trouble. He survives for now, but it is an Ornol that is down for the next minute.
Yeah, really interesting. Now the Fnatic are winning both sides, right? This largely goes unpunished. Usually what happens is you make a play down bot side and the enemy take a play up top side, right? So the grubs secure. But now they get grubs and make a play down bot, and they have 4 grubs for those might spawns.
Maybe the ult was like, I'm trying to get a flash, I'm trying to get a summoner because I think jungler could be down here, right? Especially knowing that Razork maybe was on the top side of the map.
Yeah, the engage comes down bot side before Ornn E's in. They needed to wait for Ornn to E in, then he's kind of locked in position.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, they just walk away.
Well, early game goes back to a bit of a neutral state. I mean, again, for Vitality, I was tooting their horn a bit because they got the first dragon, because again, it looked like they were set up to get 5 grubs, but as we saw, Razork is able to pick up, get 4 himself, and when you have an Aphelios who can start powering down some of those turrets too with his chakrams, that also becomes a bit of an issue, especially with Rumble when he goes into overheated. He's a pretty quick turret taker as well, especially now that he's got his first item.
Yeah, lane swap coming through now. Aphelios is topside for that Rift Herald spawn soon. Now, they have a bunch of damage. They could overextend numbers here. TP is up for Hylissang if they want to make a play.
Depends on who walks in first, doesn't it? I mean, Kazi's just standing by with his jungler as Noah waiting for the wave, but he's not overextending. Photon is on a ward, so Noah ain't going anywhere near that bush.
Yeah, those minions are going to suss out that he's on the ward there. But yeah, just going to catch waves down bot side. I was looking at that ward in alcove after Hylissang catches his wave down bot. If there was a fight on the other side of the lane, maybe there was going to be a play.
I mean, I'm surprised. There's a lot of setting up, isn't there? But there's not a lot of like moving to the play itself.
I don't think Vitality want to fight at the moment because I feel like, oh, there's the TP.
Okay, never mind. They want to fight, but meanwhile, the 1v1 almost happens. The center ulti flies through. Hilly's now the new turn once again. Oscarinin is still in the danger zone. The equalizer burns him down. There's so many members down here trying to commit for it as the Heartbreaker is flashed away from an Oscar and is trying to do-si-do out, but Lin just stops him in his track. A 1-for-1 trade, but 3 members of Vitality are committed down bot.
I don't think Hylissang had to die there. I don't think he needed to be there to buy time. It doesn't really matter that he dies because when he spawns, he could TP up topside potentially. There might be a risk of a dive, but I don't think so. That should be a defended tower from Hilly.
Oh my lord. But meanwhile, it's definitely not going to be a defended tower at top.
No, it's gone, it's gone.
You know, this is what I just said, Aragon. I'm like, man, Aphelios with 4 grubs is also really nice, as meanwhile there's a playthrough mid. Teleport going to be burned out. Humanoid has to get out of here now as Kazi also gets a root down. Video helps out Hilly. He's going to burn him. He flashes, but to his death. Kazi picks up the kill. Now mid is under threat as well. And even though topside turret goes down first, Dragon goes to Vitality, and a bit of mid push here might help out.
Yeah, any play you make versus Grubs is always going to be losing when it comes to tower damage. They make a play in mid. That's exactly what Vitality needed to keep themselves in the game. Otherwise, they're just going to be slowly bleeding out. Now, it's important. Look at the item completion from Noah. All the damage is on him, but watch Hilly here. I don't think he needed to buy time here with the knock-up. Photon was already on the bot side, and Linces was coming.
Cannon probably gets a stun, you're right. So Photon, even though he helps Linces get the kill, I mean, Hilly makes it a 1-for-1 trade. Linces gets some resources, but first turret in the top side went solo to Noah. That's an Infinity Edge first. That is a flashback seeing an AD carry with IE first.
First blood turret plus 750 gold. That is an Infinity Edge completed, and all the damage needs to be on him as well. This is a really big front-to-back composition, like we said. And the AD carry has to be fed to carry.
I mean, bro, you said it. Humanoid is a tank. It's not going to be an AP Galio here with Hollow Radiance. Oscar in, and he's the one with the AP damage on that side, and I think more importantly, going to have a big role as these fights come up, as Video just pops on over around the Rift Herald. Aragon, I think we're going to fight around the Herald.
Yeah, Kennen does have flash if he makes it up in time, but the Herald might be dying a little too fast.
I'm waiting for the grand entrance from Humanoid as he walks in. He's now level 11. Herald's patience is wearing thin as Linces comes in for the steal, but unsuccessful. I now zoned away as the Shield of Duran zones. Justice punch out, but Call the Forge God. It's a train that misses its stop. Photon now looking to run in. He altered melee range, and he actually finds 2 for the stun, but Vitality, he ain't clean in that equalizer. He's bloody brilliant. Oscar Innen flies on in and is cooking him up for breakfast. I'll take this one to go, thank you. As Razor looks to the dive in himself, the hero's entrance separates and tears him through as Noah has got his own stop. I want a refund. I didn't get the train. I didn't get on it whatsoever, and I want my money back. Hilly is going to have to gear up because he's eventually going to die or at least get executed.
I mean, it's an absolute disaster coming in for Vitality here. The fight doesn't connect. Crucially, Photon with the flash doesn't find the engage because there's a disengage of some sort. I think it was a Nautilus hook. Let's get into that replay, take a look. Watch Photon because everything hinges on him. That's why I mentioned he has flash, but something knocks it back. The Xin Zhao ultimate, and then the front to back. It's too discoordinated. They have a poke win con with a LeBlanc. They have an all-in win con with the Kennen, and they don't connect either.
Man, Oscar Innen from the angle too was absolutely brilliant. Even if he dies in the end, I have to say, you know, Aragon, I've been learning top from you and, you know, watching people like Odo and like all our great community here, which are now suddenly all top laners. One thing I know that counters Kennen really
Exhaust.
well. Exhaust. And Exhaust has been taken by Jun, and I'm sure off a cooldown will be used on Photon, so...
Yeah, it's one of the biggest arguments against him being drafted as a champion. The enemy support just takes Exhaust, and every time you ult, it's really brutal.
It's rough, isn't it? Like, even watching that fight, there was good damage come out. I mean, Exhaust might have played a part, but I know it's something to watch out for again as we look at Humanoid. And meanwhile, Shield of Duran going to be used. Just Panch. Video's going to be tanking up, comes back on in. Remember, they're not the team that picked up the grub, so it's a little bit slower on the pushing department. Yeah. Video just has to get out of it.
You can see mid-push is always Fnatic favored because of how fed they are, so any play they make on the side lane, like trying to play for the LeBlanc setup, has to be quick, but you can't make a quick play onto the Galio because he's full tank. So that play just fizzles out. Unfortunately, takes a bunch of tower damage as well because of the red buff and the CC coming in from the Galio.
I mean, also semi-global right as well, so even if something happens in side lane and he disappears for a bit, as soon as you lose vision on him, where is Humanoid is going to be the question asked. I think the biggest thing is seeing this Galio pick come into this comp. You know, we had a lot of questions, and as the chain gets landed out, Humanoid just going to be tackling down here. Do you remember at the start of today, before we got on show, as Humanoid picks that up, we talked a lot about how comps are working in League of Legends, especially in the LEC right now. And for Humanoid as well, I guess he's putting the pieces together, and we're seeing how Fnatic want to operate this composition in this game.
Absolutely. Engage coming down.
All the Forge God. Noah, is he
does have flash.
I mean, Kazi does a little bit of damage. A Searing Charge, he does flash away, but now Healy is in the middle of nowhere. No Bellows Breath means Step Charge connects nicely. He flashes regardless as Oscar burns him down. Vitality getting caught out in very strange places.
Yeah, Hylissang does have to, maybe the idea here is that he dies, the death time is okay because Dragon's going to spawn. No flash for Noah, and he can TP into the Dragon fight that's coming up. So maybe kind of a silver lining to that play, but again, good play from Fnatic, punishing in the aggression from Vitality.
Our audience just loves Noah. They're just like, what did Noah do? He flashed nicely. Love the support. I mean, again, for Fnatic, like, you're supporting a team that has got a lot of reliability. Yes, yesterday, the closeout versus GX wasn't perfect, but still, this is a team that has shown its force and, again, has been going toe-to-toe with teams like Vitality, where we called both these teams very LPL-like, I guess, in core.
Yeah, and I think Fnatic have done a really good job of using grubs, because what you're supposed to do with grubs is snowball so that you can test the third dragon that the enemy team has been spawning.
Oh, hang on. Kick out again. Kazi might be in trouble. The shield is now down, and Humanoid's on him like a rock. He can't move. Noah picks up the kill exactly where you want the gold to go as he finally picks up his first, and Dragon's up. Vitality had this stacking up, but it feels like Fnatic had their choice to take it away.
Yeah, Vitality are going to have to cross-map now up top side, but you could see that Oscar's already reading the play on the cross-map, and he's going to be up there to defend. So no tier 1 turret for Vitality from Photon there. Let's secure bot tier 1 rather, but at the end of the day, that's third dragon, and that's huge for Fnatic, because this was the win con of Vitality. They don't have the grubs, they have the dragon, so they want to secure third dragon versus the grub gold that they're securing.
I'm going to start asking you a question. I mean, will the Galio be able to be killed? You know, I guess you got a lot of, you got burst that comes through on this team, but now with the Mountain Dragon and a Soul on the way, in a very long time, Fnatic, those stats are going to start meaning more and more. That TP coming in, you cringed a little bit. You were not happy with that teleport, were you?
Yeah, it just feels like they're trying to force plays like here and there, you know, with
the answer was no.
Little rhyme or reason.
Like this? I mean, Hilly caught out Searing Charge there onto Noah. Photon far away. There's the center ulti as well. Video is denied. Razork with the cool moves as the depth charge is even cooler. Video caught out Photon with a great ulti, but again, Exhaust was saved. It counters this little rat who's from an electric land beyond any unknown. Lintus runs away, and Photon just can't seize the day.
Vitality just seems so discoordinated. Someone makes a play, someone phase checks, tries to find a player mid, but no one's there. Hylissang phase checks, he dies, and then Photon tries to recover it. You can see they don't even know what's happening. VTO cancels a recall to try and help, too late. And at the end of the day, it's a numbers disadvantage play. Photon tries to recover it, but then exhausts, like you said, and at this point, it's just doomed.
As you said, you know, one by one they go in. It's like, okay, now it's Photon's turn. We saw this on day one. Yeah. Vitality go in and, you know, that coordination just isn't there in the mid game. I love it. Jun holds on to exhaust. There's one member that needs to be exhausted in this game. One only. Marek Brazda's having a great time.
And what is that? Flash Cannonal is absolutely massive. You traded that for taking tower damage on your tier 2. I want to see if top tier 2 was even taken, but it just looks like a bunch of damage from Oscar because he was hitting that tower as well. So both sides of the map for Fnatic winning again.
I mean, now even mid going to be falling down too. This opens up the map so much. Moves to a 3K gold lead for Fnatic. Baron being threatened, actually going to be started. Look at the gun choice here for Noah. They're trying to lure Vitality in.
Really quickly, it's going to be really fast with the chakrams, but they can't face check. Hylissang needs to go there already. They do have blue trinket, but it hasn't been casted yet.
I mean, come on, Vitality, times are wasting. Poke is there, Jun zoning off. All they need is Noah. He is the savior, remember. As Jun now dredge lines in the equalizer, perfect. Linces can't play the game. He's not unstoppable for long, and Baron held on for the time being. Call the Forge God at a numbers disadvantage now as Jun's the new target. At least they get the engagement. Baron's about to drop. Razork, wow! Just the most dangerous flip it feels like, in with a LeBlanc's distortion. I can't believe Razork almost lost the Baron.
49 HP, that was close versus no jungler.
Yep.
But it just feels like Vitality. Every single play needs to be coordinated because your whole point of your composition is to single target burst to secure a Viego reset. But they just aren't. They don't have the damage to secure those resets.
I think this could be in. Teleport's coming in, and guess what? It's Humanoid, and in AoE land, he's going to be in heaven right now. Kazi and Hylissang on the way out, and with the hero's entrance to follow up any kind of play, no blast going to get Vitality out of dodge. Kazi is about to die. Hilly might survive for now, but Vitality are all over the place. Even though Razork almost lost that random smite at Baron, you have to be real. I mean, Fnatic are just playing better.
Yeah. Trying to use the setup and the single target burst from the LeBlanc, but it doesn't kill the Rumble. And now they just have to, you know, consolation prize damage topside onto tier 1 from the Kennen. But it just feels like they're bleeding out, and they have no real play now because their composition naturally doesn't scale as well. The front to back with a really fed AD carry and a huge front line in the Xin Zhao versus a single target pick composition that can't get through anyone because of the exhaust as well as the Galio ult.
I think as well, we just look at item disparities where even if this was even, how would it feel right now is my biggest question. 4K gold lead for Fnatic, and into those items, we've got Lifeline set up, or rather Bloodline, excuse me. Second item here in the Immortal Shield Bow from Noah. And as he flashes the KT roster, the fraudulent emote, we all know who we're talking about. Fnatic, as 4 members with Baron, look to push in topside. And remember, Humanoid can join at any time. It's not a 4 versus 5 if Vitality grouping up here. That Galio can roll right in.
Absolutely. And I think the only way Vitality maybe bring this back is if you see some distortion leaps forward from the LeBlanc into small poke trades onto Noah, and they eventually get him down low enough that Kennen can find some kind of crazy flank. But again, it's so difficult to play. And Linces, they need that reset.
They really do. Again, they haven't found it all game long. The Equalizer zoning out. Kazi now in a lot of trouble. He's got no saving grace as Hilly tries to step in his way, but Noah picks him up before he can do anything else. To call the Forge God. He's going to ram and jam, but the Hero's entrance just comes in with a big bam, and Humanoid says no again. 4 members of Vitality left standing, and with Baron at almost 25 minutes, this could be the cleanest game, the cleanest end we've seen in the LEC at the start of the split so far. As Jun takes up a turret shot, maybe I spoke too soon. Vitality healthy enough to send Fnatic away for another day.
They're just so tanky. Humanoid, Razork, and Oscar as well. Everyone is so damn tanky. Vitality can't do enough damage. Whew. Razork tries to fish for something, but I think they just Baron recall out of here.
He's trying to stop any of the ports, but he won't be successful. Dragon is up now as well, but Vitality got to do their job defending top and defending this mid wave as well. Aragon, it is a rough game for them, and as you said, you're trying to give them windows of like, oh, Video can poke down or at least burst down Noah. But as you said, how do you get to the back line at this point? How do you get past the Nautilus or the tanky members? You need to be James Bond for Video to do anything, and at least they're getting the Mountain Dragon, denying it, but how much is this going to mean over the next 5 minutes?
I mean, it's good, right? Mountain Soul and stacking Mountain Dragons for the side of Fnatic would go absolutely crazy because
better than not.
Their composition is so tanky, right, with the way that they build and everything like that. So really good to stall out the game a little bit more when it comes to that win con. But even with that Soul, I think the way the compositions function at this late in the game, Fnatic should have went out.
Video going to be in trouble again. It's the LeBlanc as Fnatic now use their magic on the bottom side of the map. And a turret is going to be coming up, and with the gun choice for Noah with the range, that's it. We love our turrets falling as 7,000 gold now on the charge. You look at Video, he's not here. Fnatic just going to keep pushing in.
Yeah, no teleport flank either.
Call the Forge God going to miss as well. And that Equalizer once again burning down the zone control. Insane from Fnatic. Hilly's dead. His ulti didn't achieve anything as they re-engage, and Video has to run away. Kazi unable to play the game. He had a good soul collection in the early game, but his range means nothing. It's not enough to pivot anything. Fnatic again break another part of the base.
Yeah, they can't extend the play either. They have a TP ward by the blue buff, but it doesn't matter. I think they're just going to get out of here, and they can just go down mid now. Use the pressure of the side lane minions, and it's going to be easy.
Do you think this is the cleanest game we've seen so far? Because there's, I don't know, the opening segment was talking a lot about how the LEC so far, there's been a lot of throws, there's been a lot of confusion around how we've come back as a region after MSI. This does feel, despite some minor moments, like one of our cleaner games so far in this LEC split.
Yeah, I think props to Fnatic, but also really questionable choice for Vitality.
Maybe that's why.
It's very clear that Vitality had a grub composition they need to focus, but at one point they went bot side to try and make a play instead of secure those grubs, which really unlocks the composition to be able to play stuff like 4-1. And once you start losing your lead, the composition just does not interact well into each other.
And we talk so much about Video and Linces, maybe syncing up, how great that duo is and how good the burst reliance is when you have a mid lane like that. I guess we didn't really see too much from it, did we? There's a lot of questions as Fnatic look to seal the deal now through the mid lane there, dotting the I's, crossing the T's, putting the weird dots over the U's that they have in Germany. I think it's ooh, how you sound it as ooh indeed. Hylissang is now dead. Goodbye to the support once more. 0 and 6, he's had a roughie. But I think Vitality as a unit will have to think about this one. Flash shield is around over the Equalizer. Photon's ult not even given a chance to shine again. Jordan saves the exhaust for the electric rat. As at least giving a reset over to Linces something, but the hero's entrance and exit now sends Vitality packing. We ask, can Vitality finally get themselves on the board? But when you are faced with an adversary like Fnatic, It's a firm no. A 3-0 finish to their first week of LEC Summer. Fnatic are sitting high.
And I've got to say, it's really nice preparation for Fnatic. This Galio pick has clearly been practiced, knowing that the blind LeBlanc will come out after a certain amount of bans.
True.
And it did so much work. It was so tanky in the side lane, making it super hard to play. And then in the team fights, you can't get Viego reset because of the front line of the composition.
Unkillable, annoying, and always on the map. Humanoid with another beauty. Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget though, you can vote for your Kia player of the game at LEC on X. Now, our options, Oscarinen, Razork, or Noah. Actually, it's changed. Razork, Noah, or Jun. And I'm glad Jun is so damn good. I feel like every week, every game, we're just going to have him on the board because of how much he achieves.
I do think that was pretty close, though, in terms of who did the best. I feel like it was quite a team effort. I mean, Fnatic just looking great across the board.
Aren't they just? But ladies and gentlemen, after this first game, it's only the beginning. We're going to go to a short break and have an interview after said break. But when we return, Giant X and SK will be gracing your presence.
Red Bull gives you wings.
far they shouting Karzis, bro. Eladio. These fans, they do be wild nowadays.
Heartbreaker there, he's still getting rooted up. Depth charge means the play continues. Meanwhile, top laners are fighting it out, but look at Lenses, he's just dead. So melee range, and he actually finds 2 for the stun, but Vitality, it ain't clean in that equalizer. It's bloody brilliant. Oscar Innen flies on in, and it's cooking him up for breakfast. I'll take this one to go, thank you.
I can ulti there.
They are on them.
They out. I cancel her ulti, by the way. No ulti. No ulti. Nice.
Welcome back to the Marriott Bonvoy check-in. I'm Ginny, joined with Humanoid from Fnatic. Congratulations! 3-0 week for Fnatic. Absolutely phenomenal performance from every single one on the team. I want to ask you, when it comes to the success that you guys have had this week, what would you pinpoint it down to? Is it more individual players stepping up to the plate? Is it more teamwork, cohesion? What's going on?
I mean, I think it's a mix of everything. I think the main reason why we do good now is because we took a lot from MSI. Just from screaming the best teams in the world, I think that helps a lot, and we came in pretty prepared for the start of this split.
We can really tell. One of the things that we heard being scrimmed in MSI was Galio particularly. It was a pick into the Blanc, which makes sense, but was that the reason why you picked it, or was that a little bit more of, you know, I miss MSI, I want to bring the Galio back?
I mean, it is for sure a good pick into LeBlanc. I think, yeah, that's the main reason why I picked it, but maybe I will pick it into something else next time. You know,
maybe?
Who knows? It's
Leaks?
a surprise.
What? Okay, we're gonna have to wait for that and see. When you're looking at yourself individually in terms of how you've been performing over this week and how you've been performing after MSI, the things you've taken away from it, what are your goals for the rest of the split?
I mean, my goals are for sure to make sure that we are a coordinated team coming into playoffs and are not afraid to engage and just play really aggressive, because I think sometimes in the last splits, we were not able to really deliver when it mattered in the, you know, in the most important games, and maybe at MSI as well. So I'm gonna make sure that it doesn't happen again.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate it. We're ready to head over to Lore, who is joined on the desk with Raz. So please take it away.
Thank you, Ginny. I'm here with Dagda and the Silver Jungler. It sounded better in my head than it actually does because you've been playing phenomenal.
Yeah, it sounds bad. Silver
Jungler.
Jungler, so we can call you the Silver Surfer. That would be fantastic.
Oh my God. Do it for us. Do it for the meme. Congrats. 3 weeks for you guys. Does it reflect the work that you've been doing backstage? Marek was talking about the learnings that you guys had from MSI. But yeah, does it match what you've been doing during scrims?
Yeah, I mean, I think in the first 3 games that we played so far, I feel like the team has been like very calm and like on point. I feel like we also drafted what we were practicing. So I think we all were very comfortable with our drafts, and I think we were very solid in the first week. I mean, I don't think we had like the toughest opponents. We need to see how we do against Matt, and I think BDS is also looking pretty decent. So yeah.
And what is that kind of, obviously their drafts are comfortable, but it feels like you're also getting like individual guys stepping up across the board, like across the whole team. Do you think it's the team is working better as a whole, so that then you're able to set up fights better for yourself, so then those individuals shine? Or is there more communication coming from multiple individuals, so the information you have is better and therefore they're stepping up more?
Well, I think we were really good at getting leads, because I think we are very good individuals, and overall in laning phase we are really strong. And I think right now we are just getting better at macro, and everyone is thinking about what are we doing in the map, what objectives are we contesting, and we are being more patient in Drake setups, these objective setups, try to not like chase randomly like we were doing before. So I think right now we're just trying to be more disciplined.
Yeah.
And so far, I'm pretty happy.
No, but it shows, and I do feel like working on discipline and actually being disciplined in-game is 2 different things, because theoretically you know how you want to approach the fights, but staying calm and collected during these pressure moments for me is when it becomes difficult. Like that.
Yeah,
but I
no
feel
panic
like,
screaming.
Yeah, no panic screaming, but it also feels like your comms are cleaner, at least from the outside. Is it something you guys have been working on, and if so, how?
I mean, I think, yeah, honestly, our comps are just normal. I feel like when there is like stress moment situation, we tend to like scream, but I think it happens in almost every team. And players like Noah, for example, that under pressure, they were not really comfortable. His voice in comms is like scrambling a bit or like a bit shaky. I feel like right now he's just like knowing everything what he's doing. So I think he's doing good.
You've been playing a lot of trees so far in summer, at the exception of today, Chin Sao coming back, but you got the Kia player of the game today playing this champion. Tell me about your champion pool and how much it's helping your team and setting them up for success.
Well, I think in jungle right now, you can play wherever you want. Like, I feel like teams are playing what's best for them. And like you can see in LPL, they're playing like the Carthus, some Nidalee, Lilia. You can also play AD jungler. Some people are just blind picking Lee Sin, even Maokai, Sejuani. Like you actually get like more than 10, 12 champions in the jungle that you can play. And I mean, we're just testing a little bit how it's working with Ivern. We have been getting a lot of success with it. Today they banned it. We went for the Chin Sao. It never misses the Chin Sao. And I get the MVP. I don't think I did much. It's just like very easy champion, in my opinion. But yeah, I'm happy.
And when you are approaching games like this, obviously we've seen the play Ivern a lot, we got to see the Galio. If you look at these first couple of weeks, is it more like trying to try different things on stage to find where you sit in the meta? As you say, like you've got so many different things you can play in jungle, bot lane is a crazy stuff. How do you feel about finding your footing in this meta?
Well, I think in this format, it's not very smart to try stuff in the beginning, in my opinion. So I don't think we're just trying stuff. I think it's just like we have been practicing for a few weeks in scrims. We have like crazy win rate. We're like winning almost every game. And yeah, it's working this draft. We have been experimenting a little bit. One day, Marek said, if they pick LB, just pick me Galio, guys. It's really good. And then we were just practicing with it. And today it happened. So we took the chance and it worked out. So,
nice.
Yeah.
Let's see how far this trust can take you. So far, 3-0 in the LEC. Razork, thank you so much for joining us and congrats on these results. Let's see if SK can also get the 3-0 week as they take on GX in the second game.
Thank you very much, Law. I love the insight. I mean, again, you know, we question it a lot, like why are the drafts so different from LPL and LEC? And I think, again, Razork's insight there shows that they don't want to go too crazy. They want to keep to what they know and what they've, again, been practicing in scrims. And I think more importantly, you know, coming into this game as well, we've seen, I guess, a little bit outside that safety net so far, like Poppy for Isma, you know, seeing the Ashe support come through as well. I know I'm talking still safe picks that are relatively less safe, but I'm hoping to see a bit more draft adaptation coming through as GX versus SK is our second game, and we go into another patch.
Yeah. Giant X are playing through mid lane with Jackies, putting every single resource into him, and SK Gaming, they're playing really through bot lane with Varus Ashe lanes, as well as, you know, Kalista Renata. So it's going to be mid lane versus bot lane. That's where you keep your eyes on.
I mean, again, I think this bot lane for SK has just been brilliant on that. I know we'll talk more about it as Ashe taken away from Luon. A worthy takeaway. Even though the arrows weren't landing on day one, I feel like still that guy needs to be given respect. Skarner on blue side, not something you see every day, but still seeing it as Corki has been left open.
Corki Rumble trade maybe? I think Irrelevant absolutely loves Rumble, so pick your poison. I think I'd rather take away Rumble away because Rumble into tanks, which is the Antonia's pool, is really rough. So you take the Rumble away yourself, and now you give Corki over to Rahel and Luon, and Corki is an incredible lane bully at the moment. I expect them to pick it up.
But the Antonio's had criticism so far as Corki's just going to be ignored. We can talk more about his champion pool later on because seeing a Lucian with a Nami, yeah. Now we're going to see how the Koreans do it because I know in LPL and LCK there's a very different beast. LEC and LCS have been criticized for their Lucian Nami bots all year long. We now get to see if this new duo of SK Gaming can prove us hell wrong.
Absolutely. I mean, you already see they're trying to bring up Snap Engage as well as, you know, the ability to one-shot and punish Lucian when he dashes forward. So already dropping bot lane for Giant X. What can Patrick and Ignar pick into the Lucian that isn't going to be pinched in the second rotation?
It's a big question, isn't it? Jackie's on the LeBlanc, though, is kind of exciting as Cassante. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, that champion still exists. As I have to say, Jackie's on something like LeBlanc that can really pop off with the Vi jungle. Aragon, this is exciting considering Jackie's so far, 2 days in a row, has had a really strong start to the split.
Absolutely. And now I'm looking at, what is your pool now if you're Patrick? I think Corki has to be the last ban for SK Gaming. And then you're banning out a bunch of potential champions that could work well into the Vi, into the LeBlanc, in the Poppy already, as well as junglers that work well with the Lucian in the Maokai. So Sejuani still up, I think, could be a front-to-back tank for SK Gaming if they want to go that route and give counterpick to mid lane to counter and round out the entire composition.
Well, Corki taken away in the end anyway, so 280 carries. Poppy also from the enemy side, double jungle ban. And again, further on that question, get jungle here, give Niski last pick. I mean, that's the expected result, right? So, all right, we get double melee and a good front line here for the Lucian Nami.
I'm looking at something like Hui. I think Hui is the next prio mid laner in my eyes. I think this champion's absolutely phenomenal. It works well with both Vi and Sedge with the front line standard front to back for SK Gaming. But regardless, we'll see if they pick that up. I think Niski's a fantastic control mage player.
How's Talia into this comp?
I think Talia gets absolutely rolled by LeBlanc in lane, so it's not worth it yet. So like I said before in the previous game, unless LeBlanc is dashing over Talia rocks, the trades are just so one-sided. As Zeri Lulu, question mark?
Oh, are we just back to that again? I mean, no matter how many patches change, no matter how many things different. Like,
on Nautilus, I think Nautilus could work extremely well.
Well, that's banned away. I mean, do you need hard engage
Rel
here for
Leona.
Giant X?
I like dive on top of the Vi, so Rel could be absolutely fantastic. And having engage into the Lucian Nami could be great too, but it's going to be the Rakan to unlock and enable the Vi more.
And more roaming as well for Giant X, which feels like that trifecta of mid-jungle support. He's going to be one that's very mobile in this early to mid-game. Talk more about that in a second because SK, we want to see how it rounds up. You already said the Hui. Is Niski going to be painting today? I was watching Bob Ross this morning, gearing up for the potential of Niski. Anything else that needs to be said?
It's rough. I think the Azir. I mean, this is two sides of the same coin, right? Same exact same champ.
Just less rage.
Yeah, I think both champions suffer from the weakness that they can be set up on by LeBlanc in the chain setup early, and Vi can potentially find some ganks onto the Azir. But both champions function the exact same, outside of some minor difference like the outrange for Hui. Azir has a bunch of front to back damage.
All right, so front to back, and on the other side, I mean, for Giant X, I like the spanner thrown out because for the Antonio, I was saying earlier in the draft, he's had a bit of criticism coming into the LEC because, you know, his performance has been questioned, especially with the replacement of Odoamne. Such a big veteran, such a big player to the league itself. The Antonio has big shoes to fill, and so far it's been the tank picks that we've already expected to see. And unfortunately, it hasn't had the impact that we kind of wanted to see for Giant X, but this time on the Rumble, a lot more agency here, especially against Cassante Aragon. I think it's important to say that this is the Antonio's big moment to end week one with a much bigger bang than when he started.
Absolutely more agency. I mean, they were doing some crazy things in drafts for him, giving him R5 only to pick an Ornn and then lose anyway. So now, getting B1 Rumble, probably one of the strongest top laners in the game. What can he do with it into the tank matchup that should be free?
Well, that matchup as well as mid is going to be important considering Jackie so far has been huge. If you're wondering about the damage profile of this team, what is crazy is looking at the fact that Jackie's does 43.3% of this team's damage. That damage share is nuts, and it's no big surprise when we saw the Yone game come through, and he kind of popped off with some of the ultis. But even yesterday, seeing him on this Varus, like, let's not forget, up against Fnatic, he was a big pain. Jackie's got to 8-2 or something in the mid-game, and like, his lethality, Varus, is what kept them in the game. It's been really impressive from the rookie of this team this year. And what can he do? Another one's been added into the mix, and Giant X need to get this boat rolling. Boats don't roll, at least they sink, float, whatever. The train rolling, you know what I mean? Get on transport and go, Giant X. Come on, 0-2 start. Where SK, it has been a nice start again, but again this year, I feel like I've just been saying that every split.
So, my eyes are definitely on mid lane in the early game as well as bot lane. I think in terms of the side of Giant X, mid lane has a bunch of setup, like I said, with the LeBlanc for the ganks from Vi. If they can find those, outside of that, Vi is power farming to 6. And in bot side, how well can Lucian and Nami play the lane? Because often these lanes, you know, you actually do win pretty hard into the Zeri Rakan.
Right.
Maybe you can flex that a little bit, secure a bit of a lead, come into the mid game in that mid lane with that push that we know Lucian and Nami for.
I mean,
and flex that too.
And that one item spike as well, right?
Yeah.
We've referenced LPL a lot here today. I know you're co-streaming it a bit, and also previously from the LPL, so I think we know that Lucian, Nami are that one item when they sit mid, and it's all about that mid shove that I've heard constant analysts say. And that's when you really take over. Now for SK, as Jackie just pops his head over the wall, they're going to go for this invade. They also spot out that Ignar and Patrick are down here, but they're going to continue on because jungle camps are now spawned, and Juhan is zoned out a little bit as SK might have to think about this a little bit more. Jackie's is coming in. There's a flash away from Luon. They're still thinking about it, even with Jackie's hovering. But the Ignite, as it goes down, Isma tries to get his way. He doesn't. Juhan walks out. I believe there was some at least experience taken yet, 2 of them. But to die for that for first blood, that's going to be a big start for Patrick.
So I think the thought process here was that Vi notoriously has one of the worst level 1s in the game.
Yep.
So you're trying to punish that with the Sejuani and the invade, but it's 3 versus 4 because Niski is zoned out getting chunked by Jackies with that electrocute, so that he couldn't join. And yeah, that knockup comes in from Ignar, it's just over.
We're just going to have to question how much it affects Isma here. He's still able to hold on to his smite from the play, I believe, and use that now. Juhan is still recovering from his own, and he's doing red. It looks like the health bar was that low and it was that slow that Isma and Juhan eventually get level 2 at the same time.
Sejuani as a champion can do more. Like, Sejuani as a champion before Vi gets to level 6 can do more. So if there are good enough trades down bot side, there's always potential for a dive as well, depending on how well Rahel and Luon trade.
You and I with names at the moment.
Yeah.
I'm saying Johan and like, bro, we'll get there eventually. But you're right, I mean, it's going to be Isma who's still got a bit of agency here and has a bit of a lead as he passes up towards topside. Let's see what he can do with the Antonio, who's pushing up quite heavily. Remember as well, a lot of setup there with Irrelevant and top Cassante.
Three camp up topside. Yeah, they've got the melee plus Sejuani set up.
Boy. You weren't wrong about focusing mid though as well as Isma. Looks like he attempted a gank, but the Antonio is okay for the time being. Overheats, gets the shove in and might find some back timing here as Irrelevant has to let it crash.
Yeah, so realistically in this matchup, what will happen is it'll be relatively Stonewall, but Rumble obviously wins. He's the best, pretty much anti-melee champion in the game.
Right.
But once the Kainic Raccoon gets built by Irrelevant, it sort of swings into a bit of a stalemate. Outside of that, though, that's why I was really hyped for that kill, because that's like really the only time that Rumble can die with this setup. But outside of that, yeah, it looks like still looking for a play potentially down bot side. The chunk comes through onto Giant X. Bubble misses though, and I think Sejuani's just going to have to go back and farm.
We need to take a step back, because while we're focusing on top and that potential gank, we're also looking at Jackies and Niski kind of fighting it out. I think it was a turret dive, or at least a push in with distortion, where Jackies took a turret shot that almost cost him his life. Niski has to teleport back to lane in the end, and Jackies looks like he could walk to it, so bit of a summoner advantage for now as Niski looks for the shove.
Isma has been walking around for a little while now. He tried to invade the second rotation race, but he doesn't have mid-prio. The TP comes in a little bit late from the Azir, so he's going to have to go back and clear. He's really far behind, whilst Vi is already on his second clear.
And as you said, it's all about Juhan getting to the level 6 as well, so the fact that Juhan has got a bit of a speed lead makes it really good. He's cleared most of his camps apart from the Gromp and the top side. And Isma is a little bit behind as a reset finally comes through with the longsword and Ruby Health Crystal. So Juhan recovers a little bit from what was lost in the early game. And I have to say, Giant X, the early game so far is looking pretty good. Not just the first blood that went to Patrick, which he hasn't spent the gold on, by the way, but just gold throughout, through these winning lanes so far, that is painting the scoreboard blue.
Yeah. I mean, Jackies is about to beat Niski in lane twice without having to teleport back in. So Niski, no teleport. Jackies still has teleport. So even health trades are winning for Jackies because he can always teleport back and bail himself out. So level 6 almost there for the Vi eventually. Around 7 minutes, that's when Vi hits. And most junglers hit level 6.
Okay.
So expect plays then, especially in the mid lane.
I think as well for Jackies, I mean, we've kind of seen a lot of LeBlanc matchups and kind of assume that Azir a lot of the time, unless he can outrange something that's melee, suffers a little bit here, Aragon. Esma always here to help a hand. It looks like as Jackies distorts in, Niski tries to shifting sands his own, and at least to get the clone out, but not too much done as Ignite comes to the bottom side and Rahel is in front of the play. Patrick flashes away. Luon and Rahel do it again. Summoners used, but they're going to get control of this wave.
Yeah, no junglers around to capitalize. I think Dragon just going to go down to Juhan and not going to come down to try and punish with the gank, but that wave state's really nice. For SK, it's pushing into their lane, and it's really not going to be a great trade for Patrick. Now, that looks like a dead Zeri on my screen.
Oh, it does indeed. Does it look like a dead Niski to you as well? Here he is, the Antonio making the gank known. Oh, no. First blood going to be given over, and it's the Antonio who picks it up. Excuse me, second, of course. But a second kill over to Giant X.
And it's just from raw laning 1 versus 1. Jackie still has teleport to be able to expend to bail himself out after this. You must have so much gold.
Man, great roam, though, that comes through from the Antonio. For a player that's been criticized for his first couple of days, a play like that, as we look at the replay itself.
Really nice W forward into baiting out the wall and then taking it back so he doesn't get clipped.
Oh, clean.
The Antonio taking full advantage of the fact that Rumble gets prior into everyone and using it to roam down. Really nice timer on that play.
And also giving a bit of gold to the Rumble that was already going to have success in the lane that we talked about as well. So feels like free real estate up there for the Antonio as he teleports back to the top lane and continues to push on in, giving access for Juhan to take the ever so loved grubs that you keep Hyping up.
Pryo mid-top with that LeBlanc and that Rumble winning lane, going to secure these grubs over.
Yeah.
Now, no cross-map play for SK either, because Ignar is not needed on those grubs because the lanes are winning so hard. He's going to be able to shadow any play down bot side, and Isma, he's not going to be able to do anything in response.
Just Arctic Assault's out of there before he gets caught out. And just quickly note, again, what you said, Rahel and Luan had the wave in a good state. Looks like the bounce back came through, and there is a small CS lead here for Rahel, but, you know, Dragon was taken by Giant X as well. 3 grubs for Giant X. Let's not forget it's a 1k gold lead as well. Rahel and Nuon are going to have to do a lot more work in the laning phase, a lot more punishing, because Giant X's map state right now is snowballing solo lanes, is in such a good spot.
Yeah, I'm potentially looking at a play from Giant X where Vi passed down to bot side, has Vi ultimate and Rakan ultimate to work with, and that's a lot of chain CC onto a flashless Rahel. He's level 6, so Giant X can't afford to get chunked out before that play potentially happens. That is what I have my eyes on.
Double distortion comes through. Let's pause, changes the connect, and Niski is going to dodge away from the majority of the damage, but still hurts quite a lot as Jackie's continues showing up this split. I mean, he had some great Nego performances opening up in winter, but I think Jackie's has shown versatility. The Yone game, the Varus game, now LeBlanc having another good laning phase. Like, the development of this player of Giant X, it's worth putting your faith in.
I mean, it just does feel like he's become unleashed, and they're playing completely for him by now, right? They've just embraced the Jackie's blueprint and are drafting for him. Everything goes Jackie's favorite, bans for him, and his specific carries. So
it's great to see, honestly. And you know, with the 10 CS leaders, the wave shoves in here as well. He's going to continue holding the lead and start hovering down.
Yeah, there's the Vi level 6 we talked about. The full clear into bot side. Now there is a ward. They might spot out the LeBlanc. They're going to clear it beforehand, so...
I think there's another ward. You look at the control ward behind. So they see that Jackie's is roaming down and the MIA is there. Rahel still going in for the heavy trade as the 2v2. Might be concreted by Juhan, making an unfair advantage, and you can see he's still moving down.
Yeah, slow stack and a ward here as well, so they're not going to be able to walk through and lane gank, but Luon...
Jackie's, oi, oi, oi. Bit of damage comes through. Luon has to sustain, but doesn't get burst out fully. But you can see Jackie's, doesn't matter if he's spotted out on a ward, the die's still going to try and come through.
Yeah, that mid to bot prio is doing a lot of work from Jackie's. Unfortunately, not going to be able to find a dive. That ward in the lane. So much vision coverage for the side of SK means that even with the chunk and Isma coming down to potentially shadow it, no play's going to come out. Still really looking at that mid game for SK to become online with Lucian in the mid lane and Azir side laning. I think that's their win gone.
I mean, you were talking a little bit about what Juhan can do with his first ult. We haven't seen him be proactive so far, but with, again, winning lanes, it feels like the map state's still very favorable. Dragon will go down. Sorry, Scuttle Crab. Definitely not a Dragon. 1:30 as my meeting is to when the next one spawns. But Juhan, in the meanwhile, is getting busy top, looking for maybe just a little bit more control. Only has a lens, so no ward to drop down.
I think 6 scrubs is going to be absolutely massive for Giant X, spawning in a minute's time. They have Zeri down bot side, and Zeri does have tier 2 boots, so she can join the fight if she wants to with her ability to cross the map pretty quickly. So in a minute's time, those grubs takes, I imagine Giant X will prio them, because Jackie's has prio, Rumble has prio. They can take it whenever they want.
I guess my biggest question is going to be whether Rahel can match for the first item and whether they make that back that we see all bottom laners make to contest for either first or second grub rotation. And Rahel should have control of this wave by then as well. 45 seconds, and it actually lines up perfectly with the Dragon spawn timer as well.
There's no mismatch here in terms of the timers. Pings were coming down on that wave down bot side that's crashing now, so maybe they're looking at a cross map instead of contesting these grubs, trying to find some sort of dive with the Lucian down bot and giving up those 6 grubs, but Isma.
He's going to turn this into engage actually as well. Embraces the chains as he goes golden, at least with the ultimate coming through. There's a return from Juhan. Isma dives. Niski doesn't have enough damage. It's an Azir in the early game with Mercs and a recurve bow. He gets charmed up, and Luan's ulti at max range won't hit Juhan anyway. Jackie's hits from range himself as Rahel. Now that's the damage that SK needed. He comes in, picks up 1, and makes it an even trade, but it took a while to get there.
An even trade, a kill for the Lucian, and a kill with the setup from the LeBlanc and the Vi with the one-shot potential onto the jungler. No neutral objectives can be taken in response. You can see Sejuani already beelining for those grubs to potentially equalize those out as well.
But I mean, can Isma have, or will Isma have the firepower? I guess my question is, Juhan still hovers towards mid, Niski trying to use a bit of his range now as well. Denying the 6 grubs that you talked about being big for Giant X here, as Jackie's and Juhan have to reset.
Lots of attention coming down as we go into this replay. Pings were coming down into those grubs, but look at this setup. The chain is just unavoidable, and Juhan holds the ultimate for after he gets CC'd so he can ult back in, and that way they can one-shot with the distortion there as well. Niski, like you said, just a tank. Azir might as well be at this point.
Yeah.
But look, Zeri actually moves second. So Lucian makes it first, Rahel, and he finds the one shot, and exactly the person you want the gold to get the gold, gets the gold.
The Ignar flash like next to the spot and just got aqua prison. I think he did. That wasn't the best flash, and Luon just gets a free Q. And with that kill as well going on to Rahel, I mean, it's looking great. SK as well denying the 6 grubs. 3 apiece now. I think you were saying this morning it's rare to see that as Giant X is going to teleport down bot. But this is for the Antonio to try and find something with a wave pushing in.
This should be a dead irrelevant on my screen. He can get dove and read over if he wants
Lightning
to.
charge from Patrick at least helps out. The all out there to buy space, but the Antonio flashes away before he takes an extra turret shot, picks up a second kill. Dive successful as Niski now looks for the 1v1, but again, Azir only with an extra blasting one this time in the trade. As we have to question what SK can get the top side because Giant X is starting to pick up a lot of gold.
The tower trading tools are going to be fairly even. Both teams have 3 grubs, so the speed at which they take the turrets is going to be the same. Now, remember, first blood turret matters a lot more at the moment since the buffs, so whoever can get them first, you can see Giant X are not happy with this trade. They're sending up the Antonio to defend this turret and not give him a first blood turret and equalize the plates on both bot and top.
So 2 apiece on both that top and bottom turret as well. Note that the gold went over to Rahel solo, so he's already got an Essence Reaver picked up from the last base and a Cloak of Agility. He's about 400 gold up in the matchup as well. Azil also adds that into the mix. He's a very strong Lucian. And as Aragon, you're alluding to before, you know exactly where this Lucian Nami going to go sit mid and start pushing waves.
Yeah, more hits onto bot towers should be the case for Jackies here. Always keep your eyes when the teams have grubs. Slow rotations from Niski and not utilizing the portals and sending Lucian down bot side means that they get another plate down bot. So one step closer to cracking that really important first blood turret.
He's big again. Luden's companion with the Dark Seal as well. So some stacks to keep in mind as Rahel is exactly where you want him to be. Cullen going to come through and maximizing the return on investment too. Again with culling as well. It's just so much gold in your back pocket. Just pushes him out and Giant X get their wave shoved in again.
I'd like to see plays down to bot side for Giant X. I think that Jackies with the setup can make plays onto this Azir so easily that they can threaten this first blood turret if they want to. But instead it looks like it's going to be moving up towards Rift Herald Prio instead. Ping's gonna be down.
I feel like you get a fight out of it, right? I mean, Rahel's walking up, Isma walking up as well. Ulti not in hand for Rahel as he used it previously to push mid.
Yeah, teleport up for LeBlanc if he wants to join the fight. This could be a full-blown 5v5. And this is important. This could crack open first blood turret.
It really could, couldn't it? I mean, I'm saying the Antonio because he's got his ult and he's level 11 here. Irrelevant as he walks up with his ulti in hand, won't have the same impact. And Smite secures the Herald as they look for the charge. A one-man ulti gets knocked up. Juhan in return finds one, but a lot burned here from SK. Now to try and deny Jackies. That was clutch. He flashes the Storts, yoinks the eye. And for Giant X, the trade might be worth it.
Giant X finding the Rift Herald. What happened there was Jackies was late, and the reason he was late was because he wanted to squeeze in a recall before he teleported in to complete his item. That means they lose the fight, but secure the Herald, fortunately.
So again, we'll have to see how it gets played out as Patrick takes a big chunk yet again, but that Herald getting picked up by Jackies, who we know is going to sit in the side lane, maybe he doesn't lead to first turret blood. We thought it could, and Niski just doubts that, takes top turret to open things up as we watch the replay again.
Take a look, LeBlanc just got to base, so now he's TPing in, and the fight's already started, so they're playing for both sides of the map here. They want the recall on LeBlanc, they want first blood turret, and they also want Rift Herald. Nice from Jackies there.
It's really nice. I mean, again, first turret blood does go over to SK, so they catch up in gold a bit, but Jackies now trades in the side lane, and that enhanced recall added on into the mix. He's got a lot of tempo advantage here as blue buff is trying to be taken. Juhan going to steal that one away with Jackies also getting a blue buff in the mix as well, and now it's mid turret, it's top turret here for Giant X to take for the outer turret push. Again, that Herald to look at. That was heel burnt by Luon. Very scared of Jackies, rightfully so.
This is really where the Lucian comes online, right? You have a bunch of vision supporting the Lucian. You see that ward drop down just there on your screen. Really going to let Lucian dash forward because that's the counterplay to it. When he dashes forward, you punish him. So vision around mid lane is really, really important now to facilitate him dashing forward and playing like a psychopath.
That's what you want to see.
You really do. You just want an ult, don't you?
You do. I mean, again, one of the best, or I think just the best Lucian in the world we've kind of established with rapid fire cannon as well. Have fun being a Zeri is like a mid-range AD carry. Patrick is catching up, BF sword in hand if you're wondering about items, but I'm looking across the board, I'm looking to the big damage dealers. I mean, this is the Antonio's time to shine. I said it in draft, I said it in the early game. Now with the Seeker's Arm Guard and a Leandri's as he groups up towards mid. There's a lot of damage on this Rumble with Herald charging in to help him out.
So this Herald going to secure them prio into the river as well as a charge onto mid lane turret. That could convert into third dragon here.
Oh, it converts into a fight instead.
Oh, no.
Ignat steps up, he's dead. What a bubble. The setup from Luan and the counterplay. Massive is flashing forward for Isma to get the flail out and Jackie's the swords luckily, but Giant have lost a member again, and stepping forward, Juhan is caught out. He flashes but gets shuffled all the same. Niski is as smooth as you'd like, and the equalizer coming out later. It does great damage, but the fight's already done, and Giant X with a big whoopsie.
Juhan gets ruled with that shuffle.
He does.
Pulled back with the flash. Tries to find a little play at the end of it after they lose the play and try and recover. But yeah, that's third dragon denied from the side of SK. And you could see the item discrepancy, right? 2 items for the Lucian and not quite the same for the Zeri. So to Freebie finding a pick onto the Rakan.
And again, Luan, once again, having a great day. Like yesterday on the Renata, I think it was the day before on the Ashe. Yeah, it took some time to warm up, but this support is going places as Niski has to get away from there. Antonio's going to overheat, so he can't follow it with a flash, and Niski luckily survives while Antonio will start pushing up deep in this side wave.
Yeah, so now what I want Giant X to do is to enter this topside jungle, set up a bunch of vision so that Jackie's can potentially play and hit turret, because all he has to do is distortion forward, hit the turret once, and proc that damage over time to potentially take that turret and slowly bleed it out.
Lovely circle, by the way. I love the drawing.
That was so hard to multitask, actually.
It's okay. Last time I was allowed the teleprompter, I drew a smiley face, and ever since I have been distanced from it. Mid turret opens up as well. Giant X back towards about 1,000 for now. Antonio, all timing is great. Niski gets flashed on and solo kill. Okay, Antonio, I see you. I see you, man. That's his third kill and a much better looking game.
Yeah, much better looking game. This is what he does when he's not in a soft losing matchup like the Ornn into the Renekton. He takes a winning matchup and he forces it. He finds a solo kill on Niski. Really solid stuff.
The Shy would be proud seeing that. The level 13 Rumble picking up a kill and moving to 2,500 gold lead. Showing me not what I expected coming into today. If you have the in front of your name, you have to pay homage to the OG,
That's
you
true.
know?
That's true. The Antonio popping off on the Rumble. But yeah, as you can see, like strong side the top side LeBlanc.
Yep.
Let him hit turret continuously and play for that tier 2 turret with the side lane LeBlanc win con with the setup as well as the grub damage. And it's exactly what they're going to do. But you can see Azir, I just don't think Niski can match side lane at the moment.
Doesn't look like it has. Jackie's pushed down the turret. Reminder, BDS versus G2's coming up next. That is a banger. Especially with G2's attempt yesterday not working out against SK. We have to see if they can do it against BDS. Now for SK, you already mentioned Niski's struggling, or at least you'd think he would, up in this side lane. But for now, SK as a group and leave Niski to just push waves. They're trying to use this pushing power from their own grubs to get something mid, but stepping up, again, it's not like we have massive range without Niski here, Aragon. And SK are zoned away, wave cleared once again.
Wave cleared every single time. The static shift going to help out with that. Still not 2 items completed for the Zeri though, so they're in sort of discrepancy in terms of items. I don't want them to commit to a sort of fight. I need them to keep side laning until the item parity gets a bit closer.
Bit of an X-Smithy there as Juhan comes in for the flank, but it's only onto Irrelevant. No one else showing their head. Isma's ulti's down now though. Giant X have a bit of an advantage as 5 members move through mid. No Dragon up here on the bottom side of the map, and remember, it's just Baron sitting there, so SK on the right side for now. Cullen going to come through. Juhan interrupts it though. Equalizer layered down perfectly. Patrick ultis over the side. Luan zones him out though, and Irrelevant hasn't died yet as Patrick has to flash on out of there. No kill has been achieved apart from Juhan dropping on down. SK sit as 5, and as low as it is, they still stand strong.
Giga Antonio isn't enough. They tried to layer the Rumble on top of the Vial and the Rakanal as well, thinking that it would make up for the Zeri discrepancy in items, but it doesn't quite work out. Zeri cannot clean up the fight, and it's another team fight win.
Break us through, because again, it looked cool, it looked close, but I want to know how.
Yeah, right, so the win con here is to layer absolutely every single spell on the Lucian, right? Because he's dashing forward trying to find harass.
Yeah.
But Patrick doesn't have the gas to clean up after the initial burst comes out from the Vi ultimate and the Rakan ultimate, so there's no cleanup crew afterwards. And the Antonio's used everything at this point.
Sorry, you said the gas, so Patrick needed more gas.
Yes, he needs more gas. He needs that Infinity Edge. He's got it now, so any kind of team fight now might do a bit more work, but you really should have cross-mapped that instead of taking that fight.
I definitely see the gas, okay. Yeah, finally matching close to, but I mean, there's going to be an Infinity Edge coming from Rahel pretty shortly anyway. You can see BF Sword Pickaxe in inventory. I'm looking elsewhere once again. I see 2 items for mid laners. I see his Zonya's fully complete. I see Irrelevant getting close to his second item too. So we are getting to that point where, as Dragon spawn and Culling comes through, we're starting to get some of this one-shot territory. Rahel is doing a hell of a lot, and Ignat has to balance that with Patrick. Otherwise, that one-shot I spoke of could be closer than you think. Dragon up in 30 seconds, and Aragon. It's setup time because SK right now is at control mid. Want to keep using this Lucian to try and set themselves up for the Dragon stacking.
They see him.
TP, yeah, they do indeed. Niski spots him. The Antonio came in a bit early. He equalizes. Juhan trying to recover as well, but Rahel still isn't dead. They're using everything to kill him, and Jackie's finally completes the task, but SK are running forward with all their might, and Isma cannot be stopped, especially with a strange feathery man. Ignat chased to his death, and even though it looks like a good pick, it took so long to complete.
They finally find the play onto the Lucian, one-shotting him, but then they have absolutely nothing left for the rest of the team. Niski finds the shuffle, but actually shuffles the Antonio into the Lucian, kind of killing him, layering that damage on top of the Vial. Regardless though, Dragon gonna be over to SK, and another winning fight. You just feel like SK in this mid-game are getting the better of him. Take a look at this. The Antonio gets pushed in. He doesn't have the Flame Spitter running in the middle of the Zonyas, unfortunately, because he just used it, but still the damage is there. And Jackie's finds the kill as well.
Irrelevant separating too, making it very hard to play. I mean, Niski has been pretty clean with some of the shuffles this game, I must say. On his Azir, once again, it is a treat, it is a delight, and at 5-2-2, it's starting to scale up nicely, almost third item Azir.
I think the problem is they have to one-shot a target, right? We've seen a couple of these Vicomps today with the LeBlancs. You have to really one-shot the target, but they have Locket and Night's Vow for the Lucian. Whoever they dashes on the Lucian gets so much damage mitigated that our win con really kind of expires. And now, the Zonyas for Azir makes that job even harder.
I mean, I feel like again, you know, Jackie's has been trying. You know, we've seen certain plays that have come through, some nice plays at the Herald, but for Giant X, are they starting to run out of options? It's weird to say when they have a gold advantage, but as we keep watching some of these plays, we're starting to realize that, okay, SK's comp, as Isma just threatens away, is starting to come online. The front to back we talked about, the Azir items, and you know, Rahel was already strong after the early game.
I think GX do have a win con until Kaynit Rukun is completed by Cassante, in which case then he doesn't need to trade his HP bar to hold the side lane. Until then, the side lane is going to be winning for Jackie's. He does beat both the Azir and the Cassante at this point, and using that, he can hit the tier 2 turrets inside. That's the win con for now. The Kaynit Rukun completion will throw a wrench in that plan, I think.
Okay, so it's annoying. Irrelevant looks close as setup is coming forward towards this Baron. Remember, that's been sitting there watching us for a while. No Dragon for a while means all attention turns up towards the north. Niski ultis up, and it's Patrick caught out. Only the tip of the soldiers is all it takes.
Yeah, the shuffles are coming through now. They weren't so great in the early game, but recently the past 3 have been absolutely fantastic. Now they have a lot of Baron DPS. Niski does have 2 enough items. They have double crit, double attack speed item as well.
Teleport to bring him in. I mean, you can see Jackie's like, well, what can I get? I need inner turret in the bottom side for the trade to at least get some gold back. But Baron and a pick on Patrick, his first death in the game, a small opening, and SK exploit it.
This is always the cope trade that you make. You always say, guys, let's take tier 2, let's take in here, but you know the back of your head it's never worth.
It's not.
So completion of item, maybe if he can complete the death cap for the LeBlanc, there's some kind of poke win condition before fights. But somehow I don't think that's going to happen.
Not at all. After Baron and the gold injected as well, I mean, we've got an Infinity Edge and a Rabadon's for Niski and Rahel, 2 massive items that sit firmly in their inventories, and I think for SK, this could be a very punishing Baron. Aragon, you're about to tell me how they defend it on the side of GX.
So what usually happens is you just give up absolutely everything. The tier 2s, maybe a tier 3 as well, and you just cross-map for 1 tier 2 up top side with Jackie's here. You can see that's already what they're setting up to do. But they defend the tier 3s as much as possible. They could even drop Equalizer down on the wave to defend it as well. But you just give up everything versus this Baron and try to trade something.
Try again, get that nuke down from Jackie's as he plays the side lane for now. Kind of going along the lines of what you said. At least potentially trading the inner turret, but Niski setting up for the turret on the bottom side as inner through mid, inner now bot is going to follow through. Of course, it's a favorable trade for SK with the minion wave to help out here as well. And Luon Oh, no. I thought he was the one TPing. It's absolutely wrong from me. Teleport burn in front of their face. Giant X are going to try and find a pick from this.
But Jackie's can TP in now. Niski just TP'd back to defend. So now if Jackie's... And you can see Niski's chasing him to potentially cancel the TP as well.
Stop it.
Jackie's could have looked for a TP there to force a 5v4. But Niski with the game sense and the awareness to cancel that TP.
Yeah, really smart. As you said, that could have been a disaster. You saw Giant X were trying to chase down the play, but yeah, just not giving it. Smart from Niski. And to further highlight, inner turret still goes down, so the Baron power play at 2.5k here with a minute left to go.
And not cracking the base open, but also denying that cross map onto the tier 2 topside for the LeBlanc. Now, Dragon, third Dragon spawning up. They could do the same thing again. They can rinse and repeat. They can take this Hextech portal to topside and threaten top tier 2 once again and give up third Dragon. And I think that's exactly what they're going to do. Now, Deathcap is completed for this LeBlanc.
Yep.
He does have a bunch of damage. If they want to play the team fight, he can play the poke Wincon onto the Lucian.
He can one-shot Lucian, can't he?
Look at Juhan.
Or maybe one-shot someone else. It could be Isma who gets hit hard as Juhan's angle. Aragon points it out because it is the sneaky peek, the sneaky setup. Isma keeps flashing Mad Lions logo for good reason, as Ignar now in position as well, trying to bait it out. But he does show that there's someone in the brush using the battle dance. As also Niski taking up the portal. Going to be spotted out as well. He just had an inkling. And Jackie's in the brush and he gets poked out.
Yeah, I think this might be a Sven on Alistair moment. He might have to take a recall.
Well, then the game's going to end. If that's Sven, it's over.
But the long con flank is coming. They do have an Azir tower. This is not a good flank, I don't think. Unless
he's on a ward.
They need the one-shot. Juhan, he can get turned on.
I mean, at least he's got flash available to try and make something happen. Giant X trying to wriggle into position as well around the Dragon to stop the soul point coming through. Juhan not spotted out in the brush, but Isma's the one face checking. This Porky Pig doesn't care. The knockup comes through though from Ignar, but going golden, they buy some time. It's onto Irrelevant too. Happy to buy it out. The equalizer and the choke is still good. Niski's ulti is not, and over the wall. Antonio is cooking him alive. Niski still burning for his death. It somehow works for Giant X, and Niski just has to get on out. Jackie's looking for the chasers. Irrelevant now stuck in the middle. The all out over the wall to try and find Jackie's, and he does. It's Casante moment. Irrelevant out for the pieces. Now Antonio comes through, but he's not even needed. Juhan cleans that kill up, and Dragon now exposed. Giant X, the resilience is there.
What a nice engage from Ignar. Now they're still looking at SK.
It's not done, is it? It's really not done. Flash and Ignite still up to try and steal the Dragon. They won't succeed. Acro Prison not there either, as Juhan is out of ulti. So the chase stops. And Soul Point acquired by Giant X. They are still in this game.
That was such a nice engage from Ignar, forcing out the Zhonya's so then the Azir, after the Zhonya's is gone, could still be a target. Take a look at this. Ignar goes over the wall, finds it. Zhonya's gets popped by the Azir. Now what happens is he has no Zhonya's versus the engage, so Juhan can actually go on the Azir for once and drop the full engage on that. When before this, it would have just had to be onto Rahel.
Yeah.
So finding the first blood target with that initial burst, with the Vial and the Rumble combo.
Bro, the Rumble combo is sick. I mean, the Antonio's had a much better game. I need to say it again because I feel like it's very deserved. I'm going to hit the Electro Harpoon there, but Juhan finishes off the kill. They move to Soul Point. They keep themselves in the game. As you said, Ignar, the one with the setup here, is he going to be caught out? Patrick's over the wall. Meanwhile, Jackie's is playing with fire with Rahel. At half HP, it's a lot of damage.
There's the poke win condition we talked about. Night's Vow was out of range, so the damage mitigation wasn't there. And you can see the burst that comes out from a LeBlanc with those W into Qs.
And I guess if we're getting a lot of bursts, we need to watch about things like Ignar as the quickness gets popped up again. The ulti comes through. It's onto Luon. They find the support. Now, there's no Baron here. No Baron for another minute. Quickness will be up. And it's not like any big flash was burnt in that trade. So it's just a bit of gold in the back pocket.
Yeah, Giant X are kind of just outplaying SK across the map in these team fights, and they have to, because the front to back of SK is so damn strong at the moment. You have an insane front line with the Sejuani and the Cassante, and the backline carries are so fed as well.
And let me quiz you a bit, because again, you talked about Jackie's earlier in the game nuking Rahel, but I think further to the composition, it now looks like, again, isolating a target or finding that quick pick, burning him down using the set burst. Then opens up a variety of windows for Giant X.
Yeah, it could be onto the Nami as well. We just saw one shot onto the Nami. Now, the problem is if you use your tools, you only have one go button. Once that's done, if Giant X do not connect and kill someone and then are able to flex the numbers advantage, they then lose if that doesn't work. So it's really on Giant X to be proactive. Find these flanks, find these one-shots, and play around that Zhonya's that Niski has.
It's like such a harder comp to pull off, but for Giant X, they're doing it. They've brought this game back from the brink of despair. They've moved to Soul Point. They're now on Baron's side, and SK haven't broken the base apart from the mid lane. As they look to channel down mid, they get the push, and Giant X are hanging for an angle. Jackies is in a big one as well. Prison not going to connect. Niski has himself a Banshees, but now that's gone too. And Giant X again playing for that set angle that has gotten them back into this spot.
It's so difficult versus these flanks. You have Jackies up top, you have the Antonio down bot side. They need to find a way to scout out the flanks and move in whilst covering those, but it's so incredibly difficult. You can see they just have to go as 5.
How do they find their first win for Giant X? It'd be such a feat after versing Fnatic, after versing Team Heretics, almost finding a recovery yesterday versus Fnatic especially. Now up against SK, Baron's here. They're clearing out vision though on the side of SK. And you can see through mid, the wave's pushed in and SK using that pressure.
Yeah, Giant X are on a timer here. They have to find the engage, otherwise they're going to bleed out that inhib. If they're happy with losing, then sure, but the engage has to come through, or a Baron Star has to come through Giant X.
SK backing away, they are spotted out for now. Jackies goes in, double distortion damage, huge! Binding as well, almost connects on Rahel. He's at half HP, but he has a Nami support. He heals up a little bit as well, thanks to the Bloodthirst as the equalizer. Now burnt too. Isma has to run away a little bit, and are they thinking about starting the Baron? Giant X are throwing the spanner.
I'm so surprised that SK didn't take...
Jackies does it, Luon's dead. Made me scream, wow. God, LeBlanc. What setup there? Numbers advantage now given out, and SK are walking in.
Numbers advantage. They could find the engage. Ignat is on the flank.
He's got flash as well. Aragon, he has flash, and Baron here might just be a bait, a ruse. Are they going to 50-50? Isma throws out the oldie. Juhan runs on in. Antonio shuffled away, but he goes Golden's quickness. Buys him a bit of time, but it's on to tanks. Antonio has to flash away. Niski's the damage dealer with Rahel. They're now playing it front to back. No! Giant X, you're giving it to them. SK have been set up to walk only forward. Irrelevant, the tank. Niski, the absolute dank. And Jackies needs to get the hell out of there because frankly, Giant X can't win this fight anymore.
They find the combo onto the Sejuani so that Niski, like I said, when there are no spells left available for Giant X, they can run rampant. Niski on the Azir, the Lucian as well, can do what they like. Let's go into this replay. It's just so darn hard. Jackies, look at the poke win gone like we talked about. Not even poke at that point, is it? It's just it's a flatten.
It's a sandwich, bro. Well, I mean, Giant X finding the pick, but again, SK, they got to play their tanks.
Yeah, so the engage comes down from Ignat onto Isma, and they're like, okay, great, we have numbers advantage. The Antonio with the Zhonya's, they burst him down, but then you just don't have anything. That's the vial. That's everything in your comp.
It is indeed.
You have to kite out now, wait for cooldowns, but a nice engage comes in from Irrelevant.
SK have been tested, but after that fight, you're starting to see how hard it is to kill certain members as they move to Soul Point as well. Jackies, once again, trying to be a ninja. Over the wall! Oh my god! Niski just autos it down. But Jackies is once again the hero of Giant X trying to do the unthinkable.
Absolutely. Almost stealing away that. And now we've got 3-3 in Drakes. That is so unbelievably close.
It is. It's a close game that could tilt either way. I mean, SK have an entrance into the base. Inner's still up and through mid and top as the ult flies through from SK. Aragon, look at Jackies again, just getting in the face and trying to find out that very squishy member in Rahel, Luon, Niski, for the taking.
And it's all going to come down to execution. Yep. You could find the picks. It really depends on how well Niski and Rahel can play safe.
Execution like this, Juhan walking in, Niski finds him, jungler down. I mean, is he going to? The tidal wave follows through. They need the damage eventually. They're finding the quickness there as well. The equalizer makes the play turn around. Niski goes golden to buy himself some time, but as the redemption comes through, he's still alive. Juhan had no business walking into this top side with Baron up and available.
They didn't want to concede. So they continued and committed, trying to make up for the play of Juhan getting picked there, but Patrick is absolutely one-tapped, and now they're going to lose Baron for 2 people rather than 1.
A massive mistake from the new member. Remember, Peach died for this, and for Juhan getting caught there, now Baron taken and SK in the driver's seat is an understatement.
But these Niski shuffles, they keep connecting onto Juhan. They keep connecting onto everyone. It's Niski pulling out the clutch plays on this Azir, finding the right shuffles onto the right targets. And unless Giant X are the ones engaging, I think they just lose.
I was going to say, I mean, I feel like you've experienced this before, but again, you're not Cadril, sorry, you are Aragon. Juhan, our world champion, getting caught out. I don't care how many games he played, folks. I'm still going to throw it in. If he has a skin, that is good enough for me. Did Promise Q get a skin?
I'm not sure.
He deserves one, I don't care. I know it was
the real MVP.
I know it was MSI, they don't give MSI skins away, but that should change as well. Look for SK with Baron as they push in through this inner turret. Now they might have a chance to break the base in another direction. The last Baron buff was what got them close. this should do the job with Niski's damage and conversion on turrets absolutely massive. And Jackie's, as he comes over the wall, he can only find Irrelevant, which does nothing.
Yeah, only going to break the K-Nick as the flank comes in from Juhan. Now, does he pull the trigger? I don't think it's possible.
Rahel runs into him. That Lucian doesn't care. Just right into a Vi, and Juhan still doesn't press a button.
Knight's Vow, Locket, Bloodthirster Shield, absolutely everything you could think of to keep Rahel alive.
True.
Can they get through it? That is the question from Giant X. Now they're going to bleed out with super minions up top side. And the next dragon spawning in 2 minutes, that's going to be really painful for that setup.
I mean, Hextech Soul on 4 Hextech Dragons for SK is what's up and available. You know, for a Lucian chase down as well, it's just so abusive. And when you have a bit of a range here, Aragon, you know I'm talking to an absolute League of Legends nerd. You know how annoying it is. It is the best soul. Are we still calling it the best soul in the game? Or Cloud Soul, either one?
I think I rate Infernal and...
Do you?
Both Hextech and Infernal, I think they're fairly even, but both are unbelievably busted.
It's just the chase. I hate the slow so much, you know?
Yeah. I completely get that. I think it's really good on Lucian as well.
Yeah.
But now Giant X are going to be on a timer, right? Because they're going to bleed out minions up top side. That push, they're fighting against that. Can they finally engage before that, or are they just going to concede bot lane inhib as well?
Do we believe in SK? This new bottom lane making waves. It's getting dove on in. Rahel, the trade is off. Jackies can't find it, and look at the sustain with Bloodthirster and a fish as your support. It's easy as that, and Niski flies on in. The quickness is there. Ignat tries to buy time himself, but Niski going golden on Equalizer has to flash away. The ulti thrown out from Isma as well as Jackie still finds a kill. The flank is there from Juhan as well, buying time as Niski goes on in, re-engages but doesn't find the kill. Giant X defends successfully. Juhan, it costs his life, but with only the jungler dead, is that enough to keep SK from death's door?
And Juhan there off the side, I'm not sure if you saw it, but he did such a good amount of work buying time.
Yeah.
He kept drawing the aggro of Rahel and the rest of the team, so they didn't go forward, and then Azir was isolated. Take a look at Juhan on the other side. Watch the aggro juggling from Juhan here, because Rahel has to think about him. Dashes forward, doesn't let it connect, and he keeps doing this over and over again. So the engage from Jackie's catches them off guard.
So he's in their head, you're saying?
He's in their head.
Oh my god. I mean, I think that's like a high-level play where you're like, oh, but he died in the end. It doesn't matter. As Aragon says, I mean, Juhan keeping them at bay and stopping the play makes it a 1-for-2 trade in the end. Giant X defends successfully. We can't forget, like, the burst that comes from Jackie's is always going to be relevant. This 4-item LeBlanc with Horizon Focus can just come in, pop someone like Luon, and there goes your sustain from SK.
Yeah, the problem is now that Jackie's can't be there to poke before the fight because he has to clear these supers. Does he clear the next wave, or does he think he has to go now? Because it is Soul. Soul is win. Soul is the game.
Soul is win. And Jackie's doesn't have flash from the last play. Running forward, Juhan in the brush, and Rahel face checks now with Guardian Angel. It makes it a little bit more difficult. Giant X are moving through this tri-brush on the bottom side, and Rahel is running forward. Culling comes through, but the angle's all wrong. Ignat gets on out as Hisman thinks about going over the wall. Jackie's runs in, but he can't deny it. Smite, Hextech Soul, Antonio flashing away from a glacial prison. And Giant X in the 0-3 prison, it's now looking more likely.
597 HP on that dragon.
Really?
It was close. That's a distortion amount of damage. So Jackie's almost stealing it, but now Hextech Soul on the back of this Lucian, he can dash forward. He can do absolutely anything he wants. I think this might be rough. This might be a really tough base defense.
Okay, let's see how they handle it. There you go, Hextech Soul chains through Juhan's damage, and the poke from Rahel was too much. Now onto the Nexus turret. He steps forward with a rapid fire cannon, and for SK it's been so hard done as Ignat tries for the miracle flank, but now onto the tank. It means nothing. At least Luon dies though, giving Giant X another window to shine. Jackie's at half HP, threatens the advancement as Niski tries to stand his ground, with SK now looking for another way.
The flank on the side. The Nami is down, so no bonus damage for Rahel.
But he has no equalizer. He's in the heat zone. I mean, he's in the danger zone. Juhan is looking for a target over the wall. Patrick is there as well. Relevant doesn't care. The Antonio is running into Isma. He goes golden, which is great. Irrelevant, though, drags over Patrick. And Cassandre almost does it. But meanwhile, Ignat jumps on in. The problem is that Niski is still alive. Rahel is still alive. And SK's chances at 3-0 are still pretty much alive.
And it's just too much. The scaling in the front to back is just too much. They had such a nice fight with the Charm dragging Nami over the equalizer, but even 4 versus 5 versus this Soul is too much.
And we've got to start bringing the discussion to light. The new bot lane of SK. How far can it take them? That's 3-0 on the first week of the LEC. SK are playing their damn heart out.
And I think I'm just going to say they look like the best top bot lane in our league.
Oh, really?
Absolutely. I think just through the 2v2s down bot side, playing through the lane, Lucian, Nami now piloting these team fights. phenomenal.
This Korean duo, I mean, they can play Lucian Nami, but I think as well, alongside Niski on his Azir, you can keep highlighting everyone. Like, SK work better and better every single time, as you can have your 2 cents as you vote for your key player of the game at LEC on X. Niski, Rahel, or Luon. Luon on Nami, that's my vote. I mean, my week MVP of the whole LEC is Luon.
Yeah.
Like, any role, any player, Luon's debut is exceptional, and I cannot wait to see where SK goes. That's it for me and Aragon. A pleasure to cast with the budget version as we go to a break. BDSG 2 or after.
Freely using Katarina's cook.
Kindred cautiously cooked Kit Kat cupcake.
Kindred cautiously cooked Kit Kat cupcake.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Kindred cautiously
cooked Kit Kat cupcakes.
carefully using Katarina's cute cookie cutters.
Ooh, I'm on it. I'm ready. Let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Jackie's hovering, but the ignite as it goes down, Isma tries to get his way.
Oh, the flash, nice. Yeah, nice. Niski. It's like crazy man.
Niski spots him, the Antonio came in a bit early. He equalizes, Juhan trying to recover as well, but Rahel still isn't dead.
Fire to me, you carry.
Yeah, carry.
And we've got to start bringing the discussion to light. The new bot lane of SK. How far can it take them?
And welcome back in our third game of the day as we have BDS facing off against G2 Esports in the rematch of the spring finals. Let's see what BDS have planned today. Arresting someone. What did Adam do?
He's the criminal.
Well, the weak side police are often coming for you, so maybe that's what we're looking at.
Yeah, definitely with the champion pool, you know, I think he just, they picked him up and they had to re-educate him over there.
Getting arrested for having Korean champions pool. Love it. We'll see what BDS does today. Let's focus on G2 first here, as I feel like we saw the peak version of what G2 could do at MSI, and let's say they have a hard time readjusting to the beauty of Europe and the LEC.
Yeah, definitely. I think this is a little bit the version of G2 that people usually expect after, you know, an international event, because your schedule is so packed. Not being a lot of downtime between MSI and the start of the season, everyone expects them to be sloppy. It's just that usually they've been breaking this trend and coming back, you know, super strong. But the G2 that we saw yesterday was kind of this a little bit sloppier version, you know. I still think their setups are really good. They're looking to punish you in a really good way, in their typical G2 ways, where they skip steps, walk in, you know, dare you to fight them. But the thing is that SK fought them, and G2 was just very slow at reacting to the way SK was pulling the trigger.
Absolutely. Let's preface this by saying that G2 was the team that started practice the latest and started going back to solo queue the latest. But still, if we then forget about that and just isolated look at their plays, there is a lot of wins from individuals, okay? I think Mickey as well was having some limit tests as well down towards the bottom side. Yike on the rec side was having a hard time in terms of when am I going in? Is my team going to follow up with me? So I think we're still lacking, or rather missing, this coordinated team play that G2 is so famous for. Right now, we only have the aggression, but they're not on the same page.
And I think it's more so of a case of, you know, since they're always looking to kind of limit break, a lot of times, you know, maybe one of them ends, you know, and then everyone else is backing them up. But yesterday it just seemed like it's one of those games where they're not really backing each other up, and they're just kind of all having this unlucky game where they're trying to push the limits way too much, and there's just no safety net.
I mean, we told G2 that there's no LEC on Mondays anymore, so they swapped Content Monday for Content Sunday. Maybe we'll see what they have planned today. BDS, though, I feel like we saw improvements day after day. Day one was really sloppy, though. On individual performance, gameplay, drafts, I felt like they were rusty. And that's what Adam said in the interview as well.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's so often when we get back to a split that BDS has this tendency where they just drop a random game where they find themselves in a lead. And I think they're quite lucky this time around that they've been able to manage to have a 2-0 week, specifically the game against Vitality. But I think they had a great glow up in yesterday's games where they fix up the draft a bit, where now they suddenly bring out the Tristana in the mid lane and an AP jungler. So you get this strong presence from Nuke and Shio as well, where they doesn't necessarily have to just rely on having solo lanes that get ahead like Adam in the past or something like that, specifically when he's picking so much Kazante now.
Yeah, especially now that he's, you know, kind of being this rock stable in the top lane. A huge glow up, as you said, from day one. Day one, they went for this kind of execution-based comp where I didn't really like the Viego Talia combo. It felt like there is no, you know, catalyst, no one to kind of gel everything together. While in day two, they completely switched it up by, you know, drafting prior lanes everywhere. Shio on Karthus, you know, a jungler that we haven't seen in the LEC yet, and he's the first one to bring it out. And it looked like they were a lot more comfortable with this because everyone is more happy with the style of, you know, pushing your leads. Everyone has agency in the game and everyone can just bounce off of each other.
Yeah, and when you look at BDS and the way they've been used to winning games, often the fact that it goes through team fights, that they can plan methodically, I do feel like it's the kind of composition that suits them the best, maybe. They are the only team who brought back the lane swap, though, but I do feel like in a composition like this, it does make sense. Nuke hopes that they can bring it back. I don't expect that it's a trend that's going to keep on going, though.
No, I don't think so either. They only did it for a short period of time as well. As soon as we were 5 minutes in, they swapped back, so it's really just to get out of that early start of the lane. What I really find interesting with today's matchup, though, is that we have a G2 that's looking like they're struggling a bit, and finally you have a BDS that's ramping up. And that's really crucial for a BDS who always struggles against one specific team in this league, which is G2. So if they can keep this going and start picking up an early win against G2 that's struggling, that is huge for the road towards playoff.
An early lead translating into well-maneuvered team fights, I want to say, Odo, because that's what made them strong in the early stages of the year, but also in the game that they played yesterday as well.
Yeah, definitely. It just felt like yesterday they had more tools to play with. You know, coming from early game, everyone's getting ahead. It's a lot easier to find these plays when you're in a winning position compared to day one, where it felt like they were just all struggling and they just didn't really have the tools to you know, find good plays. So they had to scrap out a win out of thin air.
Easy to execute compositions, I feel, GB, but do you want to be creative today against G2 or stick to the basics that they had?
I mean, for G2, I'm never really one to give them advice because they just kind of do what they please, and there's things where I feel like they shouldn't make it work, but they do anyway. I think it's more interesting on the BDS coin because one of the main criticisms we have of BDS is that sometimes they're too stock standard. They become really good at playing one specific style, but they never become greater at excelling at something else. So you want to see BDS continue to evolve, and I like what we're seeing now with Adam a bit more on the weak side and playing more towards ice.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's fine. Go ahead. Wrap up
No,
your
yeah,
point.
definitely. But on the creativity point is, I don't see BDS as being a team that is extremely creative. I feel like their creativity always ends up in Adam having a funky pick. And I'm like, you need a little bit more from everyone else to spice it up against G2.
Should be an exciting matchup. Anyway, let's toss back to our casters, Broxa and Medic. Take it away, guys.
Here's the toss, Broxa. Hey, good catch. Look at that.
Teamwork.
Perfect toss. I'm here with Broxa. My name's Medic. He's obviously Broxa. That's who I'm here with. It's good to have you on the caster desk.
Yeah, great to be here again. Yeah. Looking forward to it.
You excited?
Nervous to be here, partly because you're going to troll me in some way. I know
you know it. You know,
it's
at some point
fun.
we're going to do it. If the teams are allowed to troll, I feel like I'm allowed to troll a little bit as well.
That makes sense. I'll remember that.
We are here for G2 versus BDS. It has been 717 days since BDS beat G2 in a series. They have taken games in best of fives and best of threes, but the last time they managed to actually take a whole series win was 717 days ago. The question is, can they do it today? Because BDS, I think, so far, have looked like the better of the two teams.
Yeah, I think definitely so far, and historically speaking, it's crazy to realize that G2 has been ahead for so long, because looking back at the last 1-2 years, BDS has always been in the top three. They've always been so close to making it all the way, but G2 always, of course, having the advantage. Now, like you said, today might be the day for BDS, time will tell.
And it will. BDS on the blue side, G2 on the red. Draven and LeBlanc taken away by Team BDS. Skarner removed by G2. Sad that we have yet to see that Stinger on the Rift here in the LEC. Rumble alongside it.
Yeah, and some of the other high prior picks that could potentially get banned here. I was about to say TF is now gone. Vi is another option. We could be looking at something like a Senna, but at this point, like champions like Skarner, Rumble, TF, and LeBlanc almost permabanned.
Yeah, you just have to get rid of them. They're just too strong in the current meta. We've seen some AD mids from Team BDS. We saw that Tristana-Karthus combination. The question is, will they go back to it? So far, Caps has been on the traditional mages, the Hui and the Azir in the mid lane. Ivan, the final ban from G2. Where do BDS put their prior? We've seen a lot of Varus first picks. Talia, obviously a bit flexible as well, can be played mid, can go into the jungle. I've even seen a few support Talias in solo queue, depending on the matchup.
Yeah, there's different directions G2 can go here. So far, they've been prioritizing the Varus behind Sama. Could consider looking into the Senna with an Nautilus, or even just picking support on 4-5 for Mickey. Cassandra is an option, most often is being prioritized in the 4-5, however. But again, the Varus has been a great choice for Hans, and now they can pretty much decide where they want to go from here. The draft is pretty open, really, for G2.
You have a lot of options, don't you? I really think G2 will likely play R5 top to try and answer Adam. I think Broken Blade has been G2's best player, both at MSI, although I think some people would say Caps played really well at MSI as well. But also in summer so far, his Camille and his Cassante have been very good. G2 likely looking towards a jungler here. Then you can pick either support or mid on 3. There's the Vi, you already talked about it. Unlikely we'll see BDS go for the Karthus, already having the Talia in their toolkit. Most likely they will pick a jungler of their own here. Likely AD, or maybe something tanky like even a Sejuani can work.
Yeah, I think something like a Rek'Sai or Viego, or maybe a Sinza is something you could consider. Or you can just go 4-5 and make sure you get your prior bot lane. Rel alongside Nautilus have been the two most prioritized supports so far in the league. And like we saw in yesterday's KC game, Jinx, huge value once you reach the 40-minute mark. Now scaling is secured.
I mean, also in BDS's game, Ice got a pentakill.
Actually true. They even played it themselves.
They managed just to close out the game very quickly with that Ice Penta. Rel, such a strong engage tool, especially with the Warmogs build, giving you that extra speed as soon as you complete it, assuming you have your runes correctly. I have seen some Thimble Winter making its rounds as well as second item on support. We'll see if BDS decide that's the way to go. There's Hui for G2, leaving support for 4, and instead making sure that Caps has a good matchup in the mid lane.
Yeah, so here we're most likely going to see G2 continuing to target the top lane, making sure that Broken Blade can get a favorable top lane counter on 5, like you already mentioned. BDS, on the other hand, may want to consider banning something like the Nautilus or maybe another prior support away from Mickey.
I think getting the Camille off the cards makes a lot of sense.
Broken Blade Camille is pretty strong for sure.
So I think maybe a Nautilus on the second ban for BDS would make sense. With the Hui already locked in, I wonder if BDS will flex that Talia to the jungle. You can look, I mean, I'm wondering what's good into Hui in mid. You could go for something like the Tristana, but then you always just...
Are you sure there's a Hui mid?
You think it's Hui support?
Hui support Varus mid. We saw a Varus mid yesterday. I mean, I'm just saying.
It could be
it's
Hui
G2,
Varus
anything could happen.
True. It could be Hui Varus bot. Hui, actually, when you go to the support tab, when you're playing solo queue, Hui's still there because of how often he has played support at the moment.
There it is.
I think it's mostly mid laners auto-filled. I can just play Hui, it's fine. There's the Zac ban alongside Renekton. Lots of top lane focus in this second phase of bans. G2 now. Will it be Hui support, or will we see that Hui going into the mid lane? Expect Caps to be picking it up, but we'll probably know after this pick. In fact, I can say we'll definitively know after this pick, because I'm so sure that top lane is being left for R5.
Shall we see?
I'm sad. I'm sad, Boxer. No Hui support for you. Instead,
Unlucky.
the Renata, avoiding some of the dive potential from BDS. Obviously, if the Rel goes in and then you put the hostile takeover down, it makes it much harder for BDS to chase you down. And when you have an auto-attack based AD carry, the hostile takeover just does so much work because of the Berserk.
Yeah, I think right now G2 has a lot of lockdown, a lot of single target damage, so just getting some more zone control in team fights from Hui, from Renata, already makes the team fighting a lot greater. And BDS here, securing a strong prior mid in Tristana, getting the Gragas, who is a safe blind top laner. And now it's really up to Broken Blade to showcase to us what counters he has lined up, what he's been cooking, because truthfully, there's a ton of top lane bans right now.
You've been playing a lot of Phil to Challenger though, and I know top lane, one of your favorite roles. What would you be picking into this composition?
Well, I like Vayne top. Yeah, I said it. But I don't think it's particularly playable into Gragas. I think here, something like the Cannon probably is a little smaller, makes more sense, works perfectly with Vi, with Varus as well. You have all these, you know, champions that can simply engage together with their ults. It makes the team fighting very easy, front to back wise as well, and just a very simple, straightforward team fighting execution come from G2.
Yeah, you just have so much AoE, right, in a team comp. And the lockdown for the Hui is very important. It's much easier to hit your Severing Bolt when someone is CC'd than it is when they're trying to run away from you. Caps has been on point with it so far in LEC Summer. We'll see if he can continue that trend today. No real surprises from BDS. The Talia flex was moved into the jungle. The priority in the mid lane, as you say, for the Tristana. So we'll see how much Sheo can do with lanes that can get an early push. You know, Jinx, Rel should be able to push into the Varus, although it depends if the Varus is able to get some poke down early. Tristana should be able to get early push into the Hui. Top lane, a little bit harder for Adam, obviously, playing into a ranged matchup. I wonder if we'll see BDS actually, or even G2 running up towards that top lane at level 1 to get the extra ward in the bush to make that melee into range matchup even harder for Adam.
Yeah, and we even saw BDS lane swapping with Jinx the other day. Could potentially happen again. I think for both teams, so far they've shown that early game is where they're lacking a little bit, but usually mid to late game, when team fights come around, that's where they're really strong. So I'm looking forward to getting to that point.
Yeah, so am I. Obviously, when you have things like a Jinx in the game, you always know the team fights are going to be explosive. For G2, it's a bit of an MSI hangover. I was talking backstage with some of their staff. You know, things start a little bit later when you've been playing on the international stage. For BDS, the same struggles that have caused them to fall in the past continue to foible some of their plans. We'll see if they can rectify things today. Big game for BDS. We'll put them at 3-0. Would give them their first series win versus G2 in over 2 years. For G2, it's just another Monday, you know. Yesterday was the content game, as they like to say on their Twitter account. Do you know I looked up some numbers. We have a pause going into the game. We'll find out exactly what's going on. G2, in regular season, in the last 2 years, after they lose, what do you think their win rate is?
Ooh, after a loss, so when they start getting angry and focused. I don't know, 70%?
More than that, they're 9-1. After a loss in the LEC. They've only gotten 1 and 2 twice in the last 2 years. This would be a third time. We'll see what G2 can do today. We had a slight issue with the player settings that hadn't saved. They've been rectified, and I see the players running their way across Summoner's Rift, and you will do about now as well. As Sheo and Broken Blade meet in the mid lane, a ward was put down, cleared out. Sheo took the oracles first. Nuke gets the ward, which means he will hit level 2 1 minion earlier in the mid lane.
There's different options for both teams here early on, depending on what lane they want to prioritize. I wouldn't be surprised seeing both junglers path towards the bot side, securing a favorable bot situation for themselves with the Jinx, Rell, and Zavaris and Renata. Most likely, no matter what happens top, Broken Blade is going to have prior and pushing at them anyway, so bot is where you want to set your sights early on.
Do you think First Strike is a good rune, Boxer?
I think it's a very powerful rune.
There's 5 people out of the 10 in this game who've opted for First Strike. Hans Summer, Caps, and Broken Blade all on G2.
The pros agree with me. I guess I still got it.
Exactly. There's so much First Strike happening. And BDS stepping in here with Ice and Lebrov, the lane swap that you mentioned happening a couple of days ago with this Jinx. Now, it's not a full lane swap. Obviously, top lane tower is tankier. You get more gold for first turret blood now, so you don't want to spend too long away from the bottom lane. But getting Rell to level 2, getting Jinx a couple of levels under her belt as well, just mitigates some of that early game. Also, First Strike isn't as good if there's no one for you to strike. You know, if you can't get gold of anyone, if there's no one in your lane, then it's a lot trickier. Broken Blade backed off, realizes that a lane swap has commenced, and we'll see how the two teams decide to play out the next couple of moments. Ice and Lebrov just doing their due diligence, making sure that Kennen isn't hiding in any bushes, leeching XP off this wave.
This is one of the issues picking Jinx right now into something like the Varus. You simply will have a too hard time laning in the first 4 or 5 minutes of the game, so avoiding that, getting a decent early recall and then coming back to bot usually push you in a favorable position. Now, initially, when we saw lane swaps coming back, you would often see top laners just walking under their turret, being completely confused and not understanding what was going on. Now, unfortunately, people are going to do what Broken Blade is doing right now, just hiding in the bush, waiting for his opportunity and making sure he doesn't give up that free kill.
Interesting difference between how the two teams have played out the lane swap. Hans Summer and Mickey going for the 2-wave crash. The next wave now joining means they've already picked up a plate from this. Ice and Lebrov have gone for a 3-wave sack. Denies a little bit more XP in case anyone got close enough to the tower, but means they are a little bit later to actually start hitting on this top lane tower.
And that's the problem with the changes, right? They were supposed to remove lane swaps entirely. Those solo lane turrets are so tanky, like 75% more resistances, meaning that almost no matter what BDS does, they're gonna get 1 plate at most, while G2 can just hammer away on the turret, already 2 plates secured for themselves. And sure, G2 a small advantage in the bot lane, but still avoiding that laning phase for a while. Still, wait. Medic. Wow. I just complimented him for staying in the bush.
Yeah, well, that was a bit of a mistake there from Broken Blade. Just dies underneath the tower. We'll TP back in.
What?
Yeah, mistakes happen.
You know, for a moment I thought my eyes were like deceiving me. I saw this hamster running directly towards
He's dead again.
Medic.
Okay, well, positives. He held onto his flash.
It's a tactical death.
Yeah.
He's giving BDS false confidence right now.
Oh, Nuke pulled back here by the Grasping Maw. Cap's going to take a bit of damage as well. Mickey looking for the trade. Caps with a bit of a shield. Nuke has the flash. Can he jump away? Yike on his way. Can follow with the Vault Breaker flash here. Nuke holds it. Flash is just in time. Caps though with another Grasping Maw is enough. As Caps takes the kill in mid. 2 for 1 at the exchange.
I love how this looked like a completely controlled normal lane swap situation for a while, and then within 1 minute everything just turned to complete chaos. I absolutely love it. Oh, Sheo looking for the play on Caps.
But Caps is going to survive for a moment. Nuke comes in, explosive shot, another auto. Is that enough? That's 120 health you have to get through. It's not enough. Caps survives. Sheo goes down, so now it's 2 for 2 at 430. And even though Broken Blade made a bit of an oopsie in the top lane, it's been evened out by 2 kills for Caps in mid.
I mean, his tactical depths actually worked perfectly. BDS got so much confidence that they ended up overextending and died mid, and now maybe even Adam is to follow.
He can body slam away. The wave, not in the best of spots for him. He's just going to back in the bush here. I wonder if Broken Blade's actually going to be able to freeze that outside of tower range. We'll have to have another look back up at top lane in a moment's time. It's just on the edge of turret range. Adam realizes, well, can't really leave this lane frozen. Comes to thaw it out. It is summer after all, as Labrov and Ice push in at the bottom side. It looks like Shale might be going for an early Drake here with that prio in bot. Broxer. Interesting to see this prio, the priority on getting the Drake, but I guess with Grub still 40 seconds away, you can have your cake and eat it too here if you're BDS.
Yeah, this is really a byproduct of Yike spending time around top lane, looking for the gank, giving himself a very late recall, and Sheo just being there right away to punish. Also worth noting that while there's 2 kills on either side, on BDS they got both in the support. On G2, well, you have it on your main man in the mid lane, and
I agree, it's much better on the support.
Yeah, sure.
I've seen you be kill thirsty in your challenger runs on that Lulu. Adam here, gonna get traded in on Broken Blade. Broken Blade obviously an energy champion, makes it a little bit easier for him to continuously trade in the top lane because you don't have to worry about that extra resource in the form of mana. Hans Summer and Mickey coming back to the lane, gonna push this out. Overall, they're relatively good beneficiaries of the early lane swap. You can see 282 gold their lead, a couple of plates falling for them as well, as Hans Summer might even try and get in range for another plate here. Gets himself a little bit more gold as it does go down. And across the board, G2's carries are ahead. However, as you say, Labrov a little bit ahead for BDS.
Now at this point we need to keep an eye on the support, something that Mickey has done really well so far, despite some difficult G2 games, is roaming around the map and setting Yike up for success. And at this point, with Void Grubs being up and Dragon taken away, both bot lanes will naturally want to push out the lane, have the support shift up, create a number advantage, and then secure Void Grubs for themselves, which is exactly what BDS is doing right now.
It looks like G2 actually just giving up the ghost on these. They have Hans Summer and Mickey down towards that bottom side. Mickey shadowing Hans Summer to make sure he was safe, farming up the minions under the turret. Ice resets, he's going to open through the top lane. Looks like it might just be a plate towards Broken Blade, try and put him behind a little bit more. You do often see this when you have your support already roaming for the grubs. The AD carry will just get a push, reset, go towards top side. The bolstering of the towers falls off at 5 minutes anyway, so that 75% damage reduction no longer has any effect. And Jinx, one of the best turret takers in the game, especially if you can get that passive ramping up.
Luckily for G2, they were aware of it, managed to match the recalls, and you see Hans Summer and Mickey sprinting to top side as soon as possible, trying to prevent any tower damage from happening. Now, it's really up to BDS to decide if they want to continue playing this game of ping pong, so to speak. Just keep, basing, pushing out, getting G2 to follow, or, decide if they eventually want to put their foot in the pedal and move the game forward.
So the question is, from a compositional point of view, when I look at this, I would say BDS really don't care if there's no fighting for the next 15 minutes. If they can just ping pong, bounce back, lose a turret here or there, not really have to contest objectives, you've already got a Drake, you can give up a couple, get Jinx to 3 items, then you can win. Would you agree with that sentiment? Would you agree with my take?
Yes.
Yeah, let's go!
You're very smart, man.
Super Mega Death Rocket stops Mickey's back.
Yeah, that's pretty smart. One way to secure the tempo for yourself. And now this could be an opening for BDS to play rather aggressive on bot side, knowing that Mickey is going to be late. Obviously, Yike is also recalling very late to something they're not really aware of. But right now the focus isn't so much to get plates, because like you mentioned, Jinx is going to scale anyways. He's going to be very strong in a while from now. But Dragon is up in 2 minutes. And if you're BDS, you want to make sure you can continue setting up vision around that area, make G2 face check you when Dragon is up, and hopefully eventually get yourself to a soul point.
Talked about Mickey's roaming earlier on. Labrov, through spring, through winter, I think sometimes undersold in terms of the impact he has for this team. You have to remember bringing Ice in, an AD carry who, although can speak some English, there are some communication difficulties still within the team. Having Labrov be such a voice and be such an impetus for the team has really helped them out. So we'll see how much he can move around the map here. Has already got his World Atlas upgraded, while Mickey still lacks those extra wards. But the Scuttle Crab giving you that little bit of extra vision for G2 means they do have some awareness around the Drake spawn in a minute's time.
How much of a confidence boost do you feel when you upgrade your support item before the enemy?
Oh, it's great.
Sub gap?
Yeah, it's huge sub gap. Although here it's lane swap gap, you know, like they were just, Mickey had to move and try and answer a little bit more.
No, that's just excuses, really.
I mean, the big thing, Super Mega Death Rocket hits onto Hans Summer. Now, I will say, this is one of those moments where it feels cool that it hits onto the AD carry because you're like, oh, you're stopping the AD carry's tempo, he doesn't have much CS. If you stop Mickey's tempo, he'd already placed his 1 ward from upgrading the World Atlas, which means they don't have those 3 wards that he's now got to come back off. Obviously, BDS aren't playing around the Drake at all, so it doesn't matter. But that's a real feels-good moment where you're like, I have this plethora of wards. I have this full bag of wards I can place on the map, whereas my enemy support has already run out.
Well, they decided to prioritize top in the Void Grubs instead. You could see Laparov running immediately out of base into G2's topside jungle, putting all of his vision down. And now he just needs to determine whether he's going to linger around the area, protect his vision, or immediately recall again so he has fresh wards for the objective.
Yep, tempo cycle. Place all your wards, make G2 have to get rid of them, then come back out onto the map. You have these deeper wards, so G2 has to invest their vision control in clearing out the wards in their jungle, which they haven't managed to do. You can see 2 wards behind the red buff, 1 control ward sitting in that bush in front of the buff as well. G2 here, BDS will be very aware of what G2 are doing. The question is, do G2 still want to take the fight? Because I wouldn't be surprised if they do. They have Bailout, they have Hans Summer 6, they have Caps, who's already finished the Luden's Companion. They're in a good spot to fight. They just don't have the vision control that BDS has garnered.
Yeah, but they're slowly starting to create control for themselves through topside, pushing in top together, grouping is free, and now you're going to see the trio from G2 slowly pulling the grubs up towards their side. Broken Blade has TP, Caps will have to walk all the way around, which is the downside to this play. But they're slowly getting some form of control back.
The other downside
they do need to be aware of TP flanks from Gragas.
TP flanks, 100% agree with you, but also BDS only needed 1. They already have the might spawning. If they can get 6, obviously that's a bonus, but just getting 1 was enough to get them over that 4 mark. Now, it looks like they will be able to claim 5 of them. G2 still 1 away, which is probably what their intention was after they'd lost that first.
The intention behind this from G2 made sense for the most part, but the problem is the wave was pushed in so early. It was easy for BDS to clear it, move into the river, and they were never able to create a gap between themselves and Caps. Part of that definitely was the deep vision in their jungle that led to them being afraid of going for the play, but let's see.
Weaver's wall down, Hans Summer has to flash away from the seismic shove. Bailout not used yet. There it comes. Exhaust onto Hans Summer. Cleanse away. Mickey flashes away from it as well. Sheo locked up with the cease and desist. Lavrov trying to turn it back onto Hans Summer. Sheo the first to fall. Hans Summer low as well. He has the bailout. Yike falling though. As Ice finds 2 and he's looking for 3. Get excited, BDS.
Holy
Mickey
jinx.
able to escape from it. Caps on his way to defend his support.
Wow. That was a good Jinx fight, Medic. Like we spoke about the importance of G2 pushing the game forward, snowballing with the Varus, and now all of a sudden Ice is, well, I was about to say slowly, pretty rapidly actually turning into a monster on the Jinx.
I mean, you talk about Jinx scaling all the time. Like one of the best AD carries if you can get a reset in a late game fight. Here, already got 2 kills, 700 gold ahead. Kraken Slayer complete first. Are seeing a lot of Jinxes still go for the Kraken Slayer just for the attack speed, even though you don't get as much crit off it anymore, or you don't get any crit off it anymore. Likely to see an Infinity Edge second item. We'll have another look at this play because the Weaver's Wall comes down and Mickey and Hans Summer are in no man's land.
I think this was very disrespectful from G2 more than anything. They know that Laparov and Sheo are around the tri-bush looking. They decide to walk up anyways, have to burn every single one of their summoners. Yike comes in, but at this point the fight is already kind of hard to play out. And you can even see in the minimap Caps trying to make it to his team in time, but it's just too forced and too late.
Yeah, you can kind of see what G2 were thinking. Is if we get 1, if we get onto Sheo, then with the bailout we have an extra life. We can try and fight through Ice, but Ice getting that initial kill with the Super Mega Death Rocket means that it's so much harder to catch him, right? You just have a Renata chucking out handshakes as like, excuse me, much more of a high five guy, says Ice, as he manages to avoid it. G2's bot lane now with no summoners. Ice and Labrov with the advantage in the lane. Opportunity first for Hans Summer. He is going that lethality route. And we'll see how effective it is as the game goes on. Drake up, and Mickey caught out. No flash on him, no hope for him to survive. Sheo takes the kill. And BDS likely going to look towards that dragon. Possibility of a dive, but they decide against it. Place the ward behind the wall there. It means they would spot Yike as he walks around the corner. Instead, they just secure the objective. BDS, 1.5k ahead here. Making good plays, getting their carries fed. They're in a very strong position.
Yeah, if you're in that game, you're definitely feeling very comfortable right now, knowing that once Tristana and Jinx have like 2 free core items, which at least Jinx is going to get before Varus, like you're in a great position to win this game. And we spoke about it going into the game, like they're comfortable scaling, they're happy to be, you know, even or even slightly behind, so this is a fantastic position for them to be in. Now it all comes down to how well they manage to snowball. How can they set up the Rift Herald to secure that for themselves without losing a potential fight? And then snowballing further by taking the tier 1s, getting the deep vision for tier 2s, etc.
I think a big crux of the game, the big point of conflict is how does Caps influence fights? Because he's 2-0, he's almost 1,000 gold ahead on this way, and the AoE that Hwei can put down in fights with Spiraling Despair, with the Severing Bolts, is so impactful. The question is, can G2 survive long enough for that damage to be meaningful? Can they find the flank for Broken Blade? Do they get a good chain of corruption? If that happens, if they manage to catch Ice and Nuke out, then they can just burst through BDS before they have the opportunity to respond.
Yeah, I think for G2 generally, like this is a game where lethality Varus actually makes a lot of sense because you have a lot of squishies on the enemy side. But of course, it's not always going to be easy to, you know, power through the Gragas and the Rel. So often we need to keep an eye out for TP wards, cannon flanks, etc. Because if Broken Blade gets a flank, there's almost no doubt that he's going to delete the entire backline.
G2 been on the receiving end of many a good slicing maelstrom over that time. Here, Broken Blade trying to be the one dishing out that damage. LeBron Hex flashes forward, has the Demolish, can get his way through this tower. The Rift Herald was secured by BDS. They might even just look for an in-him tower here with Sheo waiting, but decide against it, just want to get the wave shoved in. Sheo will reset and path his way likely down towards that bottom side to make sure that Adam is safe defending the tower.
And here, naturally, G2 will start losing more than BDS. It's just about finding the trades, finding a way to prevent them from falling further and further behind. And eventually, they will have to look for a fight. It just comes down to when they're willing to take that risk. Could be on the next Dragon, it could be now when BDS starts pressuring mid and bot. But it's a tough decision to make when you're in-game, because you know when you're already this down against that scaling comp, you don't have a lot of chances. You can't afford making too many mistakes.
G2 have always been, well, I say always, in recent times, G2 have been very good at finding the plays that mean they don't fall too far behind, especially in Europe, right? They understand, well, enemy team is overloading this side, we can play 2 lanes, we can get pressure in mid and get a tower in the top lane. We'll see if they can do it here. They are about 2,000 gold in the hole. The Drake up in 2 minutes time. For BDS, it would be a perfect start to the LEC summer. Obviously, fell short. Not at the final hurdle, at the penultimate hurdle in spring, losing to Fnatic. Very good on championship points, but obviously top 3 here in summer guarantees you a spot in the season finals, which is what BDS will be looking for. A team, I think, still sometimes overlooked because they're rarely in the final, and they often fall, you know, 3rd or 4th place, but they are consistently one of our top teams in Europe, even if they haven't quite broken through the G2-shaped ceiling at the top of the LEC.
I really like the macro right here from BDS. Often after plates fall, you're naturally going to see teams put their AD carry in mid lane to just farm safely and then slowly get control around it. But here...
Oh, Mickey locked up. It's going to be tanking the tower. Yike is on the flank. Lebrov on his way across as well is Ice. Super Mega Death Rocket a possibility. Weaver's wall in. Mickey has the flash. Will use it to jump over the wall and escape for the moment.
So my point was going to be, Jinx has 2 items. She is very, very powerful, while Nuke is still playing from slightly behind. So you're always going to want to play for towers in the lane that Jinx is in. That's where you can naturally pressure, and it's been working great for them so far. Like, Ice has been demolishing any turret in front of him. Now, of course, mid is going to be the most difficult one to crack. But they can pretty easily push out top very deep, rotate down, create a number advantage, and then go for that too. First though, Dragon is up in 40 seconds.
Yeah, and with the Rift Herald available, expect to see Sheo on this reset, path through mid, put that Rift Herald down. You can already see Lebrov moving into the river to make sure they have vision control. They've even put quite a few wards around their own red buff to look for those flank TPs, to look for any vision that G2 may have got down there while they were pushing out the bot side. Red buff is the first priority for Ice. TP coming in as well by Caps as he's going to join the fight. G2 looks like they've drawn their battle plans. This is where the war can be won. BDS second to the river right now. Nuke looking for the push in mid, but Hans, Summer and Caps are both there, which means Nuke has to back away. Adam is going to push out bot side. BDS able to dodge away from that severing bolt. Now Ice meets the lane in mid. G2 work their way down the river. Nuke actually going all the way up to top here. Does have the TP. G2 start up the Drake. I wonder if BDS might just be giving this.
I think BDS is essentially going to tell G2 that you can have Dragon if you want, but if you do, we're going to take your mid turret and we might even potentially threaten tier 2.
I mean, they don't even get the mid tower though. BDS a little bit odds and ends as the Rift Tower did come down, chunks it out a little bit. Hans Summer here on the front line. There's the spiraling despair on Sheo. Magnustorm comes in, so Mega Death will find one as Caps falls first. The bit out coming out as the tower falls. Berserk onto Ice, he has to cleanse. Yike dashes in with the cease and desist and the Vault Breaker, and he finds 2, but he gets taken out by Ice once again. Adam finds a good flank position as he finds another. Mickey forced away, and all the time, Nuke has been pushing in top.
Ultimately, good macro from BDS. A little bit undecisive on the play, but despite that, G2, they got a little desperate. They knew Tristana was pushing top. They knew they had to react quickly and kind of got baited into a poor fight where, once again, BDS's gold lead just continues to explode.
Yeah, up to 4,000 right now. I think a few of us, including myself, were surprised to see BDS not at all contest the Drake. I understand the call now. Obviously, going for the tower opens up the map a little bit more. But when they didn't get the tower off the Rift Tower charge, I thought G2 would be able to defend.
Well, let's see it again right here. Really good engage coming out from Lavrov. Broken Blades TP started. I believe he may have gotten cancelled.
Yeah,
Did he start his TP?
I mean, he definitely used TP. Now, the spectator client can be a little bit weird at times. So we didn't quite see where he used his TP, and that's okay. Sometimes we miss things. I'm sure someone will have seen it.
I'm pretty certain that G2 thought they could create a number advantage with TP.
Do you think he TP'd to the tower and it got killed?
That's probably what happened.
It's quite possible. We didn't see it in the moment. Tweet at Broxer if you know what was correct. Tell him he's a big dum-dum for not realizing it in the moment.
Okay.
We don't have the luxury of pause and rewind, you know?
True.
Apart from replays, obviously, which we did
I'm pretty sure they wanted to force a play to get Tristana to move. TP got cancelled, Tristana stays top. Fight turns into a disaster, well, depending on which team you're on, of course. But
BDS riding high, though. 5,000 gold ahead, the Baron a possibility for them. 2.5 items on their Jinx. 2.5 on Hans Summer as well, but his consistent DPS doesn't really match that of a Jinx at this point in the game. However, Caps still very strong. Was caught out with the Magnet Storm explosive cast combination in the last fight. If he can stay a little bit further back, perhaps he can find the defense. Okay, so here's the TP.
So
and
right now, keeping Nuke's topside.
It must have been to the tower. It must have been to the tower.
It was to the tower. BDS is basically just wanting to brute force Baron right away instead of sending Nuke bot. They want to fight right here and right now. And as you can see, G2, they're going to continue to play the division in their own jungle and essentially just try to have some knowledge of when they start Baron so they have an opportunity to respond. But it's a mind game, and BDS can pull the trigger whenever they want.
Yeah, BDS are spiking so hard right now. 2.5 items on your AD carry. Nuke has 2 as well with the Navori Flicker Blades. 2 on Sheo with the Zhonya's alongside that Luden's Companion. And 2 on Adam, who's about to level up that Rod of Ages to 10 and get the extra skill points. So they are in a very strong position. And for G2, you are looking for that flank. BDS have done their due diligence quite a lot this game, though, have been making sure that there's no easy avenues for G2 to get back into the game or get back into a fight.
I think here, if you're BDS, you have to eventually realize that starting Baron so early, being only 23 minutes in the game, might be a little bit difficult. Shift your Tristana down to bot lane, play for the finals here too, and then you can either shift off for Baron or just keep that pressure until Dragon spawns. Now we are closing in on the Dragon timing, 1 minute and 30 seconds away. Nuke will continue to go to the top. And I'm curious to see how they're going to utilize this pressure, because they've been in this game state for a little while now without getting anything. And they really have to make that prior work. They can't let G2 scale.
Yike just used Smite on the Razor Beaks. It is only the shorter cooldown, 15 seconds before it's back up, so it will be back up now. BDS, the tiniest of windows to start a Baron at that point. Ice fighting around this mid lane control. Adam looking for the explosive cast, doesn't land the geometry the way he would have liked on BB.
Jinx has 3 items. They really want to fight right now, no matter what it takes, and they know that if they can keep Ice alive, there could be another potential pentakill angle coming up this game.
Rapid fire cannon helping out quite a lot as well, just to get those chip autos in. You know, so difficult to step up to the Jinx in this sort of position. Another energized auto available for Ice. Mickey will be the front line, has that Celestial opposition for a little bit more tankiness. Nuke looking for possible flank position, but look at LeBron. Look at where he is. He's all the way behind the red buff right now, trying to work his way around. The sneakiest rail you ever did see. Yike goes in, doesn't spot him. Or does he? Oh, okay, so Yike didn't go over the wall. Now, they will know that ward was placed very recently because of the timer on it. Broken Blade realizes Lebrov was waiting in the bush. He takes the Scryer's Bloom on his way out, but Lebrov's going to get chased down by Broken Blade. Slicing Maelstrom used as well. BDS have started up the Baron. Yike looking for that steal. Caps coming in from the side as well, and Mickey's there to join the fray. Lebrov keeping Broken Blade at bay with the exhaust going down. There's the bailout, hits onto Adam. The smite comes out from Shell. Lebrov somehow still alive. Towards the top side, eventually goes down, but BDS will sacrifice their Rel, their knight in shining armor, to secure themselves a Baron.
And Laparov was the genius all along, stressing out G2, pulling Broken Blade away. And the Baron was a little bit sketchy. I would have liked to see them stopping Yike from getting into the pit to begin with. Once he was in the pit, they did knock him away slightly and made it somewhat difficult. But that could have been a scary, scary situation for BDS.
Definitely could have been where it used to flips here that when Europe and BDS were willing to take it. Now with the Baron for the next 2.5 minutes, Super Mega Death Rocket won't secure the Drake. 2 now to G2. BDS on their reset weren't able to get out in time to contest.
But that's the thing, the resets. G2 hasn't reset yet, and now BDS is already coming out, able to push out mid and bot, and G2 is going to have to give up a lot because they have to go back at full health, mana, spend their gold, etc.
See, Caps trying to clear out this wave before the Baron bolstering comes in. We'll get most of it, so BDS will have to wait for the next one. Adam's going towards mid to buff up that wave as well. There is a tier 2 in both the mid and the bottom lane for BDS to take. So far, the Baron power play, only about 700 gold. Expect that to explode to about 1.5k or so as they take these 2 objectives.
Right now, it's a tricky position for G2. They will eventually have to look for an engage, but they also know that this engage is the one that has to count. They're not going to get another chance. It's a very tough position for them to be in. They have some wards in the top side of their jungle that Broken Blade could potentially use for a TP flank. If BDS continues to push up mid, that's what I would expect to happen. They have to pull the trigger on a desperation play soon, or they're going to lose too much of their base.
And the problem for G2 is if you don't pull the trigger, you have double AD carries working their way through these towers, right? Spiraling Despair down on Sheo. He's down to half HP, but already the tower's gone. BB still pushing in the top lane, looking for that flank TP. It's still a possibility. Has the flash, has the slicing Maelstrom. First inhibitor falls as Ice steps up and Yike dashes back. BDS will get their second in here, but now G2 very much in the hole. 5k down, double inhibs have fallen. Broken Blade get a turret out of his push, but G2 didn't see the angle to find an engage.
Very difficult position for them to be in, really. I mean, if you are G2 right now, the ball isn't really in your hands anymore. You just have to hope that BDS eventually makes a mistake, and you have to keep looking for the right opportunity. Now, of course, the plays are going to be slightly limited with top and mid naturally pushing due to the inhibs being down. But eventually, BDS will move towards their base. They're going to continue setting awards for Broken Blade, and we just got to keep our eyes on the hamster. He has to find the flank.
If he does, he will shred through BDS. I will say the build isn't the highest burst build you can go. The Leandries, Zhonya's, and the Blightning Jewel. Not, you know, Rocket Belt Rabadons or something to really just absolutely melt, but does give him a bit more survivability. Helps him get through Adam as well, who is the tankiest member on BDS. Locket and Knight's Vow full of Bob really doing his duty as a support, just trying to keep Ice alive. All summoners up on either side, apart from Adam's TP right now. Drake up in 2.5 minutes, but BDS, you know, you get the mid prio, you can push this out, you have super minions spawning in 2 lanes, and then you can work your way down towards bot, use the pressure the super minions apply to try and open up that 3rd inhibitor tower.
G2 should be able to buy enough time here for both Broken Blade to get his Crypt Bloom, Caps getting his Rabadons as well. Caps is closing in on level 16 too. If they can wait for those spikes, they're going to be in pretty good position and should be able to defend their base. Now the problem is, Drake is up in 2 minutes. They don't care too much about that because they did get the 2 previous ones. But if BDS gets their hands on Baron, it's going to be near impossible for them to defend their base in the next push.
So Mickey stepping up, trying to get it's kind of a flank TP ward in. It still sits there. BDS, there were a couple of pings in the area. Maybe they were on the bush instead. That ward is there, and BB can look for the TP flank.
G2 got their spikes. Items secured.
Complete. Crypt Bloom complete. BDS step forward, but decide discretion is the better form of valor as they step back. G2 on the back foot, but We've seen them knocked to the mat so many times, they continue to get up. There's the Weaver's wall. Sheo separates Hansama, still has the flash. There's the TP immediately by Broken Blade. He's looked for the flank of the season to sit on Ice. There's the Slicing Maelstrom as well. Broken Blade pops the stopwatch, but Ice is able to get out of the Slicing Maelstrom and now can start to open up. Nuke low. Adam 2, Ice tries to trade back in already. Sheo has fallen. Cat still on the chase. The damage from him is superb. The flank as well from Yike. Doesn't have that cease and desist, but can look to corral BDS into a much trickier situation. Cap's low on mana. Labrov crashes down across the wall. Yike still seeing perhaps if BDS go one member on the wrong way. Adam's going to recall. Nuke's going to work his way back around.
Sneaky, sneaky.
You just go for Adam here? There's the handshake back, but can they kill Adam in time? Explosive cast comes down and Yike may have just overstepped. He's knocked back. Super Mega Death Rocket wide as Yike survives, and G2 looked for one last tasty morsel at the end of the buffet. That was that fight, couldn't find it, and managed to escape to fight another day.
While this could be worrying as a BDS fan, I have to say, that was a fantastic play for them. Broken Blade has no teleport and flash. Junglers and AD carriers on both sides have traded flashes, but ultimately, like I mentioned earlier, the only thing they're worried about is the cannon. He cannot flank as easily anymore. They should be able to deal with him in fights. Like at this point, if he ever walks up, Trishana just presses R in his face and he's gone. You don't have to worry about him. Now, G2 has to contest the Baron regardless. They cannot give it up. It's spawning in just a moment here. And they're going to try to establish vision, establish control in their topside jungle. So either they can get a pick on BDS or brute force their way into the pit so they can steal.
Nuke has been sent to do the dragon alone. It's not too difficult for him on the Tristana. He already has 3 items complete. G2 look for an opportunity as they lock up Adam. Explosive cask a possibility, uses it just to disengage. Takes a chunk though. Does have the TP, can reset if he thinks what is the better course of action here. Nuke got the push, got the Drake, and now is going for the push in the bottom lane. He has a teleport of his own. Adam's going to reset like the TP to the mid lane tower. Stops his recall, healing up with that Drunken Rage. The Happy Hour passive actually so powerful on Gragas.
BDS actually took a pretty big risk here prioritizing the dragon, because sure, they got the third dragon and they're one step closer to Soul, but that Soul is 4.5 minutes away. And now they gave up a good chunk of their vision in the Baron area, and you can see here Labrov face checking very carefully, not knowing for sure if G2 is lingering around trying to set up a trap play. Once they have established the vision again, then they can start sending their sights on Baron.
BDS now a pretty angelic team, really. You've got the Seraphs and the Guardian Angel. They are truly hoping that the heavens give them guidance in these next fights. Still about 3,000 gold ahead, but that gold lead really hasn't extended. In fact, it shrunk over the last few moments. And G2 have the time and the energy to step into this river and regain control.
I would like to think that all players are angelic. We play League of Legends, Medic.
Oh, yeah, true.
Angelic, innocent.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
That's all of us.
I've never, seen anyone saying anything negative on a League of Legends stream.
Me too. Me too.
Anyways, pulled back to the handshake. Feared up as well. LeBron might just die. Spiraling despair. Despair it is for BDS as Caps gets his third of the game. 3 items enough for him to start just deleting people. G2, they can push for the Tier 1 in mid lane. That's what they're going to do first. Obviously the Baron a possibility as well. Explosive cast landing onto Mickey, but he's not tanking. The Weaver's wall was flashed to the other side of it. The wall now going to be dropped by Sheo. G2 turn their eyes towards the Baron. Caps, no ultimate for him. Hansama doesn't have the Chain of Corruption either. Mickey has the bailout.
They're going to buy time for the flashes. Kennen and Varus have flashes very soon. Yike as well. And once those summoners come back up, it should be way easier for them to set up a good fight for themselves.
Take your time, G2. BDS still scaling. G2 happy to do the same. Obviously, Hui so powerful as the game goes on, especially when you give him crowd control to work with. And Broken Blade has that in spades with the Slicing Maelstrom. Baron begun by BDS. And immediately stopped as they think they were actually just looking for the ward at the time. Labrov has respawned, he's back here. They know Broken Blade's pushing in the bot lane. Have they cleared out behind them? Yes, no wards for G2 there. Broken Blade does have a teleport and will be looking for that flank position. Hansama puts a chunk down onto Nuke. There's a TP to the top side. The Baron was down to 6,000, but now heals up rapidly. G2 will restart it. They'll hold the aggro for now. Recall coming out from Nuke. He's got a teleport to rejoin the battle if he so desires. The Baron down to 8,000 as G2 start to melt through it. Sheo nowhere near this. The TP comes in, but that Baron's already down to 2,000 HP, and Sheo is dancing on the other side of the wall. The Baron secured by G2, flash away by Yike. Mickey might be sacrificed, but I'm pretty sure G2 will be damn happy with that. Mickey falls, G2 get out. Lebrov's still trying to chase forward. Spiraling despair on him as Nuke gets the flank, but he's 1v4 right now. Cease and desist goes in as Nuke is locked up for a second, slicing Maelstrom as well, and Nuke is atomized. Sheo has to pop the subwatch to survive the onslaught from Caps, and G2 find one in response. Sheo dodges to the side of the Severing Bolt. The piercing arrow just tickles his heels, but doesn't quite land. Severing Bolt short again, as BDS should be able to retreat from here.
It looked like for a moment Nuke was trying to get inspiration from Broken Blade, and he's like, I'm a Yordle too, I can also flank. Well, I have a feeling he regrets his choices right now. Didn't exactly work out for him.
But huge for G2. They get the Baron, they got the kill. Onto Nuke. I only had to sacrifice Mickey for it, and you wonder about BDS. Like, they pulled off the Baron, perhaps didn't expect G2 to restart it as quickly as they did. Definitely didn't expect G2 to have the damage output they did in the moment.
And I think for BDS more than anything, it's kind of a shame. They were in such a good position to secure the Baron for so long, but they were hesitant to pull the trigger, lost control, and never really found their footing again. G2 did such a good job playing from behind and just establishing some kind of vision around the Baron area, making sure that BDS was never comfortable to actually start it again.
And every fight for BDS was so split, you know, Sheo behind the wall when the Baron was being started here, Nuke was on the flank, the Ice was following around the bottom side, the rest of BDS came around the top side, so you never really had this quasi front to back that Ice really wants in these situations. You never had Lebrov leading the charge in with the Magnet Storm. Now G2 with the Baron, 2,500 or 2,200 off it right now. The gold lead swings in their favor. There's a Drake for them as well. Would only be their third of the game, and BDS really don't care about it as they're going to push through mid and top and look perhaps for these inhibitors once again. I don't think G2 will be able to answer in time. The question is, I mean, do you send someone back and then try and respond? You have the Baron-empowered recalls. I was wondering if they just go for an all-out push through bot. That's what Broken Blade's doing. Caps retreats. Yike looks for a flank position. BDS get double inhibs. Broken Blade gets one. Adam has a TP, but G2 are going to try and stop the ports to make sure that Broken Blade has a bit of time with this Nexus tower. The recalls begin. I think Broken Blade will realize there's the TP from Adam. Should back away as that TP completes. Instead, he stays, gets one Nexus tower, pops the slicing Maelstrom, but no one has to get close enough to be locked up in it. Broken Blade will sacrifice his life for 2 towers and an inhibitor.
I think ultimately both teams are pretty happy about this. Like, BDS gets 2 inhibs, G2 gets 1 inhib and a Nexus tower, but I also think the way G2 has played for the last 10 minutes or so has really showed what makes them such a special team in Europe. Like, any team can push them in the early and the mid game, but eventually they are just so good at playing as a unit. Like, they always set up fights where Caps and Hansama are able to hit. Everybody knows their job within the team, and they either go in or back out together, where BDS is a little bit more disorganized.
I mean, the big thing for G2 now is you've got 20 seconds without Broken Blade. And BDS realizes they're just going to try and push through mid. The Baron has fallen off. You have Ice, you have Nuke. If they have time with these Nexus towers, they can shred through them, but they don't have the time because the wave clear.
The wave clear is just too strong.
It is too good from G2, from Caps specifically in this moment. And now BDS just have to back away. They've got super minions pushing in bot side. They have a 4.5 item AD carry. In fact, they've got 2 of them, although Nuke is lacking that extra half.
Now we're in a game state where all of a sudden the game is pretty much back to even. Most carries are finishing up their 4th, if not their 5th item at this point if you have Varus and you have pretty cheap items to purchase. Ice just got his 5th as well. So now, with 2 minutes left on the Baron, BDS can continue farming out bot, G2 can continue to catch up further by farming super minions in mid and top, and it all comes down to the Baron control. The chances of somebody being able to end now before Baron spawns is very low. It's the only thing that matters. Get a favorable position for Baron, make sure that you're 1 step ahead. Ideally for G2 again, Cannon, find the flank, then you're good to go.
For G2, it really feels that a lot rests on Broken Blade, finding a good flank, finding a good position. And
I mean, look at the gold. The hamster is 5,000 gold up. He's a big boy right now.
He's Flame Horizoned as well. 136 CS ahead for Broken Blade. And the rest of the map relatively even, you know, 50 CS here or there. Who's counting? But Broken Blade in a very strong position, has obviously had much more time in the side lane than Adam has, and that's part of, role assignments in the game as well. Adam's job was to get Seraphs, get Rod of Ages, and then be a tank, whereas Kennen's job is get as much gold as you can and really try and shred through this team when you go in with a Slicing Maelstrom. We talked about how G2 win fights. The last couple of fights, BDS have struggled to really find an impact in them. What would your advice be in the moment for BDS? Do they need to change anything up?
They're really just playing a traditional front-to-back team fighting comp. You need to make sure you don't get TP flanked first and foremost.
Oh, that was a great buster shot. Nuke steps back into the stun, but the stopwatch from Broken Blade will only buy him a second. That was very well executed by Nuke. Jumps in, baits the Slicing Maelstrom, buster shots him out, flashes away from the flash chase. That was really good by Nuke.
Well, this is going to make it a lot easier to set up the front to back, because Kennen has no flash, he's gone for another 45 seconds, and if they go Baron immediately, it's going to be hard for G2 to respond. Now, all they have to do is protect Tristana and Jinx. Any fight you take, no matter what zone it's in, as long as those two can hit, you're most likely going to come out on top, because even if Vi knives you, even if there's a Varus ult coming at you, you're going to be okay. Those two are going to shred anyone who's in front of them.
Baron has been started by BDS. Double AD carries on it now, and that is going to melt. G2 not contesting. There's the Baron. BDS get it. 47 seconds on the Elder. And as much as Baron is a great buff to have, Elder ends games. If you take a fight around it and you lose the flip, you lose the game 9 times out of 10.
So now G2 is going to have to determine whether they're willing to risk the game for a soul fight, really, for a Cloud Soul.
Oh, it's not even Elder, it's Soul.
It's not Elder, it's Soul, Medic, it'sUl. I'll get you.
Oh, well, thank you for getting me out of that
I'll get you back on track here, I got you.
It's, well, I just assume, we've had
Elder,
6 dragons
Cloud
go
Soul,
down.
Same thing.
Yeah, same difference. Anyway,
Close enough.
Elder does end games, but it won't end this game yet. Cloud Soul.
I mean, we're 41 minutes in, might as well grab another 10 minutes, right?
Sure. It's been a fun game, Not as many kills as I'd like, but still right on the edge of my seat. The Cloud Soul. Thank you again for the correction, Broxer, is the next objective. BDS set up around the river. Mickey looking for the handshake. Adam forces them away with a cask for the moment. The Drake already taken by BDS as G2 try and get in position. The Weavers will separate them, and Mickey's on the wrong side of it. A great route with the Chain of Corruption means that Sheo has to pop the stopwatch bailout coming out as well, and Sheo will flash away from it. Nuke dodges away from the hostile takeover. Sheo parts up towards this top side. Now BDS,
they got a bot wave.
Yeah, they do have a great wave here to continue to push in. G2 have to try and respond. There's Caps TP immediately. Lebrov coming in as well. Broken Blade looking for that flank. Caps comes in, is hit by the Zap. Nuke opens up on the turret. Crushing Maw is dodged, and the tower melts like butter as BDS continue to push forward. There's the redemption to heal up. G2 don't have the time to get back to the fountain and rejuvenate those health bars. The mid lane inhibitor, the first target for BDS. They'll get it. Ice gets excited, starts to step forward, steps away from the handshake. BDS get another inhib. Ice will get a little bit more excited as now the Nexus tower is the target. You can see the Bolt Breaker charged up by Yike. Another turret will fall. It's the Nexus, the first one to go down. The second, though, as Ice just dances around. Explosive cast coming out as Caps has to pop the stopwatch. He tries to flash in. The Slicing Maelstrom gets on the backline, but Nuke again with a good buster shot will stop them in their tracks. Cease and desist on Ice will not be enough. He still has that Angel sitting on his shoulder. And once again, BDS clean up, and they take down G2.
What a fantastic game, really. So much back and forth, so many cool team fights where both teams really showed how great they are at this video game. And ultimately, G2 had some chances of coming back. They were close here and there, but BDS, ooh, that one play in bot lane, the outplay from Nuke, really sealed the deal.
Yeah, great play all round by BDS. Everyone did their job well. You can vote for your key player of the game at LEC on XP for BDS. It's Sheo, Ice, or Lebrov. I think all of them had very good performances. Sheo got caught out a couple of times. I think his play around the Baron that G2 managed to take maybe a little apprehensive, maybe just didn't have the read on it at the moment. So my eyes would be towards the bot side, whether Ice or Lebrov. We're going to go to a short break though, so your eyes will be on some adverts before we come back with an interview with Sheo.
Red Bull gives you wings.
To the Marriott Bonvoy check-in, I'm Jeannie, joined with Sheo from BDS. Congratulations on a 3-0 week, a victory against G2. I want to quiz you on your knowledge about BDS. When's the last time BDS won against G2?
And we won some game in best of 5 and best of 3, I think. But otherwise, I don't think we won any best of 1 against them.
You actually did once,
What?
but it was like a very long time ago.
Oh, yeah.
Like back in the day. It was 2022. So,
I was not even there.
Yeah, you weren't there. But I was like, maybe you know the history of the team. But again, congratulations. A
Thank you.
phenomenal feat for you guys here at BDS. An incredible start to summer. You must be buzzing.
Yeah, it's amazing. Our start is really good. You are playing a lot of new stuff as well. And you're not like staying to the Sejuani, Xingzhou stuff, personally. So it feels really good to play new champion.
I want to touch upon that because we've seen you on Karthus, we're seeing you on Viego. It feels like you're a multi-talented jungler. You can make anything happen this time around, even when your lanes are maybe not necessarily ahead. What has it been for you personally between spring into summer that you've been working on to be able to do this?
I practice them a lot in solo queue as well. And now I think as a team, we'll play more around the junglers. So I can play whatever I want, and the team will do what I need to perform well as well.
How do you set it up as a team to play more on the jungler? Was that like a decision that you took coming into summer saying, okay, we have to do this, or was it more trial and error?
I think the meta shifted a bit. We wanted to try new things and explore new stuff because what we did, we never won, right? So
I mean, you did win, but not all the time.
yeah, but so with maybe new stuff, we can win.
So when you're talking about the new stuff, we've seen the Cartus, we've seen the Viego. Anything else like we should be keeping our eyes out for?
I mean, I played Talia today, maybe Diana, Lilia.
Okay, so I feel like it's a very much heavy focus towards the AP junglers. Yeah. Is that a different approach for you for the game when it comes to that synergy that you have with New? Because he's playing Tristana to counteract and go for that AD.
When you play AP junglers, the game is kind of different because you need to farm and be selfish. And you cannot really help your laners if they have a bad trade, for example. And that's the main thing I would say that's different when I play Sejuani or Maokai.
Okay, and when you're looking at your team today, everyone's done phenomenal. But the key player of the game, who would you give it to? It can be yourself.
I would say Nuke for killing Kennen on side. It helped us a lot.
It was actually Ice.
Ice?
How do you feel about that?
Nice.
AD carries are getting all the praise.
He deserves it. He's doing a lot of DPM as well, so without him, we lose probably.
All right, well, thank you so much for the interview. I appreciate it. We're ready to head back over to Lorso. Take it away.
Thank you, Ginny. That's a great week here for BDS in week 1 of Summer Splits. Maybe not so much for the team we have coming, but we saw more than what they showed in spring. KC versus Rogue, sorry, coming up next. I hope I'm not struggling as much as they will struggle later. But,
you never know.
They both won one game, lost one. But I want to talk about how decisive they've been. What are the glimpses of hope for this team? Starting with KC, we got used to seeing them winning the early game into completely falling down. I had the opposite yesterday from them.
That's the interesting part, right? Because we have seen both. We've now seen that, hey, in the first game of LEC Summer, we were able to see that they could dominate the early game. But in yesterday's games against the comeback they had facing MGK, we clearly saw that they're also able to play a team fighting style where you play around upset. And I think this should really be what they're looking at in terms of what can you find a success, a key formula success, where you just start defaulting to play around the AD carries. It already worked for BDS, as we just saw. I think that KC just needs to get better at it with their new players that they have. Focus more on not making the individual mistakes that we saw from them. Kana got solo killed, which obviously isn't the greatest. Tagamas got 1v2 killed as well in the bot side. But when they've really come together, as you see on your screen right now, where everything just clicks, KC actually looked pretty passable.
Yeah, especially one quality I would like to really bring up about KC that they did not have in the previous iteration is they have a lot of patience, because in a game that is so one-sided, so lost, you need to be very conservative with the chance that you take to come back in the game. And for me, they didn't really have a lot. They had a lot of opportunities to throw the game even more, but then they were steadfast, with choosing the right opportunity, and backs were against the wall at the Nexus, but it's hard to pull the trigger at the right time, and they did.
Absolutely, and you were talking about patience, which is what I feel the next team is about. Rogue, maybe a bit too patient sometimes, but, although I know you want to talk about this, of course, but I do see a bit more, maybe not proactivity, but planning around objectives, which was not their forte before.
Yeah, Rogue time is here to stay. It has been here for a while. We might be stuck with it for a little longer, but I am happy to see the progress that they've been making, because I have been seeing Zoelis and Marcoon group around Larsen a little bit more, because before we used to have this dead time between the objectives where they just do completely nothing and everyone would be like, okay, this is boring, Resident Sleeper, everything. But now they're doing really well. They're bringing more practice to setting up, side lane kills and everything. And also when it comes to objective setup, now they're taking matters into their own hands, because we caught them before in the previous splits where they're just walking somewhere, enemy team is doing the objective, and then they're just sitting there and they're like, okay, what's a good opportunity to go? Do we go now? Do we go later? Or when? And then all of a sudden the objective is gone.
And I'm really hoping both teams will be able to try and leverage this fact that they have both been slow, but they've also geared up towards better objective setup. And you can really get an edge over a team here. Both of these teams desperately need wins, specifically at the start of the season, so there's less pressure on them. Today can go two ways. Either we get the slowest game of the season with two teams doing nothing, or we get two teams that want to branch out, try and iron out some of the key learnings they've had, and hopefully we see more productivity.
I don't know what to expect. What is the expectation here?
Well, based on yesterday, someone being 10k goal behind, I'm hoping that at least one of them will be 10k goal behind, so that at least one of them is having an amazing game,
I mean, Upset said it, if you're winning the game, you're gonna end up losing it anyway. Let's see who comes up on top here in Rogue versus KC. Casters, take it away.
Thank you very much, Laura. We are here for Rogue versus Carmine Core. Two teams that picked up surprising wins yesterday, but we wonder whether that can be the bounce board for them through the rest of the season, especially for a team like Carmine Core who have struggled in the first couple of splits. You really need to be top 3 at the end of summer if you're going to have a chance to make it through to season finals.
Yeah, I'm definitely excited to see how this game is going to go. I think it was really impressive, the mental resilience we saw from both teams yesterday, being in difficult positions and still being able to find opportunities to come back. I think for KC in particular, they were stuck 10k down, just sitting under their Nexus turrets for a while, and eventually found the one good fight that mattered. Rogue, they were really proactive, really good at playing from behind and finding picks to set themselves up for success.
Question is, can they do that today? Blue side is the blessed side here in the LEC, about a 60% win rate if you are playing on blue. Obviously over only 3 days, not the best statistic, but one I like to throw out there every now and again. Anyway, Talia and Jinx banned away. No Jinx for upset today. Skarner and Senna removed by Carmine Core. So Rogue saying, well, we're not going to give you that get out of jail free card when it comes to the late game.
Some of the prior champions open are Twisted Fate, it's Rumble, LeBlanc was banned in the last game, and most likely Carmine Core will be looking to ban one of the 3 away here. Rogue, of course, will have a lot of tools available, a lot of strong champions that they can really, you know, go for depending on how they want to approach today's draft.
Yeah, there's the Rumble removed. Do you just go for Varus first here for comp? He's played Ziggs and Ashe so far, and there's the Ashe first pick instead. Obviously can be flexed to support for Zoelis, although I do think he does better when he is on engage for Rogue. Carmine Core likely looking towards support AD carry themselves. Could go support jungle. You know, Nautilus plus a Vi here gives you great lockdown as the game goes on.
Yeah, that would be a very, very smart choice so far from Upset. We've only seen Senna, we've seen Jinx, both of them have been banned away, so he'll have to dive a little bit deeper into the pool. Closer, 2 Rek'Sai games, but like you said, Vi is open and would be a fantastic choice, especially against an immobile AD carry like Ashe.
Yeah, just get someone that can really lock down the enemy carries. And if you can get Vi this early as well, it feels like just a very easy way to go. Instead, the Azir for Vladdy, giving him a strong scaling mage. And I think both teams realize this game is likely to go longer. We have seen longer games from both Rogue and Carmine Core. And so if you can get more scaling on your side, obviously that gives you quite a big benefit as the game goes on.
Yeah, and I think for both of these mid laners as well, Vladdy, Larsen, very strong Azir players. Some of the comfort for both of them, like this Leah and Corki, is taken away, so that Azir prior naturally starts going up pretty rapidly. Of course, something like Wei is still open in case Larsen wants to secure that for himself here.
He could look towards the Wake. Instead goes for the LeBlanc. Very aggressive, can do a lot of work as the game develops. Becomes more of like a burst assassin later on. You're really looking just to chunk out someone on the enemy team. Aphelios for Upset, another of those super strong scaling AD carries. Either Aphelios or Zeri we were really looking towards if you want someone that can just close out games when you get towards 5 items. Carmine Core here, I mean, the bans, we've got bot lanes and mids locked in, so if you want to get rid of things like the Vi, like the Viego, you can, just to try and hamper the opponent's pool, but you also are taking those out of your possible picks for R4.
Yeah, most likely we're going to see Carmine Core blocking a jungler on 4, so it makes sense to thin the pool a little bit and set up a good blind for themselves, leaving the last pick for Canna. Of course, something they could also consider is banning away the Cassandra to make sure that Finn doesn't get that pick. He had a great Cassandra game yesterday and it's a very strong blind pick. Now, they do decide to take away both Viego and Vi, making sure that these strong AD junglers are not going to be available for Marcoon. Generally, with a champion like LeBlanc, you want to play aggressively mid-jungle, so having a good AD and AP split is pretty favorable. Bans make sense.
Yeah, they do. And I wonder if Carmine Core will just go towards something tanky in the jungle. Closer can, of course, bring out the Sejuani. Poppy a possibility as well. Into the LeBlanc does work okay, but I think Sedge just gives you long-range engage, follow-up on Nautilus hooks. It's so much easier for you to find that key target as the fight progresses. Rogue here, likely jungle first. Take a little bit more time to think about top. Do you just want something tanky? Are we just looking at a Gragas or a Cassante here for Finn?
I think that would be the safe route at the very least. Just put him on a tank of some sort so you have a front line. Already with Braum, you have a very stable front-to-back team comp. And if you lock in something aggressive like the Jax, well, Canna has a lot of routes he can go to counter you.
And instead, Cassante. For a moment, I was hopeful. For a moment, I was like, oh, Jax, maybe we see, you know, at least a Jax Gragas. And instead, Cassante locked in for Rogue. Now they'll look towards their jungler. You have concussive blows already, and with the Sejuani taken away, you're not looking for that extra stun potential. Where will Marcoon go?
They need 80 damage of some kind.
You're a little lacking, really, aren't you, with just the LeBlanc and the Ashe. Ashe can put down quite a lot of damage, but it takes a long time to do it in fights. Where would you be thinking, AD? Lee?
I'm thinking Xin Zhao, personally.
Okay.
I think he fits pretty well into that team comp. He's 2-0 so far in the LEC, but different directions you can go. Rek'Sai, very different than Xin Zhao. He's strong in the early game, has a lot of pressure with powerful ganks, but does also fall off pretty significantly mid and late.
Oza might be on a carry, guys. Kana might be on a carry, guys. He's played the Jax and played the Gragas. Camille very much in his wheelhouse as well. Pressure into the Cassante in the top lane. We've seen that Camille can come out on top in that matchup, and obviously as the game goes on in the side lane, Camille will always beat out the Cassante. There it is, locked in. Kana with a little bit more agency in this game. More potential to really state his claim on top lane here in Europe. I think he's been, I don't want to say underwhelming because he's only had 2 games, but his start hasn't been as explosive as perhaps some people expected it to be, but you still have to put a lot of faith in the fact that Kana on his day can really take over a game.
I think we also need to remember that a lot of the games we have seen in the LEC here in the first week have been a little bit random,
a bit messy,
a little bit messy for sure, because everybody is getting back into the hang of things and getting back into their routines now that summer begins, and slowly a lot of these players and teams are going to start pushing themselves to a higher standard. Now, I am looking forward to seeing Rogue play this draft, because on Carmen Corp's side, we have a very scaling-focused front-to-back team-fighting comp. Rogue, similar in side lanes, but then you have Rek'Sai and LeBlanc that kind of requires you to find a lot of early plays, play really aggressive, and that means Larsen and Marcoon have to play a little more aggro than they used to.
But you did talk about how good they were at finding picks when they were behind, and their composition does find picks very well. You've got the arrow, you've got Rek'Sai burrowing over a wall, you've got LeBlanc jumping in as well, you have Braum for a bit of extra CC. If Rogue can get ahead, they'll be very good, or their composition will be very good at finding that extra pick, finding the extra man in the fight. For Carmine Corp, it is very much about playing the lane a little bit slower, getting towards 2 items on your Aphelios, getting towards 2 items on your Azir, and then looking for the team fight. So the impetus is on Rogue to start off the game well. 2 teams coming off a win yesterday. Can they continue that trend today?
So, coming on the base here, we see everybody having a bit of a stare down. Now the question becomes, how, as a jungler, do you want to approach this early game? I think both junglers have some kind of kill threat on top lane, unlike last game, which leaves you with a little bit more options. Closer in particular also knows that if he gets just 1 successful gank top at any point, Kana will start taking over the game against Cassante. Now, of course, bot lane is a pretty important lane in League of Legends, so the chances of both junglers pathing top to bot are likely, but I'm just saying they have options and we need to see what they decide to do.
And well placed by Rogue towards that blue buff. Closer is working his way towards the top lane. Kana could have a little poke and a prod, you know, stick his head in towards this blue buff to see what's going on. That's exactly what he's doing right now. He'll be met by Finn. Didn't place a ward or anything. Maybe coming back in, but we'll see if Kana decides that he needs to get this vision early on. He'll go in, he'll see Marcoon. They now know where the Rogue jungler is starting, and Kana will get back to lane in time to catch that first minion wave.
I like the level 1 aggression here from both teams. In the current state of jungle, it's very full class centric, and it's very easy to predict what the enemy jungler is going to do if you see them level 1. So here in this case, both teams have information. They know that both junglers are going to path top to bot, and that makes the rest of the game very straightforward, not only for the junglers, but also for the laners. Of course, Closer here decides not to do a full clear. Instead goes for the Raptors into bot side. Could mean that he wants to look for an early surprise gank bot. Not too likely, but he's keeping his options open, really.
Early exhaust out from Zoelis as well, meaning that Upset has to burn his cleanse. Targa was just trying to block for his AD carry and takes about half his health for it. Upset and Targa will struggle in this lane. You can't really hook in as a Nautilus, because as soon as you do, Braum just says, okay, cool, concussive blows, you're stunned and you're just sitting on top of me. It's a well-known counter. Obviously, the Nautilus can do work later on in the game, but for now, the pressure from Comp and Zoelis will be very difficult for Targamas and Upset to deal with, and that's why Closer went for the path he did, so he can get this early gank, put some pressure onto Zoe, Elise, and Comp, who were able to withstand that, and then get back to pushing in the wave.
Somehow Closer wasn't aware that he was sitting in a ward the entire time he was doing both Blue and Grump. I really like the movement from Comp and Solus. They played rather aggressive, pulled Closer towards bot, ended up wasting a good chunk of his time. So now, soon, Markoon is going to hit level 4. He's going to be unleashed on the map while Closer is still finishing his full clear.
And Upset without Cleanse as well makes it a possible dive angle if you do want to go for it. Obviously, not the easiest thing in the world to execute onto a Nautilus who has a lot of CC, onto an Aphelios who can have red gun. Obviously, gun's very dependent in the moment of time what he's going to have. So we'll see exactly how that plays out. Markoon is just about to finish his Krugs. There's a ping on the next wave. I wonder if that's the wave they're pinging to dive on. Now, there's a ward in the pixel bush that Markoon will walk over or tunnel over as he comes across, but the next wave was pinged out by Rogue. Instead, Markoon goes up towards the Scuttle Crab, will secure that for himself. The wave going to push in now, and Markoon is on his way, looking for a potential dive, even just to force Upset and Targamas away. They might just have to back away and give Markoon the respect that Rek'Sai earns in this situation.
Yeah, the thing is, they know after Closer showed bot earlier that now there's no way he's going to be around anymore. He's definitely farming his top side, and with that, they have an opportunity to look for a play.
Force the flash out of Targamas, just with the burrow in. A wave lost to the tower as well, as Upset Targamas can now work their way back down towards this bottom lane. Lost one extra minion out of that, so you can see about an 8 CS lead. Closer is on his way across, so Elise doing a good enough job of protecting his AD carry and his jungler, meaning that they were able to get their resets off. That's the support's duty in that sort of situation. Top lane, though, very much in favor of Kana in this early game. Already has a 10 CS lead. Adapted defenses doing a lot of work for him in this lane. That passive giving him the shield, and he takes the damage from Finn. And he also has the total biscuits of rejuvenation for a little bit of extra healing in the lane.
Right here, we're seeing Markoon pick up a pretty big jungle lead simply off that one mistake from Closer. Classic jungle mistake. You think a gank is possible, you move into the lane and end up wasting 20-30 seconds for an unsuccessful gank, and now your tempo is completely ruined. He even had to go topside again to defend the spot lane instead of getting top scuttle. And just off of that one decision alone, Markoon is now having a solid jungle lead.
The question is, what can he do with it? So far, he's burnt the flash from Targamas, but we said it in draft, he's the one that needs to do the things in the early game. Because if Karma and Core are able to scale, if they get to 2 items, their composition is likely stronger.
It mostly comes down to how well they can use Rek'Sai hitting level 6 before Sejuani. If the moment Markoon hits level 6, they're able to force a big fight around Dragon or around Void Drops, that could potentially make a big difference. But of course, if the game is stale and nothing happens, then the jungle lead is not going to matter so much.
Let's have a look. Keep our eyes on Markoon. You can see the little pink bar next to Rek'Sai's portrait. Currently level 5. When that pink bar fills up, he'll be level 6. Track all of the players' XP using those bars. Markoon still going through his second clear. He's got the wolves, got the grump now down towards that bottom side. Might want to punish the fact that Targamas has no flash, but Upset's cleanse is back up. So he is in a fine position to avoid any CC on the gank. Looks like a Krug skip here as Markoon works his way across. The recall started by Targamas and Upset. Now realize that Markoon's in the area. Tunnel in. Go back to mid lane as Vladi's farming minions. The tunnel didn't do much as there's the trade in by Larssen, lands the chains, Closer on his way. And Larssen backs away, Vladi down to 110 HP.
And Rogue really wants to force the Dragon right now while Markoon is still in the area. He knows that if he does Crocs, recalls, then eventually there's a chance for KC to take Dragon while he's looking for Void Growths instead. He's really just trying to match Closer and make sure that any side he's on, that's where the pressure happens, that's where you get things done.
Feels like a greedy contest from Closer if he stayed around for any longer. Larssen has mid-prio, yes he's half HP, but Vladi had no TP and was back in base. So Closer pokes his head in, is like tentatively thinking about whether he can do it, but he can't, as Kana here on the receiving end of a bit of a battering from Finn, but Finn has already lost about half his HP in extended trades. Closer's on his way up. Finn has the all-out, obviously a get-out-of-jail-free card in certain situations. There it goes, though, and now he's lost that card. Closer's on his way. Kana jumps back in. Hextech ultimatum will lock him up. Good Q3, but it's not enough to escape. First blood to Closer.
And just like that, all of a sudden, the jungle lead is now fading away. Closer is ahead in gold, now by 250, but of course Macoon still has the experience advantage, and all he needs is one more camp, hit level 6, and then he can put his foot on the gas pedal and push the game forward once again.
Doesn't have the time to take that camp though, because Closer started up the Void Grubs. Macoon was working his way around to see perhaps if he could contest, instead goes back towards the blue. Opening through mid for Zoelise. I'm wondering if he's just going to try and sprint up towards these grubs. The Patient's going to reset on them, but Closer gets the smite down just in time before that grub heals up and manages to only take one of them. Macoon now 6, so is Closer though from the XP from the grub. So the lead that Macoon had developed kind of dissipates as Closer got that first kill in top.
It's the classic. You create such a good jungle path. You're one step ahead the first 7 minutes of the game just for your silly top laner to overextend, hand over a kill, and all of a sudden,
Talked about the pick potential of an Enchanted Crystal Arrow.
That's a sneaky arrow.
Yeah, it's a very nice arrow. Across the wall, and Vladdy unable to respond with a flash in time, and Upset now will clear out this wave in mid, but Larssen on the board. Upset. That's one of those ults that you feel so good because you chucked out, but it was entirely blind. So he just assumed Larssen was backing there, because that's kind of where you back if you're a mid laner and you've just got the kill. Well played by Upset to keep Larssen around. He doesn't have the teleport up yet. Should be able to clear out this wave. Doesn't really want to dash in because Targamas's hook is always a looming threat, but the plate goes down to Upset and Larssen has to stay around. There's the hook. Larssen's able to dodge away from it. His TP back up in about 20 seconds time or so. 40 seconds time.
So right now, for Rogue, top lane is going to be a pretty big problem. You already know that Kana eventually is going to be impossible to deal with in the side lane, but with Larssen picking up the kill in the mid lane, the Rek'Sai LeBlanc duo is going to be very powerful, and it should be fairly easy for them to push out mid, establish control in the bot river, and play for the next dragon.
We'll see if Carmichael are able to fight around that dragon. Kana's no TP, nor does Finn. So if the dragon, well, he's 2 minutes away still. You've still got time for that TP to be back up. But for the moment, looks like we're just going to have the AD carries and supports playing through the mid lane. Zoelise stepping in here, trying to get some vision control of their own. Comp will clear out the ward. Zoelise still 5, about half his way to 6. Targamas about 3-4 minions away from hitting that benchmark himself. Larssen with the Luden's companion jumps in, chunks out Vladdy, who tried to slide back in. Zoelise here in time. The arrow! Vladdy flashes it this time. A little bit of vision from the control ward in the bush meant that he realized the arrow was on its way to meeting his head and flashes away just in time.
Comp is giving me Prey vibes right now. Yeah. Those arrows are on point, and he's making the game very difficult to play for Vladdy. Now, curious to see what's going to happen on the next arrow, but for now, Larssen is going to have full prio in bot lane. That prio is going to translate into river and dragon control, and you know, right now, Vladdy soon is going to have to find a recall timer for himself because he's dropping very, very low. Does have TP to come back, however.
Closer's out of vision there, I think. Vladdy dashes in, dashes back. Targamas was waiting around the corner as well. The plate not going to fall. Carmichael able to defend it just in time. Larssen, though, with a 20 CS lead now on the LeBlanc. And for a very long time, Larssen has been seen as, you know, one of the great mid laners in Europe, or one of the mid laners in Europe at least, who could challenge the top dogs. Humanoid kind of graduated the same Challenger Series class as Larssen, and now has really usurped his position at the top alongside Caps, obviously. I wonder if this game could be a show of the old Larssen, a Larssen that really dictates the tempo of a game, a Larssen that can really dominate a game. Even if he plays well this game, obviously, I'm not saying he's, you know, returning to Caps form or Humanoid form, but sometimes it's nice to see a player really have a standout game when Rogue as a team and Larssen as a player, I think, have been struggling a little bit to make an impact on the league.
Well, it's a good opportunity for him to make a statement, really crushing the hopes and dreams of an up-and-coming player in Valley, and he definitely is in a position to do it. Strong LeBlanc player, has been a champion he's had a lot of success with in the past, and now in full control of the bot side. Another wave is coming that he's going to want to push out, and then as mid and bot is being pushed, we're going to see Rogue translate that pressure into a dragon. Carmen Corp will have almost no way of defending, just going to sit under the turrets and wait for a better opportunity.
It's the waiting game for Carmichael. We talked about it a few times. 2 items really is where they start to come online as a comp. Vladdy on his way to Nash's Tooth, doesn't have it yet, and Upset yet to finish his first item as well. So Rogue will get the second dragon of the game. Grobs are up. If they can get a couple of those, they will get the mites as well. Closer's going to start them up. Looks like Comp and Zoelise will just get the pressure in mid and now work their way across here. Closer's backed away from the Grubs. Didn't take one, importantly, so Rogue have the opportunity to get 5 of their own. As I think Karma and Core are just playing very defensively right now. Makes sense when it comes to composition. Makes sense when it comes to what they want to do. Makes sense when Kano is developing this massive lead by himself as well. Only had 1 gank from Closer to really help rocket him into this position. The question is whether Carmine Core can stall for long enough or even find picks as Larssen dashes forward, has the Mimic Distortion, doesn't use it, may have already used the Mimic, flashes! There's the Emperor's Divide, Larssen Mimic distorts away. And here comes Upset on his way. There's the Moonlight Vigil, Larssen dashes across the wall, Closes on his way for the chase as well. They want to give this kill to Upset, get the gold in his pocket, and in the end it will do. Larssen dashes in, but Upset secures the kill.
You probably couldn't have chosen a worse person to give that goal to. Out of all people, you give it to the Aphelios, and he certainly is going to be very, very happy about that. The 20 CS advantage in bot lane is now non-existent, and he's up 100 gold back in business. This was a key point for Karman Corp. They're now in a good position in terms of gold. Literal no gold lead existing anymore. Rift Herald spawning, and they'll still have to determine when they're ready to take the fight. We see Comp coming out of base here with his first core item completed, and once Upset starts coming online as well, I have a feeling we're going to see them playing slightly more aggressive.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Upset will have the Infinity Edge on his back here. The question is, do you want to fight the next Drake? Is that too soon for you? Do you want to wait for 2 items, or is 1 core item apiece on your carries enough? It is still 3 minutes away, but a Cloud Soul for a composition like Rogue's would be very powerful. One of the better souls to secure. And our second Cloud Soul of our casting duo today. Rift Herald secured by Marcoon. Went Titanic Hydra first on the Rex side. Vladdy pushing up here. His flash just about off cooldown, so it should be safe enough as the chains don't quite connect from Larssen.
And right now we see the trades back and forth in top lane. Finn actually going for the all-in here on Canna Medic.
Yeah, goes for the all-out. The arrow hits as well! Comp on form! The Greek sniper continues to find his mark, and Finn the beneficiary.
Wow. I was so surprised seeing him all in to begin with, but the arrow comes from downtown, and once again Comp setting up a beautiful, beautiful kill for his team.
It's very well done by Comp. His arrows have been absolutely on point. And the lead that Kana had just evaporates. Only 300 gold ahead. Now, obviously, the Camille scales very well as Vladdy's caught with the chains. Zoelise on a control ward here. As Targamas joins the fray as well. But Rogue, after Larssen got caught, I thought things were going to slow down a little bit. Rogue still able to find the picks with the arrow. Feels like that's the cooldown. They're really playing around when they look for these fights. With it still being on cooldown, I expect we won't see them going for anything overly aggressive in the next couple of moments.
Well, if I was in their shoes having a literal point-and-click arrow, by the looks of it, I would certainly be waiting for that cooldown as well. And of course, with Dragon coming up in 1 minute and 30 seconds, they're not under any time pressure. They're going to do what Rogue is so good at. Play by the book, play slow, set a vision around the area, and make it difficult for Karman Corp to re-enter and consist.
Marcoon go back in. Targamas does have the hook here. Closer's on his way as well. Sides against going for anything more. Importantly, Closer hasn't leveled up his pet yet. He needs 1 more camp. His Razor Beaks are up. But if we get to that Drake without Closer having that final treat given to his jungle pet, obviously the smite disparity will be about 300 health between 1.2k and that 900. Can be impactful. Doubt it will be. Think Closer's just going to go and get a camp right now, but these little things are the things that keep me occupied when the game is slightly slower than usual.
I can appreciate the focus on jungle pets. I mean, the jungle pets needs a little bit of attention as well. They're working so hard in the jungle to keep us junglers in a great spot to take over games, right? And now,
do you enjoy playing Pokemon while you're playing League of Legends?
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, it's a great little mini game we're playing, and of course now with Closer getting his, you know, Squirtle evolved into a literal Blastoise. He's feeling comfy right now. Like he gets a Squirtle immediately. The respect is clear.
this Marcoon is setting up around that area as well, but the Scuttle Crab, as you say, secured by Carmine Core. This feels like where the battle lines are going to be drawn between the two teams. First item complete on Upset and Vladdy. The Warmogs as well for closer means that he can tank up some of the poke. Rifthold used in the mid lane. The charge might actually be enough just to kill this tower. Carmine Core trying to defend, but Rifthold charges in. Oh, close but no cigar for Shelly as the tower stands with sub 200 HP there. Rogue though used the time to open up through this bot side river. Larson has the push in bot as well. He'll start taking down that tower. Carmine Core claim control over the dragon. TP flank as you say. Finn yet to TP. Engaged by Targa. Flashes away. TP in by Finn. Kana looking for that flank position. Hexagold made him a possibility. The arrow lands on Upset a bit immediately. He cleanses it away. The Drake secured. It's Vladdy who gets it. The hook going in as Finn is locked up. Larson looking for the damage, but Finn with a path maker on the backline. Hexagold made him immediately exhausted as Kana dives in. Finn somehow still alive. Now taken out by Closer. Carmine Core get the Drake and get a kill.
Sometimes I really wish I was a top laner medic. Like the fact that both of them can just confidently jump in 1v4. Finn obviously died at the end of the day, but bought a lot of time, and Kana was able to purchase a lot of time for his team. And we see it right here. I really love the flank from Kana, like single-handedly just zoning out everybody from Rogue. And of course, he couldn't finish the play. He went in a little bit too early, perhaps, so his team wasn't able to follow, but still secured a good fight for his team. And a dragon.
Yeah, the important thing for Carmine Core is you get the dragon, you stop the stacking, right? No soul point for Rogue. You slow down the game, and you get a kill. Like, overall, perfect for Carmine Core. Yes, maybe you could have got another one if Kana was half a second later, but Kana's flank is the reason that Rogue had to back away. And Carmine Core once again basically evening out the gold here. 200, 300 between the two. It matters not at this point. The gold lead for Larson though in this 1v1 lane, which hasn't really been 1v1 for a while, with Targamas hovering behind Vladdy and Marcoon and Zoelise hovering behind Larson. Looks like Larson might have his second item complete. No real objectives to fight over for Rogue though. They haven't put Carmine Core on the same timer that they would like. They've used the Rift Herald. Yes, there's a Baron, but LeBlanc and Ashe don't really take a Baron there quickly, so I don't think we'll be seeing that one anytime soon from Rogue.
And that's been the challenge for them so far. The only real advantage has been a Larson, so it's not like they've been able to utilize this slight gold lead to create, you know, a position to take towers and extend the gold lead further like we saw in the last game. It's very slow, very methodical, and eventually Rogue, they will need to push the game forward, because you don't want champions like Aphelios and Azir to reach the late game. You have to find a way to be creative, to set up these fights, and, well, to set your monster strong LeBlanc up for success. You just completed the second item. Look at the mid lane item gap, it's huge. This is your moment to strike.
And the minions take it. They did. They struck first tower at 20 minutes. That's got to be one of the latest we've seen here in the LEC. Definitely one of the latest in summer, maybe one of the latest over the course of the entire year. And the minions took it into their own hands. Like, hey guys, 20 minutes is way too long for us to wait for the first objective to fall. No local gold, of course, for Rogue, as they weren't in the vicinity at the time. Carmine Core, though, looking towards this top side. Finn has Ghost and has the All Out. Closer and Targamas just here to make sure they can clear out this control ward, while Larson has a bit of free time with the bot lane tower to take one of his own. Two items as well on comp. On the other side, Vladdy and Upset just slightly behind. Expect to see, well, I mean, Vladdy's a little bit more behind, but Upset's only slightly behind. Waiting to see, likely a second item, Lord Doms from Upset with the Last Whisper already in his inventory.
Respectable choice. If you're an AD carry, you know the struggles of having to deal with this unkillable CC monster that is Cassandra running right at you, and without the Lord Doms, it's going to be very, very difficult to take him down. Now for both teams, they're going to try to, well, kill Finn apparently.
Apparently just go for Finn. All Out comes out. Finn, realizing Closer's in the area. The permafrost about to stack on him, now falls off, dashes back in, looking for some more damage onto Kana. Iceborne Gauntlet doing a bit of work. Q3, Larson dashes in immediately here with the Glacial Prison to the face. And Carmine Core will just disengage. Not too much expended by them, a couple of ultimates, but it's just in exchange for the ultimates out from Rogue. Vladdy has some free time with this bot lane tower, so Carmine Core should be able to get, I mean, they're still gonna get it. You've slowed him down for like 3 seconds. But the arrow continues to hit.
Classic. The arrow from the other side of the map. Comp on point this game, and now Larson of course, wants to do the same thing on top side, pushing in the wave, wanting to take the top tier 1. But Dragon is also up in less than a minute, and soon the teams will have to start playing for this objective. For Rogue, being that one step closer to, you know, Seoul, is going to put them in a very favorable position later in the game, because Carmen Corp is going to have to fight for a later Dragon no matter what. Where for KC, well, they want to deny the opportunity and keep scaling.
Yeah, they definitely do. I want to try and get towards, 3 items maybe. Now at 2 for both Vladdy and Upset. It is where they begin to spike in power, but obviously Aphelios and Azir, just the more items you get, the better. For Carmine Corp, it's never an easy road against Rogue. Haven't beaten them at all this year. Lost both the regular season games they have played against them. But here they're in a good position. If they can manage to continue keeping the, the goal lead about 1,000, just get towards 30 minutes, you are going to be very, very powerful. Rogue obviously looking to try and stop that from happening. And with Comp's arrows being as on point as they have been, we'll see if Carmine Corp can avoid the threat that is Compin. I was trying to make a Robin Hood joke with Comp's name, and it started to come out, and then I realized it was awful, so I'm just going to say Comp.
Let's just move on.
Just have to avoid Comp's
happens.
arrows. There we go.
Well, Larsen got the top turret, now has time to quickly recall and be able to TP back for the Dragon. Of course, his team is a little bit late in the play, and now, realizing Casey has started it, Larsen actually decides to stay top, pushes out another wave. They end up giving Dragon because they were late to the play, and that's what you get for being greedy.
And good from Carmine Corp to immediately jump on it, right? Like, Rogue, yes, a little bit slow on the play. Should definitely call them out for that. Carmine Corp saw the opportunity, took it, did a very good job of it. And because of that, they now delay the possibility of Rogue getting that soul. Larsen's still lying in wait, looking to see if Vladdy oversteps here, but with closer. It's actually been really smart from Carmine Corp, because the key weakness for them is the fact that Vladdy is almost 2,000 gold behind. So all they've done is make sure whenever Vladdy is in a position where he could die, we have someone waiting around the corner. We have a little bit of extra vision. They've kept him alive, and because of it, he's got towards that 2-item point, and they haven't fallen further behind as they could have done with the arrow into a LeBlanc combination.
It's also worth noting that so far both of these teams have been better at being reactive rather than proactive, and have had their good games playing from behind. So now Rogue will need to showcase to us that they can actually play proactive, play aggressive, and make sure that KC doesn't continue scaling in the same way, because now being in an advantage for more or less the entire game and still being up only 1,000 gold after 25 minutes is not ideal. And on KC, well, they're probably getting flashbacks to yesterday, except that now instead of being down 10k, they're only down 1.5.
Yeah, it's a much easier position to be in. It's true. We'll see if Rogue can do something a little bit more proactive, because to me, it's starting to feel like we're almost at the point of no return, right? If you're not doing something in the next 4 or 5 minutes, I think you do just get outscaled by this Carmine Corp combination. Kana especially, at 2 items on this Camille, if he gets on top of Comp, like, Comp just can't survive that. You put out an arrow, he's got Merc Treads, the tenacity obviously reduces the stun of the arrow, and it's very difficult for Comp to actually survive the Camille. Just jumping on top of him, and also hard for Finn in the side lane. It went the Kanik Rukern second to try and deal with some of the damage that comes out from Vladdy in team fights, but doesn't help you really that much against the Camille, who is predominantly physical damage. Rogue trying to set up around this Baron, though. Needs to get a little bit more deep vision. You can see Zolis and Comp pathing towards mid to make sure they can catch this wave, but Carmine Corp very willing just to sit back and wait. And then when Rogue realize they don't have the numbers advantage, they have to back away. Carmine Corp step in, put a little bit more pressure down. They're doing a very good job of making sure that even though they are behind, even though they're not in the driver's seat of the game, there's not many roads for Rogue to take, but this is one of them. They start up the Baron.
Hit the Baron, let's go.
Yeah, you just call him into the fight, right? Kana can TP, no vision for Carmine Corp right now. Vladdy stepping across as well, doesn't have a control ward, does have a far side alteration, puts the soldier in the pit, and will Rogue stick on it? 2,000 on it, closer dashes in, Vladdy gets it for the second time this game! Vladdy, the rookie, steps up and says, not today. This blue wall will not break, will not bend in front of you, as Rogue once again are found wanting at an objective.
Oh, that killed me a little bit. Imagine 50-15 Baron after all this time. I just said 2 minutes ago we need them to be proactive. We need them to showcase to us they know how to use a lead, and they do that, Medic. On the other hand, of course, Carmen Corp, Takema wasn't base. Vladdy appeared with a ward, and him and Closer were able to burst it down and secure it together. And again, they are so good at playing from behind. This is the beauty of League. This is why you never surrender, because even if the enemy team has a slight advantage, they still have to play extremely well for you to actually end up with a defeat screen. You can always find a way to crawl back.
Rogue are used to winning from behind as well, and now they are very much behind. 2,000 gold in the hole.
Comfort zone. It was on purpose.
Exactly. 2 minutes on this Baron remaining. Larson looked for the TP flank, but the Sun Disc dissuaded him from looking for any more action. Carmine Court, 4 members strong in this bot lane. Rogue, they're nowhere near their turret. Hook goes down onto Finn. Pathmaker's out. Marcoon burrows in. Moonlight Vigil takes a chunk, but that's the tower falling. Carmine Corp get their 4th turret of the game, a 3,000 gold lead, and now will back away. Drake up in 36 seconds would be the 3rd for either team as Larson gets the chain. Hexagol Maiden will slow him up. There's the arrow. First one we've seen miss as the TP came in by Vladdy to make sure that Kana was not alone.
And that's how quickly things change in Summoner's Rift. Playing behind for more than 25 minutes and all of a sudden in a big, big lead here on KC's side, being able to pressure really hard and continuing to add up to their gold lead while they still have Baron available for themselves. Also worth noting, this is going to be their 3rd Cloud Drake. If they can be soon in a position getting 4 Cloud Drakes and a Cloud Soul, man, that's going to feel nice.
Zooming around the map, there's the 3rd for Carmine Court, using their time as well in the bot lane. 50 seconds remain on the Baron, already 4,500 gold out of it. And they're on their way towards their 2nd win of summer in only the 1st week, matching the wins they picked in winter and spring. Zoe dashing in, Targamas looking for the root, staggering blows not in range. Glacial Fisher going down, but Upset very safe on the backline here. And Upset begins to open up. Red-white, let's fight, switches to green. And Finn has to dash away, but the go button has been pressed for Carmine Core as they'll take their 2nd tier 2 of this Baron power play.
And that right there was a Rek'Sai for a moment thinking he was actually the one playing Sejuani, going forward very aggressively. But
Larson gets Vladdy. Good pick on the rotation there by Vladdy. Finds one. Gets Vladdy's flash out as well, but Carmine Core used the time to push in the inhibitor tower and the inhibitor as well in the bottom lane. Baron falls off. Kana stays around for a second. The hook on Zoelise. Not back with the Intopos, but Zoelise is now in no man's land. He's buried under it. Upset is on a killing spree, 3-0-1.
Great game for Upset so far, and the Ophelias definitely, and just very, very good performance from KC here, making it very, very difficult for Rogue to find any opportunities. And you saw it right there, like the engage from Marcoon was pure desperation more than anything, just not knowing how to start a fight. And unfortunately for him, going a little bit too aggressive to make it happen. The gold lead now exploded from 3 to 4.5k, and KC continues the streak. Now, already taking the bot lane inhibitor here. Perfect timing with 2 minutes for Baron. Everybody comes out on the map. They can start pushing out mid and top with bot, pushing automatically, and set up a really, really good Baron for themselves that hopefully is not going to be another 50-50.
No, I mean, if you're Rogue, you're probably hoping it's a 50-50 because that's the only chance you really have of getting into it. Carmine Court moving as a unit through this top side. It looks like Vladdy's going to come across and join. Kana has been the one splitting in the 1-4 comp so far. And for Carmine Core, this is important. You need to be grouped up because the only real threat that Rogue have now is Larson jumping out of a bush with an Enchanted Crystal Arrow follow-up or some sort of CC follow-up. There's the arrow on Kana, who tries to dash away with a hookshot wall dive. Hexagol Maiden coming out as well, but the Ethereal Chains will lock him up for the moment. Down to about half HP. The stack's not going to be enough to shield him up as Comp finds the kill. Carmine Core began to react, but realized their top lane is already dead, and so retreat away. In the end, it's just a kill. Still 2 minutes on the Drake, 1 minute on the Baron. Kana will be back alive and has his teleport.
Comp's arrows more or less single-handedly keeping Rogue in this game. 100% kill participation on the Ashe, and a fantastic game from him. But now, with Baron coming up in just a minute, it's going to be a difficult position for Rogue to retake. We see KC already securing full vision in the area, going for their final recalls, and Nautilus coming back with fresh wards. And they will now try to pull Rogue into the Baron area and look for the turn, look to find a favorable fight for themselves. And all they need to avoid is Upset or Vladdy getting caught out. They have a team comp that is fantastic at peeling for the carries. As long as they can freely hit in fights without getting jumped, they're gonna be very, very strong.
Upset has the cleanse and the flash. Vladdy doesn't have a flash, nor does Larson. These were exchanged as Kana TPs in to join the battle. Just trying to gain control, and with the teleport coming in, there's always the risk of an engage, so Rogue back away. Give their respects to the Carmine Core top laner. Rogue will get the pressure in mid to kick us off. Closer stepping in. Zoe at least dashes forward. The arrow only lands onto Targamas. Redemption coming out as well as Larson tries to dive in, but Vladdy locks him up. Marcoon on the back line goes in with the Praise Seeker, but it's not enough. Targamas down to half HP, but Larson short to follow to the grave. Marcoon and Larson already down. Zoe at least locked up in the Hexagon to made him. Moonlight Vigil goes wide, but Vladdy gets a second of the fight. Finn dashing forward, but they just don't have the damage to get to Carmine Core. It's a triple for Vladdy, and earlier we said maybe it's a statement game for Larson. Well, Vladdy had other ideas. 4-2-2.
We saw it right here from KC once again. They're so good at playing from behind, so good at being reactive, and the fact that Rogue was never able to get more than a 1.5k gold lead, being in the position they were in, means that KC is to be feared this split.
Yeah, 2 wins in a week for Carmine Core. And for the first time ever, I will say these words. Carmine Core defeat Rogue in the LEC. And they're having their fun with it as Marcoon and Zoelis respawn. But the Nexus falls and Carmine Core are 2-1.
Great, great game to watch. Great performances across the board. And more than anything, the individual performances were one thing, but they did it as a team. They had so good vision control, so good synergy between everybody. And this did not look like a team that just played their third official game together. They were on point.
Yeah, their synergy was great to see for Rogue. Obviously, a difficult loss because they had it. If they had managed to continue to find picks, if they had found cracks in the armor of Carmine Core, he could have snowballed that game away from their opponents, but today was Carmine Core's day, and you can vote for one of them in your Kia Player of the Game at LEC on X. Closer, Vladdy, and Upset are your options. Now, Vladdy, after a difficult early game, he was very targeted, came back very strong. Upset positioning very solid in team fights as well. Obviously, Closer, he was close, he was on the Sejuani, he was in the right position at the right time, helped get Kana ahead in the top lane. Well played all round for the Carmine Core boys. We're going to go to a short break, but right afterwards, we'll be hearing from the victorious jungler in an interview.
Wow, this is amazing.
I mean, I had a break, so... do you want to try? I'll be right back.
I want to try. Me? Maybe. What am I gonna do?
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Wow, Veli! Incroyable, magnifique. What? No, what are you doing? What are you doing? No, keep it. It was so good.
Yours was better.
Hey, shouldn't you be on stage right now?
Hey, you got a pick.
Tom Kent? What? I was not expecting this.
And a crazy off-meta pick that secured you the win. How did you come up with it?
I just listened to my gut.
pick potential of an Enchanted Crystal Arrow.
That's
Larson
a
just dashes
sneaky
in.
arrow.
Yeah, it's a very nice arrow.
Actually going for the all-in here on counter medic.
Yeah, goes for the all-out. The arrow hits as well. Up on form. Soldier in the pit, and will Rogue stick on it? 2,000 on it, closer dashes in. Bloody gets it for the second time this game.
Look at Bill. Yeah, kill a bit. Look, go Nash.
We can
End. Okay.
Welcome back to the Marriott Bonvoy check-in. We have closer here from KC. Congratulations, another win on the board. 2 wins in 1 week. When we're looking at spring 2024, it was only 2 wins over the entirety of the season. So what are you bringing to the table here to be able to make KC push their limits so far?
I think when I first heard that there is a possibility I'm gonna join this team, I didn't feel the pressure that's we went 10th place and we didn't have many wins. So I always looked at it okay, we have good players in the team, we can always do well. And I mean, so far we are doing not bad.
You are. Sky's the limit, right?
Yeah.
I want to talk to you about joining KC particularly because it's an organization that has a huge fan base that's very dedicated. How has it been for you?
It's been awesome. The fans are they're really kind and really supportive, even in the losses. So I'm really happy for their support. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for joining us for the interview. And again, congratulations, 2 wins already. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
We'll move it back to you.
Yay, thank you, Ginny. We're back here for the last game of the WIM, Team Heretics versus MDK. And before we get into the game, we wanted to take a look closer at the team's junglers and discuss who is the king of the jungle in this matchup. 2 very different profiles that we have when you look at the head-to-head between Elyoya and Jankos. 18-20, so it's rather close given the fact that Elyoya is more green than Jankos. But what sets them apart here? I want to talk about Yoya's flexibility, maybe, that he brings into the game and the champion pool that he has.
Yeah, I definitely think when you look at Elyoya, the fact that you're able to see multiple different styles of champions come through is absolutely spectacular. You look back, he's played things like the Belvets, the Brands. There's a huge amount when he comes towards with Iverns and these more supportive picks. So I think when I look at Elyoya, I love the fact that he's able to bring a plethora of different champions in. I mean, last bit we saw the Rengar, and having that tools at your disposal means that you're able to bring, do we need to focus more on the laners? Do I need to focus more on myself as a carry? Having that as an opportunity is so good for Elyoya.
Yeah, and although he has all of this flexibility, all of these champions and all of these tools, I still feel like he's implementing this sort of style where all roads lead to him, everything is happening around him. He's kind of dragging everyone on his team to, follow him. He's the one charging first into the fire, doing solo invades facilitated by pushing lanes and whatnot. And even though he's playing Ivern and champions like this, he still maintains this sort of aggressivity, where it's just polarizing.
I do think, though, I prefer him on picks like the Ivern, which are a bit more supportive, which is kind of funny because I feel like if you looked at this matchup even a year and a bit ago, back when it was kind of Elyoya back with Niski and those guys, I would have been like, hey, you can play this more aggressive style and be the main carry. But I think with this version, it feels like nearly he's teetering over towards Jankos' style, which is more like, hey, I want to try and support those laners and help them to succeed.
Yeah, which is what we've been seeing from Jankos overall, I feel. Setting up his lanes for success and maybe not being the main character here.
Yeah, I mean, if we go back all the way to the G2 times, that was, his peak. Not saying that right now he's washed or anything, he's still an amazing player, but he had a lot of, talent around him, and he was the sort of guy who would give up anything to make his lanes thrive. He's been playing with amazing players, and right now in Heretics, I feel like ever since he joined all the way from last year, he's implementing some sort of style that works similar to this, but his pedigree is so good that to set everyone up that he himself looks amazing.
It's so weird when I think of Jankos because I'm like, oh yeah, I've seen this guy 1v5, and then when I think of a jungler 1v5, I'm like, the Belvets, the Graves, the big carries, but he's not that style, right? He's so consistently able to set up his laners so incredibly well, and I think that is going to be the big difference maker coming into this, is that you kind of feel like Jankos is going to fall back to, yes, we've seen Xin Zhao and Iverns, but the Sejuani duty that he got laughed at, these kind of things that seem to suit his champion pool significantly more.
Are they providing what the rest of their laners and team needs right now, though? Because we know that we're expecting more from Heretics. Mad Lions Koi had an amazing first split, but then fumbled a bit again when you look at Spring Split here. So given this jungler and what they provide to the team, is this what we want to see right now in this meta, given the way these teams are performing?
Yeah, I would say so, because, you know, the game is always about jungle, and MDK at their peak and Team Heretics at their peak have been the best when it was all about their junglers, you know? So they're both emulating this sort of play style very, very well. And I'm excited for today because it's going to be a clash of styles between these two. And I am just excited to see who's going to impose himself.
All right.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's going to be a very exciting matchup. The biggest question for me is how well can Yanko set up his lanes to actually try and take over in the early stages, because otherwise it feels like you just kind of get outpaced by Mad Lions Koi as they come into that more carry top lane, carry bot lane style.
So we heard your arguments. Now Twitch chat thinks that Elioya takes it with 23% and Jankos wins 77%. The old man wins here. We have an older old man here. So maybe
it's the power of the fan base, you know. Like when when Jankos is playing for like 10 years now, it's really easy to get the boomers in. You know, Elioya has only been around for like 3 years now, 4 years now, if I'm not mistaken. So, you know, bigger sample size.
I mean, it's hard not to go with the First Blood King, right? Like this guy, as you say, he has that legacy there. He's got the titles to match as well. It feels very hard even when Heretics, as Oda was saying earlier on, was at their lowest. It was still Jankos who was trying to rise them up and bring them to the Valhalla, the better spot, right? And I think that's where we're going to see a lot of this again, is Elioya trying to disrupt Jankos and trying to influence that. But I don't think that means Elioya is a pushover by any means. He's been very consistently in the conversation for a top jungler in the league, and I'm excited to see these two go head-to-head now.
Let's see who dominates and gets to be the king of the jungle in our last match of the week. MDK versus Team Heretics. Casters, over to you.
Thank you very much, Law. And who better to vote on the king of the jungle than a former almost king of the jungle, Broxer?
I'll take it,
almost. If you were to go between Jankos and Elioya, what would be the main differences you see in how they play?
I think in some ways they're fairly similar styles. I think Jankos, like the analyst has mentioned, is always the guy to take a bit of a step back, like a little further to set his team up for success. Elioya likes to get a few more resources, but ultimately, when they've been at their best, they've had amazing synergy with their players. They were able to build so good structure and always set everybody around them up for success as well. And now, well, I am very curious to see how this game is going to play out from an early point of view. These are two of the best junglers we have in the league for sure.
Well, let's see exactly how the teams prioritize them in the draft. If they do, we are seeing lots of jungles in the first 3 picks so far as we get on into draft for the final game of week 1. Reminder, from next week onwards, we are only on Saturdays and Sundays for 3 weeks before we have a week off leading into playoffs. So next Saturday, hopefully see you all back here for the LEC continuation. Twisted Fate banned away by Heretics, who are on the blue side. Orianna removed by Mad Lions Koi.
The Orianna ban being a slight surprise, but you know, right now, with that being taken away, I think Mad is telling more than anything they want to leave open a bunch of OPs and trade. This is a strategy you can take on the red side where you ban something semi-random or go for a target ban first to leave stuff like Skarner open for Heretics to then decide if they want to take it away or potentially go for the trade.
Well, Skarner won't be left open because it's banned by Heretics, as you say. The Ivan taken away as well. Senna and Wei are final bans, but that means Corki is available for Heretics, and with Corki, you can either play mid or bot. We have seen Flackid bring it into the bot lane already. I believe that was on day 1 in the game that Heretics won. Obviously lost to BDS yesterday. Mad Lions Koi yet to pick up a win, but maybe they will with the Vi Talia combination. Very good. Point and click, lock someone down, Talia flicks them back, and you just have so much potential to isolate a single member of the enemy team.
Yeah, there's 2 champions they haven't tried out yet, so might as well go for something slightly different. The Rumble, of course, is being left open, however, for Wonder to take, and Heretics is also going to be very comfortable getting their hands on some powerful power picks here themselves. Now they need to determine if they want to drop the answer to Talia right away, or if Spyro is willing to go down to 4-5 and instead taking something like a Nautilus or a Rel instead.
Yeah, that's the Rel locked in. I'm surprised they didn't go jungle. Obviously can be banned out a little bit in the second phase, but there's enough flexibility there. Kind of want an AD jungle or a tank, because you already have that Rumble in the top lane, so you don't want to double dip on your magic damage between top jungle. Mad Lions Koi now looking towards either their AD carry or support. Varus still available, and it's more CC and more point, like not more point and click because you kind of have to aim the arrow, but pretty easy when someone's already locked up in a cease and desist.
Yeah, we are seeing both teams here building very strong team fighting comps, which makes sense because right now in the LEC a lot of games are going to 30+ minutes, and these champions are all going to be able to shine at that point in time. Now for Matt, removing some of the junglers from Mr. Jankos does make a lot of sense. Jarvan in particular is very powerful with Rumble, and especially against the mobile carriers like Talia and Varus. Other junglers they could consider would be the likes of a Sejuani. Not as strong with Nautilus Rumble, but a possibility. Viego is something we've seen a lot, perhaps something like the Sinzao, but ultimately there's many different directions that Jankos can go. Whereas for Heretics, removing the second strongest support in Rel is the obvious choice.
Get rid of it well. There's the Sinzao taken away as well by Mad Lions Koi, so they're really trying to target Jankos in that jungle. Heretics can go towards another support ban, could also look towards the top lane if there's anything they don't really want Mad Lions Koi getting their hands on. I think of good matchups into the Rumble. There aren't many. He kind of wins most of the lanes. Could get rid of a tank, something like the Cassante for Mirwin, although not something he often makes his name on. Has played it already once this split. Heretics taking their time over this final ban as we see the timer expire, and they still haven't banned anything, so really taking their time over this final ban. Did they just miss a ban? They did. They missed the ban. Didn't get it down in time, so Heretics losing out on that ban because they missed it. There's the Braum locked in, which is often seen as an answer to the Nautilus, so Heretics are unable to decide what they wanted to ban in time. Gives Mad Lions Koi one more arrow in their quiver. Heretics now looking towards likely mid and jungle. Of course, the Corki can be flexed to mid, so we could see the Jhin down in that bottom lane, but Braum quite nice into Jhin. Because of the curtain call, Jhin locked in for Blackhead, so not really caring about the fact the Unbreakable can block a few of those shots. Heretics are looking towards jungle. Unless it's Rumble jungle?
That would be a nice curveball.
It would be. I mean, we saw Zyra jungle yesterday.
But then again, you kind of have to blind pick top lane one way or the other. Could also be a Rumble Jax double flex. Or we just go the boring route and take the Viego, the stable jungle choice for Jankos. And it does make sense. You have powerful picks in both solo lanes and a jungler that can fairly easily play into the Vi. Good draft all around. And
a lot of range as well. You've got the Equalizer, you've got Curtain Core, you've got Depth Charge for a bit of lockup. Viego then just gets one reset from someone already being half HP from the Equalizer. Jump in. Jinx lock, so it's Varus mid lane for Foscawi.
No. Top lane?
Top lane Varus?
Top lane Varus into Rumble.
Oh, true. I hadn't even... Sorry. I was so sure that Talia was in the jungle, but obviously she's not. Yeah, top lane Varus. So Mirwin bringing out
the picks all around.
The Kerberos special. Now Varus top lane we saw for quite a while when Radiant Virtue was really strong. Can still be played these days. If you guys know about Kerberos, very high elo, very good eclectic top lane champion player. He extols the virtues of the top lane Varus. I have a quick look back through some of the pro builds to see if I can see any recent builds for it, but Mirwin going back to his old haunts, bringing something out that's a little bit more inventive. We talked about this a lot when he joined the team, that in the ERLs, on stage, he was the one to experiment. He was the one to be a bit more out of the box, and here now, once again, he's showing us exactly why he is known for his slightly more diverse champion pool.
And it is a champion he's had good success with earlier this year. Third game on Varus, 2 wins and 1 loss so far, so it's a trusted and a proven pick for him. Now, of course, Rumble is one of the most feared champions of top lane, so it is the ultimate test. But I think if you are to leave something like Rumble open, you have to drop a curveball on him.
You do, because the jungle matchup is so important for us in this game box, and because I have you and I'm graced by your presence on the desk in the early game in this game, we are going to focus a little bit more on the jungle pathing. We will look towards the top lane as well, I'm sure, and if any action happens, we'll be going there as well. But most of our focus in this early game will be looking at how Jankos and Elyoya try and make this game advantageous for their teams. You can see here, we talked about this a little bit in the range versus melee matchup before. MDK want to get control of these bushes, likely will leave a ward in that second bush to make it a bit harder for Wonder just to dip in and out of vision and make it a bit easier for Mirwin to punish him for being in that top lane and only being a melee champion.
Yeah, for Mirwin, it's all about being able to play aggressive, push up, make sure that it's difficult for Wonder to even touch the wave to begin with. And now, establishing that control of top lane is going to go a long way for the top lane matchup. Junglers seem to be pathing. I'm a little bit surprised by Jankos actually here, starting on the blue side, pathing away from the Varus Rumble matchup, but it seems like both junglers having similar ideas. Aloya actually just wandered around with the sweeper, trying to find the ward. It was placed on red, so he didn't spot it. And we will be seeing the junglers moving to opposite sides here. Jankos trusting Wanda and being okay in this difficult top lane matchup, while Aloya wants to shut down the Rumble.
If you're Jankos in this situation, is there ever the idea of, I'll do one camp and then just gank Mirwin? Level 2, get the Spectral Maw, just try and burn a flash, try and burn something out of him to make it a little bit easier for one.
It is definitely a possibility. However, Riot has decided over the years that getting ganked is not enjoyable. They have nerfed ganks pretty heavily, so if you are go for an early gank as jungler, you will most likely be behind for the next 5-10 minutes of the game. You're basically going to be playing catch-up for a long time. Which is why we're often seeing pros go for these early wards to spot the jungler, having that info and knowing they will most likely first be ganked when the junglers on the opposite side of the map give so much information. And here, if you're Heretics, for example, having that info on Eliora's red, Wonder's aware what's coming. He knows he's going to be the target. And now it's up to him to stay healthy and make sure he doesn't drop too low, because if that's the case, he's going to be a free dive for Eliora and Mirwin.
It looks like both the junglers just going for a relatively normal first clear here. And with that happening, I think maybe we can start to look at some of the other lanes as well as they continue to develop. I was hoping for a bit more early action. I'm very thankful for your insight. We saw a couple of trades in the bot lane, a slight CS lead for Super and Alvaro. 15 CS to only 9. Now Trimby locked up for a second. Death charge, Dredgeline coming out, but Trimby has the flash. Super flashes in! And just in time, we look to the bot lane as MDK are on the board.
This is a dream scenario for Elioya. We could see him peacefully clearing his jungle camps towards the top side, moving away from bot lane and still having the bot lane not only getting the kill, but also being able to push out the cannon wave and recall safely. Jankos doesn't even dare to move in the river, bases immediately, and is now pathing towards top side. He wants to, well, he can't even get top scuttle, so it's more so about re-entering his jungle. Trimby joins as well to make sure that Wonder is safe. And the game for MDK just changed from being proactive to all of a sudden fully defensive and just trying to avoid falling further behind.
For Heretics, right?
Heretics, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, you corrected me on an Elder Drake versus a Cloud Drake, I think.
Teamwork.
It's a slightly smaller correction as perhaps a small walk in here by Jankos. Trying to make his way around, avoiding any vision that was in the river. The Scuttle Crab, obviously his main target to dodge around. He goes back in, Elioya steps forward, Spectral Maw going out. The junglers meet for their first trade of the game. Elioya ahead in terms of camps, but behind in terms of damage because Jankos has had that reset, got double longsword. Trimby on his way towards the top side as well. Alvaro trying to join up here. He doesn't know. Now he does, as Trimby steps out. Spectral Maw for the stun. Dredgeline going in as well. Unbreakable Wonder has to walk through the tower to get here. Flash Bolt Breaker, and Trimby's only level 2. There's one. Alvaro able to flash away, but the dash in by Jankos gets him one. Now he resets. Unbreakable down, and Mirwin will fall with it as well. Spyro joins the battle as Heretics find 2 kills for Scowie. TP'd in, but is he going to be able to survive under this tower? Eliora's trying to rejoin the action. Jankos has that Spectral Maw, but doesn't have a flash, and so dashes out. Heretics able to get quite a lot out of that top lane play.
They were able to close almost the entire gold lead there with that one play. And initially, what Matt did made a lot of sense. They brute forced the fight, knowing that they have had an XP advantage on their Braum being level 3 and also those only level 2. And it went well at first. But what they didn't take into account was the fact that Corki had prior, and as he was moving up, Frescowie started his recall, then had to TP in, and by the time the Talia arrives, the fight is basically over already.
We talk about reset comps a lot of the time. Viego, you're basically cooldown cycling. If you can get that first kill, you get 3 new cooldowns. And then if you can jump out, your cooldowns are back up. It's so much easier for you to get 6, 9 spells off in a fight where your opponents are just waiting for their first cooldowns to come back up. And there we saw a great example of it. Jankos came out, immediate unbreakable, into the Winter's Bite, into the concussive blows, and really there was nothing Mirwin could do about it. Gold even between the two teams. A lead now for Wonder in the top lane, about 500 gold ahead. Super, obviously getting that first kill means he's about 500 gold ahead as well. If this Jinx can scale up, well, she's the champion that thrives on resets as well. But 6 minutes in, honors even, really, between these two teams.
Wonder is now in a great position if there is to be any fight on the top side of the map, finishing Sorcerer's Shoes and having his level 6. I wouldn't be surprised seeing Jankos move into the top river to establish some control himself and force a fight around the Void Groves here. Elioya and company, of course, can contest if they wish, but it's a risky position to be in, and more likely he's just going to continue farming for level 6, make his way to bot side, use his winning bot lane to then set up for Dragon.
Fresskowy has the flash, Dredge line, Trimby flashed away by Fresskowy, had to do it. Trimby waited, and Fresskowy has to burn the summoner. Jankos on the grubs already. As we said, Wonder can basically game prior whenever he wants in that top side, just lay an equalizer down, and Mirwin doesn't have
Look
flash.
at Elioya though.
Elioya's working his way up
Sneaky
here.
jungler.
Wonder
no flash, Varus ult is available.
Jankos on his way, no level 6 for him yet. He's about a third of a level away from it. Stands in the control ward. Now, MDK obviously know the grubs have just been taken, so can kind of presume that Jankos is in the area. Elioya spotted first, hits 6 off the wave though, has that cease and desist. Immediately jumps onto Wonder, who can't get the equalizer down in time. Jankos trying to trade back in the super, that rocket just wide! But MDK find 2 in the top side.
Good read from Wonder, immediately placing the ward in the bush to spot out Elioya, but despite that, MDK just gets a really good engage off, manages to burst down one target and can quickly move on to the next one. Really good read here from Elioya, and great acting skills from Mirwin as well, being able to set up that play.
Also smart not to just go when you see the grubs go, because you know Jankos in the area. They wait for him to come across. Elioya spotted, gets the level 6 from the minion wave, and because they have so much CC, Wonder doesn't have the time to get that equalizer down. With an equalizer, it's a very different fight, because remember, Jankos gets the Vi then jumps onto Mirwin, who didn't have flash. I don't think he had barrier up at the time either.
Now we see Elioya immediately moving into the bot river and looking for the dragon as Jankos walks back to top and helps Wonder push out. They now know that Mirwin most likely will not have backup and still has no flash available, so they go for another play.
Yeah, Mirwin's dead here. Equalizer, Heartbreaker, and Jankos dies! I think he could have just waited for the burn. Maybe a bit overeager from Jankos to make sure they secured that kill. Maybe not quite had the right timer on the flash, because it is, you know, about 40 seconds away from coming back. In the end, a 1-for-1. Mirwin will be very happy with that. Now has 3 kills to his name, and even though Wonder has a 20 CS lead, he's only about 50 gold ahead. Elioya takes the time to take the dragon, get the red buff. Jankos begins to fall further behind in terms of jungle camps.
Yeah, good position for MDK, and of course, huge Varus top game from Mirwin here so far. We said it in the draft, if you have to leave the Rumble open, you need to have something prepared. The Varus does seem to be cutting it so far. But of course, despite all the kills, Rumble does have a pretty significant CS lead and therefore is still relevant in the game. Now, I want to see MDK including that bot lane at some point. This Jinx is 1,000 gold up at the moment, and that's where you have a lot of value. Now, of course, she hasn't finished the first item yet, but once that core item comes in, Jinx is going to be really hard to deal with for Team Heretics in fights.
And we'll only scale up further. The cull already, or about 47 stacks taken off it, so 53 remain. That's quick maths for you. As Wonder here playing a little bit more defensively, doesn't have the vision to step up. Elioya could be in the area. At the moment, Elioya just on his Krugs. He's seen a lot of action around that top side, though. Wouldn't be surprised at all if there's a repeat gank coming out from Jankos or from Elioya. At the moment, though, with Grub spawning in a minute's time, the reset comes out from Jankos. Get up towards his first item.
Jankos just recalled. This could be a great opportunity for Heretics, even bringing Braum to the play. Heretics seemingly have no idea what's coming because nobody is ready to react. Jankos is moving towards top from base, but he's going to be way too late.
There's initial CC into the stun, into the Unbreakable, and once again, Wonder doesn't have the chance to equalize the battle. Wonder falls again. The second time this game, Grub's up in 30, Kraken Slayer complete for Jankos, and just a slight mistiming from Heretics and a good timing from MDK, as you said, to punish the fact that Wonder was alone under his tower.
And you need to keep in mind, this is not only about the kill itself. The kill is one thing, but now the gold lead exploded in top lane from 0 to 700 ahead for Mervin, and now he can actually start building a real advantage for himself. Worth noting that MDK did use everything they had in their toolkit to set up that one kill on Wonder, meaning that they will most likely be handing over 6 Void Growths to Heretics.
But if Wonder can't push in top lane because he's behind against this experimental Hexplate Varus, by the way, then who's getting the pressure? In the mid lane, Talia is able to neutralize Corki's push. In the bot lane, Jinx is getting the push into the Jhin every day of the week. So yeah, you can have 6 grubs, but if you can't hit a tower with them, it doesn't really matter too much. Team Heretics trying to rectify that situation by pressuring Alvaro and Frescowy in the mid lane. They'll get the equalizer down and Alvaro to half HP, but they don't hit the turret. Drake up in 1 minute and 50 seconds time. Trimby running his way down towards bot. Now Super has double sums, but if he oversteps, it could be a death sentence for him. Instead, just zaps. Don't really know where Alvaro is for Heretics, so they will just retreat from the play.
And now, 1 minute and 40 seconds in the Dragon. That's where MDK are really gonna set their sights, try to finish the core item on Jinx, get ready for that big fight. Because if Heretics decides to fight with a number disadvantage or with Jinx being in a good position to just free hit, you can explode this gold lead even further. 2K already up at 12 minutes is really impressive, but again, we saw something similar last game. Rogue were not able to be proactive. They couldn't push the advantage. Can MDK?
Well, they're doing exactly that as they take down Trimby in the mid lane, overstepped. With a greedy route back towards the mid lane. MDK on the board once again. Smacking it yesterday for them. 3,000 gold ahead right now, or 2.5. Remember yesterday, obviously, they fell at the final hurdle, but this time they have the Jinx. They have the hyper carry, AD carry in their hands, and they continue to control the bottom side of the map. Vault Breaker away by Elioya. Super still rattling away on that tower. Seismic shove, cease and desist. The point and click sends Jankos to an early grave. And MDK continue to find pick after pick after pick.
And the synergy between Elioya and his support here just fully on point. The two of them are setting up almost every single play together, while Trimby and Jankos are usually at different plays and have different ideas in mind. And this is one thing that's so key. You can be king of the jungle all you want, but if your teammates are not there with you to set you up for success, you will not be able to do much.
Yeah. And with Super so far ahead, MDK very much set up for success in this game. They'll take the first tower, Chain of Corruption going down, Mirwin gonna try and rattle away at Wonder here. That experimental Hexplate giving you all that extra attack speed. He thinks he has, and not quite. Equalizer down, the barrier for Mirwin. Even with the Arcane Comment, I'm pretty sure that Varus survives through the play.
Wow, that Varus is pretty strong. I want to go home playing some top lane Varus now. Wow.
I mean, I look through builds. You can just build whatever you want on him, man. Like, I've got a Nash's Ginsu's Abyssal Mask Blade of the Ruin King build here. I have a Terminus Zonya's Kraken Ginsu's build. Rift Maker with Rabadon's. And then Experimental Hexplate as well.
Yeah, it's interesting. We live in a world where you can literally play Ultimate Bravery Varus on the professional stage and even get away with it.
And it's a good build as well. Remember, Experimental Hexplate gives you AD, attack speed, and health flat. Gives you ability haste on your ultimate, which is great for Varus. And then when you use your ultimate, you gain 30% bonus attack speed and 15% bonus movement speed for 8 seconds. So it's just all stats that Varus likes. Very similar to Radiant Virtue was. You know, just it makes you tanky, puts out extra damage. Very powerful for the Varus in top. And Mirwin showing just how powerful it can be for 2-in-1 in this game. But really, although we haven't talked about it much, Super is the man to look at. As right now it's Alvaro who's caught out. Glacial Fissure going down. Jankos takes the kill, but Super 2.4k ahead on this Jinx.
That's the synergy though. The moment Trimby and Jankos group, great things start happening. You heard it here, everybody. If you're support, roam, group with your junglers, and then beautiful, beautiful plays will come out of it. As you just said, Super does have a massive gold lead. Also worth noting that in order to secure a gold lead that big, they didn't end up giving the Dragons, the Team Heretics, and essentially ended up prioritizing exploding the gold lead even further over that objective.
And I think that makes sense. If you can get Jinx to 2 items before Flackett even has 1, you're in a pretty strong position. Flackett stopping that from happening though. Infinity Edge now complete on the Jhin. Super starting to push through this mid lane. Alvaro and Scowie just waiting around the corner. Rift held up in no time at all, because it's already taken by MDK. Is the Baron up in 4 minutes time? Vault Breaker channel by Elioa. He looks for Jankos, doesn't hit him. Equalizer down, depth charge as well, but Super's not locked up on the Equalizer. Dash in, cease and desist across the wall. The curtains open. Alvaro blocks one with the Unbreakable, and Elioa is able to dodge away with the Vault Breaker. MDK get out to getting the Rift held, and now yeah, what summoners do we burn? Just a barrier on Super, a flash on Elioa, and ignite on Alvaro. Not too much for MDK. You see Heretics trying to find those picks, but they can't quite get something to stick.
And right now, if you're MDK, you're just trying to buy time for Super to finish his second item. Once that is secured, he's going to be incredibly far up on Flagged and will be able to single-handedly win fights for his team.
Just waiting for that moment now. MDK once again trying to control this bot side jungle. Saw Mirwin in there. Trimby spotted on a ward. Winter's Bite will hit him. The Razor Beak. So well, Super gets a few of them. 32 extra gold to him. It's just about suffocating Jankos out of the game as much as possible. Suffocating Heretics out of the game as much as possible. Riftail put down. This will charge forward. Alvaro's going to ride it into battle. Just slams his face into the turret. The Weaver's wall down. Spyro on the wrong side of it, but can Valkyrie across. There's the tower falling. MDK take their 3rd of the game.
And the gold lead continues to explode a little further. Now, of course, they weren't 5k up anymore after their support. Had a little incident in the jungle, but it's coming back to them once again. 4.5k up on their opposition, and with 1 minute and 30 seconds up until the dragon, Super can push out mid, look for a recall timer. Everybody comes back from base with full mana, items, and fresh wards in the support, and then you can set up for the objective. All they need is control. All they need is to prevent Super from getting caught. Just play front to back, and this Jinx will be absolutely unstoppable from here.
Yeah, 2 items already complete for him. Foscari has the Seraphs complete. Double double Negatron Cloak there for Mirwin for a second, but he sells it, gets the dagger. Looks like Wit's End second for him. With Drake up in 50 seconds, expect that's where MDK are going to make their next front into the Heretics side of the map. But for the moment, MDK in commanding position, just like they were yesterday. And from this position, they were able to lose that game versus Carmine Core. However, when I look at these two compositions, I feel Heretics spike pretty hard in the mid game, but after that do tend to fall off in comparison.
Oh yeah, definitely. And right now, I kind of like what Heretics is doing here, just pulling MDK towards the top side, setting up some control and trying to really get them away from the dragon area. However, MDK are not going to fall for it, and I think, assuming they stay bot side, Heretics will realize that they're simply not going to be able to face check and contest, and instead try to trade the dragon for the top tier 1. Usually, if you are this far behind and you know that team fights are fairly difficult, unless you can get a flank, the best thing you can do is just give up the objective, let the opponent get a little bit, and see if you can get something in return on the other side.
But can they? Can they actually get anything but this top tier 1? Because it's a little bit, you know.
It's a tier 1. It's something.
A tier 1. It's true.
Better than nothing.
It's a little bit of gold.
You have the choice between going to dragon and getting aced, or taking a top tier 1. I would like to think they made the right choice.
They're looking for more. It's Foscari tries to flash away, but the equalizer's down. Seraph's shield won't be enough to keep him alive. Jankos gets out as well. It's a tier 1 and a kill for Heretics. MDK pushing through mid, but they don't really have the ability to take this tier 2. So in the end, a good trade.
Yeah, ultimately worked out very, very nicely for Team Heretics. Of course, the tier 1 was one thing, but even mind controlling the enemy Talia to walk up a little bit too far does help a little extra. Spyro now closing into the Infinity Edge on the Corki, and of course, Flaggett wants to finish his second item eventually as well. It does take a little bit of a while for him. He's in a very difficult position in this game, but once those second items come in for the 280 carries, they can start considering team fights.
Yeah, it's just whether or not you'll be in a position you can actually kill Super, because he still has barrier and flash. He has a locket from Alvaro. He's got a lot of CC in front of him as well, with Frescawi, Elioya, and Mirwin there just to block any ability of Heretics to get onto that backline. Super, though, caught with the Deadly Flourish. Takes a little bit of a chunk. Yankos still has that Kraken Slayer building up towards his next item. Hook onto Alvaro. The mind control strong today, it seems. Depth charge onto Super as well. Flash away by Alvaro into the locket, but he's going to go down first. Blacker takes the kill. You do have double AD carry if you want to turn your attentions towards the Baron. I don't think it's the best idea against a Jinx who can really open up against you. We've seen enough Baron steals today already that Heretics think of a wiser course of action. Get pressure in mid, reset, and spend some of that gold you just earned.
And right now, there's no doubt that all the MDK players are slowly starting to get flashbacks to their game yesterday against Carmen Corp. And whether or not they can get rid of those thoughts and avoid the stress from creeping in is about to show. They're still in a great position to take over the game, but those losses really get to you. Now, they will be pushing out mid-wave, establishing control around the Baron, and will have to determine how they want to push the game forward. Often at this point in time, we see teams just pulling the opponents in towards the Baron and looking for a pick. And the first step of that is establishing some vision in Heretics jungle, which is exactly what they're up to.
And Wonder pushing in the bot side. Remember, double TP for Heretics means that they do have a bit more flexibility with lane assignments. Frescawi really the only one that can answer Wonder if you want to try and match TPs. At the moment, Mirwin is pushing in top, answering Sviru. No one going to answer Wonder, but Heretics don't really have the vision to know that Wonder is safe. The resets could have come through. A Weaver's Wall always a threat, and there we see Frescawi popping up on the map. Trimby still looking for that hook. Could go for Alvaro, who can always just jump to Super. Mirwin coming in from the top as well. Wonder now working his way out of base at 2.5 items. Zonya's Leandri's complete. And for the moment, it's all quiet on the western front between these two teams. 2 minutes before the Hex Drake spawns, and where we will likely see the next battle commence.
Super closing in on his third item on the Jinx as well. Soon it's going to be very, very difficult for Team Heretics to deal with. Currently just sitting, farming mid-waves until he gets to that point, and of course with 1 minute and 30 seconds till the Dragon, there's still a little bit of time.
Wonder has flash, has the equalizer, and Yoya waiting, equalizer down onto Frescawi. Wonder pops the stopwatch. Trimby coming in as quickly as he can. Seismic shove, cease and desist, but Wonder still living, and Yoya now the target. Heretics start to collapse. Death charge on the backline as well as Frescawi has to make his way out of here. No flash for him right now, but a good knockback with the seismic shove will buy him another second. And Yoya thought he found the catch, but he was the one being caught.
Difficult position to be in for Super. He's so strong the entire game, but he has to see his teammates either overstepping or getting caught here and there. And we're simply not seeing Mad Lions being able to utilize this lead on the AD carry. They have to soon realize where the real advantage lies. If Super is not involved in every single fight, and if he cannot free his, they're simply not strong enough to do absolutely anything. That is the one place where they got a lead.
Yep, 2,500 gold, the lead now. It's decreased between the two teams, though, to about 1.5k. Only a few moments ago, it felt like it was 4, up to 5. And now MDK have bled out a little bit over the last few moments. Credit, of course, to Heretics. They reacted well to Wonder getting caught in the bot lane, because Wonder was overextended, but Heretics immediately move in. Drake up in 20 seconds time. Wonder doesn't have that flash anymore. Mirwin looking for the flank position here with that Hex Gate. Flacker going in. MDK in the darkness. Where's Mirwin? Wonder will spot him. Chain of Corruption going down. Wonder puts the Flame Spitter out as well, but Wonder's the first to fall. Chain curtain calls open up. Alvaro takes a little bit of it, but can Hex Gate back out. Killer's been answered as Wonder's finally been found by MDK, and now the Drake has been started by them too. Looks like Heretics are going to give this one up, try and play for that mid-tier 1, but with Frescawi in the way, it's a very difficult proposition.
And now Team Heretics are going to have to fall back, allow MDK to pressure and clear some of the vision. And it's just going to be a matter of time before MDK decides to look for their recall timers as well. For now, push out waves, force Heretics in a position where they're the ones having to respond, and eventually take your recall and then start pressuring for real.
Mirwin, dredge line from Trimby. Depth charge up as well as they look for the chase. The hook flashed away from, but Wonder wants his vengeance as he comes in with a Flame Spitter, and Mirwin has no place to go. Stopwatch to buy a second, and Mirwin survives for quite a while. Equalizer down from Wonder, he's going to be locked up. Will Heretics look for more? Super gets excited as he manages to pick up the kill. And Yoya dashes across the wall Top laners down on either side. Mad Lion's Koi lying in wait. Heretics won't overstep.
Great moves from both teams, both top laners. Pretty much taking turns, getting caught at the very least, being in very difficult positions. And we see it here. It starts off with Mirwin overextending in the bot lane. Wonder being very quick at pulling the trigger on the TP. The Talia wall is really big. You can see how it blocks off both Spyro and Flacket from joining the fight. So props to Friskawi for that. And suddenly, a fight that looked very difficult for MDK actually turns into a 1-for-1.
Importantly though, Mirwin did have a bounty, so it's a little bit more gold going over to Heretics in the course of the trade. Still though, every time we talk about the gold lead between these two teams, you have to just look at the AD carries. Super is 3 items, Immortal Shield Bow complete now as well, and is almost 3,000 gold in the lead. Flacket has Lord Dominik's, has the Infinity Edge, but will it be enough to work through Elioya? Thankfully for him, pretty squishy members on the enemy team as Trimby's caught out. Dredgeline away, Chain of Corruption going down as well, and Trimby has to invest the flash. Ooh, big chunk as well from the piercing out of Mirwin. Reset for Trimby.
They could consider hitting the Baron here. Heretics has been pushed back pretty far. Both mid and top have been pushed out. Looks like they're going to go for the push out instead, get them as far back as possible. And I honestly like them not taking the risk here. It's something we see a little bit too often, getting eager on pulling the trigger on Baron, just continuing to push out waves, and eventually Heretics will have to walk in, and you can find that one pick that secures you the Baron.
There's a risk with these choke points though. A good equalizer will burn you. The Lightning Jewel complete. Wonder has quite a bit of damage under his belt. Trimby looks for the hook. There's Alvaro caught. The zap to follow up. Death charge on the backline. Equalizer not perfectly placed. Curtains open. And Mirwin shuts them as Alvaro. Oh my goodness!
Wow. Almost.
Did he lock it in time, or was that just afterwards as Alvaro is able to survive? Elioya getting chased out. Spectral Maw still finds the stun. Trimby looking for the angle for the hook. But Elioya with a good Vault Breaker away. He'll get himself to safety for now.
And we see here MDK quickly recalling, getting back into position, knowing that the jungle no longer belongs to them. They have to walk through mid here. They cannot walk into the river. And now with the Jinx rocket, seeing Baron, they're aware that they could potentially run into a Heretics trapping. Push in mid-wave, wait for Heretics to respond, then slowly start taking control back, and you're back in the position you were just 1 minute ago.
Up next, obviously, we have a roundtable top lane discussion with Law. I believe Odo's there as well, alongside Finn, Wonder, and Mirwin. Should be a good discussion, especially with the Varus top lane experimental Hexblade Wit's End. Ginsu's now complete for him as well. Should be fun to discuss the lane that is often overlooked most of the time because it's just two tanks hitting each other with their handbags. But for now, both the top lane is very, very influential in how this game plays out. A good equalizer. Good spell MDK's destruction. Look at the damage done this game. I always love seeing the supports because it's one of the few places where the majority, well, sometimes the majority of damage is true damage just because you're igniting people so often. It's just like, all my damage comes from Ignite.
I think it's worth pointing out that Jinx was actually having significantly lower damage than Jhin so far, despite being up the entire game, and that just goes to show MDK's inability to set Super up for success. This is something they will have to work on and figure out really quickly, because this Jinx has to free hit in fights for you to come out on top.
Heretics setting up around the dragon right now. Does Super have the time? MDK have set it up. It's an A-move comp. Just step forward. Super the Colossus on the back to shred through Heretics. Friskawi and Elioya clearing out the wave right now. Elioya jumps across almost into the Spectral Maw. Jankos begins to open up on him. Zap hits. Vault Breaker across the wall once again. MDK have control of the river right now. Glacial Fissure going down. Good Dredgeline away by Trimby. No Chain of Corruption follow-up from Mirwin. Didn't see the opportunity to shoot his shot. Heretics will work their way down towards the bottom side. Deadly Flourish not connecting on anyone. The Drake begun. Second Drake of the game for Heretics if they can steal it. Third for MDK. Curtains open. Mirwin looking for the encore. Alvaro jumps into block. Still 7,000 HP on the Hex Drake. Mirwin takes another shot. Dredgeline coming in and Mirwin's down. And once again, he's bent the bullet. Flackhead doing his full wanted impression here as he manages to curve it around Alvaro. The dive in by Elioya, but it's Wonder that secures the Drake. Can Super have the time to open up? He's found one. He begins to get excited as Jankos jumps into the back of the pit, looking for the damage off towards the side. Deadly Flourish doesn't land as Jankos is able to sneak his way through the jungle. Heretics get the Drake. They get a couple of kills. They're looking towards the top lane. Will Frescowi overstep? He shouldn't do.
And we see the fight again here. Very, very good.
Oh, Frescowi did overstep. We said he shouldn't. The Spectral more wide, though. Has to burn the flash, but Frescowi lives to fight another day.
Ultimately, I like the coordination here coming out of Heretics. They're using the burst together on the same target to get that number advantage, and then from there, the game is just pretty straightforward. We saw it again and again and again. Super cannot walk up. They really have a hard time setting him up for success in fights. And of course, it's partly on MDK, but just as much on Heretics, just not giving them any angles, zoning off that Jinx, putting pressure on her so she can't step up at any point. And I have to say, I mean, Flag is playing from this far behind this entire game and still being able to have such impact with the Jhin is very respectable.
Yeah. The shots from the curtain call a few times have been like easily blocked. You know, you see the first couple, and he manages somehow to find an angle. Wonder gets on the right side of the Weavers. Wall the seismic shove has to be flashed. Wonder paying respect to Frescowi there. The setup from MDK, they have total vision control really. There's only one ward as Trimby steps in. Concussive blows will lock him up. There's the equalizer onto the back line, the locket. Trimby still hit with the Winter's Bite and the arrow through his heart will spell his death. Now MDK start up the Baron. Heretics doesn't have an equalizer, do have a curtain call. The open on it, they got enough vision. Alvaro, a third HP. Mirwin on the front line. Frescowi there as well, stunned up with a Spectral Maw. Curtains open, could go for Alvaro, who steps forward. Super on a killing spree though as he finds one. Now he's going to look for the resets to get towards the back line and sees the assist. Elioya trying to get in. They'll take down Flackhead and it's only Wonder left. A quadra for Super as MDK finally realize who the real carry is.
And just like that, the game is going to end Medic. Only Trimby is going to come back alive to try to save his Nexus, but at this point, being 32 minutes in, the death timers are so long that there's going to be nothing Heretics can do. I really like the turn here from MDK. They were so quick at just getting off the Baron despite it being low, turning on Heretics and giving them no chance to win the fight.
And the crowd erupts for the first time this weekend. Koi have vamoosed as MDK secure their first win of summer.
What a beautiful finish to the game. The one fight where they finally set up the Jinx, where everything comes in place. And the puzzle has been finished for MDK. Great to see.
Great to see for them, for Heretics. A little bit disappointing, they fell behind in the early game. And they had a couple of really good fights where they were able to get, you know, a kill, a pick-off to start off. Flacker, great credit to him as well for finding damage on that Jhin, even though he fell so far behind in the early game. You can vote for one of the MDK players, and your Kia player of the game at LEC on X. Mirwin, Elioya, and Alvaro are your three options. I think it's interesting to see, because I think everyone on MDK had a good game. Super not being on there is always difficult, because he did develop that really early lead, but wasn't involved in too much of the action until the final fight. So put your votes in at X on at LEC on X. I was going to say at X on Twitter, which doesn't make a huge amount of sense, but someone would have understood it. Up next, of course, we have the roundtable between the top laners on PGL, so stay tuned if you want to watch that. Reminder that next week as well, we will be on Saturday and Sunday, but no Monday. So hopefully we will see you there. For the next 3 weeks, that's going to be our schedule before we have a small break week going into the playoffs. It's been fun casting with you today, Roxa. I hope you enjoyed yourself. You do need to put the cable around behind your shoulder. No one, you know, can't be unprofessional and have our cables in front of our shoulders.
Oops. That's why I have you by my side here.
You know,
I keep an eye on you on Summoner's Rift. You keep an eye on me here on the cast.
It's true. It's true. I mean, I get carried by you on Summoner's Rift, I think is the more appropriate wording. But coming out of this week, it's interesting to see how the tables are kind of in disarray compared to what you'd expect. Like MDK and G2 have the same record, but it's 1 and 2. BDS are at the top of the charts at 3-0.
Yeah, there's been a lot of surprises. I think ultimately a really good week one here in the LEC where anything can happen from here on out, and I'm curious to see how the storylines are going to continue to develop. How is G2 going to come back next week? Can SK continue looking like, well, the strongest team in the league, really? There's a lot of cool stuff to go down.
A lot of big questions to go down as well. We'll have to see how things play out next week. An exciting one to be sure. I'm pretty sure our match of the week is SK versus Fnatic as well, which is the battle of the Korean bot lanes, which is very enticing to me. I see Ginny is standing by with Super, ready for our Marriott Bonvoy checking, so we're going to hand it over to her. Ginny, take it away.
Thank you so much, guys. Welcome, everyone, to the Marriott Bonvoy check-in. I am Jeannie, joined with Supa. Congratulations. The first win of the week. I want to start off with reflecting on how exactly we got here by focusing on from spring until summer. What did that break look like for you?
I think we learned a lot, the first and second split. Even if the second split was pretty bad, I think we realized what we need to do, what we miss, what is like a process. And I think in this third split, I believe is the good one that we will prove what we did in the first and what we learned in the second.
For you personally, when it comes to looking at the first and the second split, what has been your biggest takeaway for summer?
I mean, I think the way to prepare for the split mentally is a big, big change.
Okay. Is it because it's more important for you to win this split because of the fact there's worlds attached to it?
I mean, our objective was always to be in Worlds and try to do the best as possible, and obviously this is the most important for do that.
Yeah, absolutely. That international stage is still something that you want to go to, especially because it's in Europe, so that's something to keep in mind as well. When we're looking at this week, however, I want to focus on, of course, you have this first win. It was a great performance from you individually, but I also want to focus on the other two games that we've seen that you have struggled to close out necessarily. What do you think went wrong in those two games?
I think it's about having the calm and don't drop it, because I believe we were playing better than the rest of the team that we faced, but it's just about the calm. If we do these games in scrims, we will always win this, but the nervous, everything is so important in the game, no? So I believe it's a process. This week was a bit struggling, no? 1-2, but I believe next week we will go for the 3-0 and learn from these 3 matches.
Right. I'm excited. When you're talking about staying calm and like not getting too nervous, is being back here on the stage after a long break, does that affect you a little bit?
I think in our team, we want to win so bad that it affects us in a bad way, at least these matches. In other matches, it affects in a good way, so you need to play with that. But yes, playing the studio is so nice. I miss it, and I hope I will play here more.
Hey, you're back again on this weekend or next week, whatever you want to say. But I want to focus on this game now and the positives, because you're playing Jinx. And I feel like Jinx is one of those AD carries that everybody wants to play. She's had multiple pentakills already. Everyone's doing phenomenal. Do you think LEC is in a really good spot?
I think you need to ban some things to make it strong, but if you go to second rotation or even first with some bans, I believe it's a pretty good ADC. Even I think in LEC they don't punish you that many mistakes like in other regional leagues that they play a lot for laning phase. So I hope we can see more Jinx in the future.
Is it your favorite AD carry?
It's not my favorite, but it's so good to carry.
Right, who is your favorite AD carry then? Now we need to know.
In this meta, I will stay with Theri Kai'Sa.
Okay.
But Kai'Sa is the best one.
All right, well, thank you for that. And I want to also talk about the fans particularly, because they have been here supporting you. They're still sitting here. They're being very quiet right now. Thanks, guys. Is there anything that you want to say to the fans who are here supporting you? They're coming all the way out to Berlin, or also those watching at home.
I mean, thank you very much for coming. I'm sorry for losing to Casey. This can't happen more, so I'm sorry, and thank you for coming.
Thank you. That's very wholesome. Well, Kia player of the game, would you give it to yourself, or would you give it to someone who maybe stole your pentakill?
I mean, Mirwin doesn't deserve for sure. What he did is, he deserves a report, no? But I think he did fine. He outplayed 1v2, so he can take it.
He actually did take it, so he's going to be the Kia player of the game, will be Merwin. Thank you so much for joining us for the interview. We're ready to head over to a special edition of the PGL. We have the top laner round table with Lore. She's sitting there with Odo, Finn, Merwin, and Wonder. So guys, take it away.
Thank you so much, Ginny, for a really wholesome interview, as always. First things first, guys, thank you so much for joining me. A lot to cover here. But Merwin, I think there's something you need to address here. Stealing kills, stealing pentakills on top of that. What's your defense here?
I mean, Supa is really annoying day by day, so it's something he deserves.
he gets every pentakill, he gets played around for like 300 minutes, and then he's like, oh, why did you steal my pentakill? Oh, I have like 3 guys on top on cooldown. Just unlucky, bro. I actually celebrated I stole that kill.
Willingly, on purpose. Do we encourage this type of behavior here?
I mean, he's just being a little victim here because he's saying he had 3 people top on cooldown, but he also had 3 people top on cooldown this game. It was just mega top lane game where you guys were like the princesses of the game.
I mean, this guy's victimizing himself and playing Varus top.
That's a bit weird, you know. Like
I don't want to speak too much on it.
Playing the range top, I mean.
Yeah.
It would not be PG-13 if I said what I felt.
Something you were ready for, I guess, playing against Mirvin.
I mean, we've seen it before, right? So it's, and even like, yeah, I mean, we've seen it on stage, we've seen it in scrims. I mean, there's like all the behind-the-scenes stuff. Like, I mean, this has been played in scrims. We've scrimmed Matt before. I think it's like very playable, right? But it's just that, yeah, I mean, if you mess up, of course, you're never gonna win like the 1v1 when he gets like a lead on you. So you just have to be Rumble in team fights, and he's Varus in team fights. He's no TP. Like, there's angles where you can play against it. In this game, we didn't manage to do so, but that's another story.
Yeah, I mean, thinking about this week, you're all 1 and 2.
Oh, I don't want to think about that. let's think about something else.
I mean, I'm 0-3.
What do you mean you're 0-3?
GX.
Oh, right.
Little bro thinks he's on the team, man. It's actually really sad. Nobody, you all end the week 1 and 2.
We're turning it around.
Yeah,
it's okay.
Middle of the pack so far. You said you don't want to talk about this, Wonder, but I have to ask small reflects on this week and your journey so far with Heretics.
Well, I mean, it's not a good week.
Yeah.
We had 1 win, and that win was not the cleanest. It was against the GX, actually, who was 0-3. So it doesn't really say too much more than we can beat them, but we didn't manage to beat PDS, who looks really strong, of course, and then Matt, who was 0-2. So I guess you never really know.
Yeah.
Week 1, anything can happen. I mean, usually we have pretty good regular splits. Like we had we were in the top 4, I think, come into week 3, I think, in all our splits so far. So hopefully we can replicate the same thing. Or maybe we can like scrape our way into playoffs and then turn it around and actually do good there for a difference, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
6 more games to turn it around. Finn, any words on your start so far with Rogue in summer? It's still better than last split. I want to say
It is better than last split. That is completely factual statement. But obviously, you're never happy going 1-2 the first week. That is quite disappointing. I think today we were definitely in a position to win.
Yeah.
We kind of like fumbled the bag slightly. Only slightly.
Only slightly, yeah.
But I'm trying to stay a bit optimistic. I think we have a good trajectory right now.
Mirvin, goods and bads of this week from Mad Lions Corey?
I mean, I think the G2 game, I was kind of wrapped, not gonna lie. But I think the KC game was a really good showing from us. I think we just had to be more calm in the end, and I think we should have been like 2-1 week for us. And I think even in the Heretics game, we didn't manage to maintain calm, but I think as long as in the next week we can do it, I think we will stomp a lot of teams.
All right, yeah, 6 games to make a difference here. Let's cut the LEC discussion for now and talk about top as a whole. I'm gonna be really honest with you guys. You complain a lot. Every time I hear about top laners, they have something to say. They're not happy about their roles. They're not happy about the champions that are being played. Are you happy with the state of top lane right now, competitively, and in solo queue as well? Wonder,
I mean,
go first.
I think it's good. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I think you can play the tanks. You can play the TFs, Camille's, like all of these champs, and yeah, the Varus top. I mean, that was like also a thing.
Thank you.
I think also like Kennen, as we see. So I think there's like versatile AP, AD, tank, range, melee. I think you can kind of play all of them, but you are like very reliant on, let's say, does your mid laner play the AD champs a lot? Does your jungler like to play the AP champs a lot? They kind of dictate what you pick in the draft. But yeah, I mean, I think the meta is open.
All right, do you guys agree on this?
I mean, there are like 2 really open champions, which is like Rumble and Skarner, but they're often banned, so that kind of lets the pool be freed up a bit, because when those 2 are out, which is almost every game, sometimes Rumble will go through, and Skarner hasn't gone through yet, I think, then when these champions are out, then the blinds kind of go back to like TF, Cassandra, and you kind of look for your only answer into that. So I think that's why there's quite a big diversity right now. It's actually not that bad right now. It's quite nice.
Mirvin, I feel like whatever the meta, whatever the wins, you're always going to find a way to play Ahri top or something that people are not going to plan for anyway. So you're having fun, I guess.
I always have fun. The only thing I can complain is I think we should remove Skarner, or disable it in every league.
Yeah.
I agree on that. It's the most disgusting champion. If he's freezing you, GG, you lost the lane. he will drag you to tower, unlucky.
I mean, you can see that he started playing competitively really late, you know? He dodged the 4 years of Maokai and everything that was happening back in the day, and now you're like, Scanner is OP for one patch. Oh, come on, guys, remove it already.
Yeah?
He didn't go through the dark times of top lane, you know? Me and Wander did.
Yeah, actually, there's one other thing about the meta, is that I think every team just like agreed on lane swapping is not going to be a thing after the changes.
Except BDS.
And then we go against BDS, lane swap, GG. Like, that's like one thing. I mean, yeah. I mean, I think that's still viable. So maybe we'll see in the coming weeks. Maybe some teams will start doing it more. Maybe there's champions. Maybe like, for example, Varus top.
Yeah.
Can be worse, or he just takes all your plate spot. Who knows? Like, we will see, right? So yeah, I mean, there's this thing kind of could dictate the meta come playoffs, I think, if more teams are willing to explore it. So yeah, I mean, that's, I guess, like my take on the like the team play aspect of it.
Talking about swap lane, I think it's easier for you guys because you were born when League of Legends was. Yeah. Anyway, you've been playing for a long time.
I've been born before League of Legends,
Yeah,
but yeah,
kinda. Anyway, but I feel like maybe more for Mirvin than you, Finn, but it was a discovery maybe when it arrived in the LEC, when G2 brought this, when you saw this at MSI. How much did you have to learn about swap lane and how to handle this type of situation? Because I feel like these guys had a boulevard to bully you if they wanted to.
I mean, for me, I'm lucky I dodged the MSI.
Yeah.
So now I maybe I got lane swap like 6 games, 10 games, maybe maximum. I think not a lot of teams are doing it, but I'm also a guy that likes exploring a lot of plays and things you can do in the map. Can be swapping, can be maybe idle lane for the whole game, you know? Things like this, so for me it's fine. I like learning different things, so.
Okay, Finn, swap lane, yeah or nay? I think it's a nay general for us.
I think it was quite fun because it allows you to be very creative as a top laner because you basically turn into another jungler where you don't actually have any obligations to be on the map. So you could just sit in a bush and like soak XP, like sit in the alcove if you wanted. You can do the infinite gank mid where you just walk around every time and just lane there as well. There was a lot of options, and I think it was really fun. But I mean, I think it's gonna come back. I'm pretty sure.
What do you mean it's fun? It's not fun. You're just sitting there in your level 1 to like a level 4 ADC. That's not fun. The ADC has infinity age and you're sitting on like 1,000 gold.
Actually, you know what the worst thing is? When you're like playing Ornn against Vayne and you're swapping the entire game and then you roll up and you're still at the lane against the Vayne. But you're both level 1 and everyone else is level 4. You're still stuck there.
I mean, the big difference as well between, I mean, you say that we have like experienced lane swappers, but I think the big difference is that back then when we lane swapped, it was like 4 towers were gone, like on the map. There was no tier 2s, like almost tier 3 was gone sometimes. And then when you had to like match again, the lanes were so long, so people would just like freeze on you or something like this, and the waves also functioned differently, where like the wave actually didn't get stronger, you know, if it was like, there was like a lot of things. Now, usually the tier 1 towers don't go down, also because of like the extra changes they make. So the lanes are actually just like normal-ish once you come back. I mean, of course you're under-leveled, but you're still like playing like, you might just be at a disadvantage if you like drop more waves than the other top laners, but you're still like playing the same lane in theory.
Yeah, it's less annoying when you think of it. What is the biggest misconception about top lane and top laners, you would say?
Misconception?
Yeah.
Oh, I mean,
people don't think about the difficulty of your role because, again, you keep on complaining all the time and you felt left out and on the island and everything. So I'm like, maybe people don't understand something about top lane and what they should do.
Okay, so everyone says that we're princesses, you know, we're the most annoying role.
That's AD carries, but go on.
But in reality, the way it works in solo queue is like, enemy support is behind. Where does he go? Top lane. He needs to get back ahead. Enemy jungler is behind because bot lane is winning. Where does he go? Top lane because he needs to get ahead. Your lane is frozen top. Where does he go? Well, of course to gank you because your jungler doesn't gank you anyway. So it's just always enemy jungle and the whole enemy team is out to get you. So people say we complain a lot, but in reality we just want equal rights.
Equal rights?
I agree so much on that.
Of course you're going to agree on this. Finn?
I mean, it's also like you end up in positions where you're getting zoned between your waves and you can't even go to catch your own wave. If you're like going behind top, if you go behind his top, you just can't play the game, which is just so suffocating. Like you just feel like you're getting choked out every single minute and you can't do anything about it. And this is what we have to go through on a daily basis.
And then your ADC says, it's fine, I'm getting ahead. And then you press tab like a minute later and then they're like 5 CS ahead. Meanwhile, you're like down 2 levels and 3 waves.
Good night.
Oh, good night.
It's fine. It's gonna come back. See, you're complaining too much. Even the MC.
They shut me down because
Yeah,
I was
they
speaking the
shut you
truth.
down. They're silencing you. You were talking about the dark times of Maokai, tank meta, and all this stuff. What was the worst top lane meta, you would say, historically?
I think
More
he
question
tanked
for
it
you
as
too.
well. It was a lane swap meta where you'd lane swap, and then you'd roll up at minute 10, and there's an ADC mega fed with one item, and Arden Sensor Janna next to him. And then your team is like, come on.
So 2017, I think.
So they're like, come on, tank, do something, and then they're just like murdering you, and you just can't do anything. So it's just like, I mean, most metas are tough for top, you know, when you get like gold stars and everything. But what's been your dark time of top lane? Surely you've been griefed a bit over the years.
I think it would have to be some, because I think 18 and 19 were really good years for top lane. Most of it at least. I think it would have to be like either like 16, 17, something like that was like not like I remember 16 was like Tahm Kench top, Maokai top, lane swap maybe, maybe don't. We were actually, I mean, I was kind of fresh back then, like a rookie, I guess, and back then we were a good lane swapping team. So I mean, I don't have that many bad memories about it. Of course, it's like sometimes it can be boring to play, and we also back then liked to explore it a little bit, like playing Taliyah top lane swapping, stuff like this, and clearing the waves, trying to get the waves before they could stack a big one and throwing rocks at it, you know. But no, I think back then, I mean, for sure, it was a lot more boring with like the Maokais and Tahm Kenches, yeah.
I'm curious for you, because you're like new to the league. What is your dark times of the top lane?
I think I didn't have yet.
You know,
Really?
okay.
Yeah, I think for me, I was pretty lucky.
Any warnings that maybe on the
Life's so good for him right now. It's gonna get
what he
worse,
should
buddy.
be ready for?
Any warnings? I mean, when the Mundos and Tahm Kenches come back, it's usually pretty bad. I think it was one point in 2021 where it was like Mundo, Tahm Kench, and Renekton every game, and you were just trying to dodge cleavers on Tahm Kench, just trying to dance for 20 minutes. I don't think I've been pretty lucky as well in my time. Like I started playing 2019. That hasn't been a really, really bad time. 2020 was like a lot of orange sack, but that was also it has its charm as well. That meta, like you can't be too mad about that.
I'm actually wondering, because we have a lot of experience and newer players here, of course, how much can we value experience when it comes to top lane? Because for me, there's a lot of micro details, even macro details that you have to be wary about when it comes to matchup, especially when strike a precise auto attack, when to trade, when not to trade. But you can also surprise people when you're new. I'm thinking about your champion pool. I'm thinking about Adam as well, what we discovered from him. So how do you rate experience versus maybe being more creative and more new on this role?
I think it's nice when you play for a long time and like a champion comes back to the meta that you played like 4 or 5 years ago. It's very easy for you to pick the champion back up. For example, like if Rumble came meta, I think it would be very hard for some of the newer players to just pick him up very fast because there's a lot of mechanical detail to that champion, heat management, trading patterns, all of that Odom has done like per 1,000 games already, that he has a lot of a head start. So I think that's one of the big benefits of being experienced.
Do you think you feel like you had an advantage and an edge being new, not having the other players knowing how you're gonna play, how they're gonna respond to you? Do you feel like it was an advantage to your debut in the LEC?
I mean, for sure, first split there was an advantage. Everyone, I think, like when you see Barustov, we are like, what is this guy doing? You know, like is he trolling? And then they get surprised at level 6 they get one shot, and then it's like wow. But then it's like too late, you know, to react. So
yeah, I guess you were surprised a lot of people here. I feel like there's something that you didn't go international, Finn. I
played international.
You played international. Okay.
Thank you for calling me out. I did actually play Worlds 2020.
Oh, true.
We didn't go that far.
It was COVID times. Yeah,
we were there.
Okay, then Mirvin doesn't have any international experience yet. I do know that there's a certain reality check, especially as top laners when you go internationals. Anything you wish you'd known back then, or any guidance that you could provide Mirvin if he goes international this year, or soon, hopefully?
Should I go? I mean,
yeah,
I guess I've been
looking at you.
international. I mean, guidance. I mean,
what surprised you the most? Let's say.
I mean, scrims are going to be tough. I mean, that's like a given, right? Scrims are going to be tougher than back home here in safe Europe. But I mean, besides that, I mean, the international tournaments where I guess I have won or we have performed well. It's good to have your pocket picks, so I guess Mirvin doesn't really need any kind of guidance in that regard, right? I mean, I played Pike top, I guess, and stuff like this, and it did well, and it can throw people off. So I think, yeah, I mean, keep that up, I guess. I don't really know. There's not real guidance. Just have a good mental and try to. I mean, if you have like a good team atmosphere and everything, and you can improve together, then that's gonna succeed. Yeah.
So far, so good.
Thank you, oh wise one.
For sharing your
All the
guidance.
buzzwords, I'm just throwing them out there.
Yeah, right. It's just like
Good
shooting them left and
atmosphere.
right.
Yeah, let's get it.
Good speech. Could become a coach. Who's the GOAT of top lane? It's hard because throughout the generations, seasons and everything, you can make an argument for Marine, you can make an argument for Zeus more recently. I'm only listing T1 top laners here, sadly, but maybe you can think of Bin, of course, as well. The Shy, if Kedrol is watching. Who is your GOAT of top lane?
I mean, I think throughout the time, I remember in 2016, I thought QA was really good, but he also was not good for very long, I guess, like, I mean, at least internationally. And then later on, I think the better ones was like the Shy and Khan maybe at that point. So I'd say, I mean, I'd probably say the Shy for like who I played against, because he was, yeah, I mean, he had like very strong lane, right? That's what he's known for. And I guess them as a team, we always struggled against, but they also had like inconsistencies, I guess. Like he would sometimes run it down more so in scrims. Like I remember scrimming against him, he could go like 0-7 at 10 minutes and then remake or GG or something like this, right? So he's for sure not perfect by any means, but I think, I mean, for me, he's probably the hardest player I've played like individually in lane, so I'd say him probably.
Mirvin, for you, who would it be, your reference in top lane?
I mean, I didn't play into any of them.
Yeah.
But for me, the Shy, for sure. Also Khan, I think before he retired, it was the player I look up the most, and then the Shy.
You had some moments against Khan, I think.
Let's not bring those up.
We're not going to bring those up, but who's your reference?
I mean, it kind of echoes what Wander said. When I played Cube in 2016, he was really, really good, really dominant. I didn't really get to play against the Shy and the other boys, but for me, it would have been maybe Cube or Khan for the short stint that I feel like he had one really, really insane year.
Yeah, maybe Nuguri as well. I think
Nuguri
is like pretty up there as well.
Mention,
I'd say him and the Shy are like, I mean, close for different reasons.
Yeah, Cryptomancy abuser. Remember this. Finn, who would it be for you?
I mean, I only went international once, but I think I remember then Bin was just like by far the best top laner I played against in scrims the whole tournament. 2020, he was really, really good. I got to scrimming him against 2022. He was also quite good then, and now he won MSI. I think he's for sure one of the guys I would put up there because he's still pretty young as well. He has a long career ahead of him, probably still.
Last question here, closing thoughts. I'm going to give you guys the opportunity to rant and complain about your teammates and the other roles. Who is the most annoying, high maintenance role that you have to play with? Jungle, mid lane, AD, support. Like, who gives you guys the hardest time, whether it's in comp, planning around them? I feel like you're all looking at each other.
Our teammates or in solo queue?
No, not your team. No, a role per se. Don't. I mean, if you want to trash talk Jankos, you can do it.
In solo queue, the obvious answer is always jungle.
Yeah.
I think I am like enemy number one of almost every single jungler in Europe.
Is that a you issue then?
I would be surprised if I have not been reported back then. Every single jungler that probably played in Hilo. So yeah, I mean, for sure jungle role. I mean, I think you're like in solo queue at least kind of delusional if you think otherwise. I think maybe support later on if they roam top or something like this, annoying.
Sure.
But yeah.
I've had some experiences similar to this, so I would say jungle as well. I have noticed that a lot of times in my game, I go back or I watch their stream or something, but my junglers mute top lane pings when the game starts. So
just top lane pings.
They go into game. The first thing they do, press tab, mute communication on pings, and then I'm just clicking there, help me, and he doesn't want to help me, so I hate him.
Do you feel ignored as well?
I mean, I think when you play with a farm build simulator guy that just wants to click his camps, I think it's very infuriating when you have like a Dur Shyvana in solo queue that just refuses to leave the jungle, and then he has the audacity to always talk back as well. I think it's quite frustrating at times, but yeah. That's about it.
Mirvin, do you agree on the jungle consensus here?
For sure. For sure, like there is no way you cannot agree. But like at this point, I use Shyvana, I'm just going to pick something that doesn't need any help.
Okay.
Like,
so you're adapting.
I can blind. If I need to drop 300 waves, I will do it and just let Shyvana get like Nashor's to Travadon and one-shot everyone. And then like if she doesn't carry, it's her fault, unlucky.
But then you let them win.
What?
If you pick that champion, you let them win.
I know, but it's like, what can I do,
You're slowly getting bullied here, Like soon you're going to be playing tanks,
You have to take your stand early, I think.
Protest more often.
I think that's a good advice you can follow. Yeah, protest. Keep on playing the weird champions, I think. Yeah, you want to have them. We want to take a look at the schedule maybe before closing? Yeah? Okay, thank you, John. Let's take a look at the schedule then. Just see what we have next week. Odo, you're going to be on the desk as well, so I'm going to let you speak first here. Any highlights matchup that you want to take a look at here?
What is hype here? Well, we're up against G2, so we're looking to get our first win there, you know.
Let's go. I love the support.
That's the matchup I'm most hyped about. I'm going to be the super fan over here, so for me it's going to be a fat GX win over there.
Wonder, you're going to play KC. What is your take on this revamped version of KC and playing against Kana as well? It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I've played against him before.
I don't think so.
I
no.
could be wrong, actually. I don't know. But I mean, I've played against him in scrims, and I think he's pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not bad. And yeah, I mean, on stage, I remember watching. I think he was. I don't know if he was choking a little bit against in the Jax Poppy matchup. I think it was really troll how he conceded push and yeah. I mean, that's a whole other story, right? I think he played lane pretty bad, but I know he can be good. So maybe it will be different when I play against him on stage. Maybe it will not. But I think the K-Corp team as a whole is better this split. So it's going to be harder to play against him. But it's a much-needed win for us. We are 1-2. So yeah, we need to win.
An interesting challenge. Rogue and Fnatic for you on the first game next week.
I mean, kind of need every win you can get at this point. So I think you just got to go beat him.
And Mirvin playing against Vitality in your opening game of week 2. Really bad start for Vitality so far this split. What's your take on the team and what has not been working for them, you think?
Honestly, I didn't see their games yet.
Okay, that's great. You have a week to catch up, so.
I cannot say. I always watch
then let's talk about you guys then.
Yeah, I mean, for us, I think even though we are 1-2, we are doing things well. The things that we are doing scrims, we are actually using them in officials, and I think it's working at least well in the game. And I think it's what I said before, just being calm, and I think we will be really good this split.
I think overall expectation from all the LEC teams is more discipline next week, is what I would hope at least. But I get that there's some rustiness. You guys have not been playing for 7 to 10 weeks for some, but I feel like this is what was missing this week.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, first week was a bit shaky for everyone, you know, you guys threw, and it was sad to see, but...
Don't laugh about it. Sorry.
I mean, they can laugh the time on the bench, you know, so it's fine. I can take this jab at everyone,
Fair
so
enough.
it's fine. But yeah, I mean, week 2, I think all the time the teams in first week, they just get in with some jitters no matter how much experience you have and how good you are. So yeah, I think it's just going to be cleaner games to be expected from everyone.
Yeah.
So don't let me down. You guys will be great.
That's all for us here. I guess for this LEC week, we're going to be back Saturday for 2 weeks. This week was Super Week. Next week is normal week. Only Saturday and Sunday. These guys will be here. We'll be here as well. I hope the audience will be here. Thank you guys so much for sticking around. It's been amazing having you for this special edition of PGL. And thanks to the players as well, of course. We will see you next week. Until then, take care. Bye-bye.
Why are they shouting Karzi, bro? I love you. These fans, they do be wild nowadays.
It's at melee range, and he actually finds 2 for the stun, but Vitality, he ain't clean in that equalizer. He's bloody brilliant. Oscar and him flies on in and is cooking him up for breakfast. I'll take this one to go, thank you.
I can ulti the LB.
They are on them.
I cancel her ulti, by the way. No ulti. No. No ulti. Nice.
They're still thinking about it, even with Jackie's hovering, but the ignite as it goes down, Isma tries to get his way.
Oh, the flash. Nice. Yeah, nice. Niski. This guy crazy man.
He equalizes, Juhan trying to recover as well, but Rahel still isn't dead.
Fire to me, you carry.
Yeah, I carry.
A Icon his way can follow with the Bolt Breaker flash here. Nuke holds it. Flash is just in time. Caps though with another grasping more is enough.
Shield looking for the flared Caps.
But Caps is going to survive for a moment. Nuke comes in, explosive shot, another auto.
Wait, be careful. Okay.
Oh, wait.
Can I step it? Tower. Okay. I keep hitting top. I keep going top, okay?
Kill away. No flash.
I kill Varus.
Yeah, go.
We end. I'm ending. Nice! Holy sh! What a f***ing game.
Oh.
Talked about the big potential of an Enchanted Crystal Arrow.
That's a sneaky arrow.
Yeah, it's a very nice arrow.
Actually going for the all-in here on counter medic.
Yeah, goes for the all-out. The arrow hits as well. Up on form. And will Rogue stick on it. 2000 on it, closer dashes in. Bloody gets it for the second time this game. They're trying to get in. They'll take down Blackhead and it's only one down.
Nice. Okay. And then. Good job, super.